Oh, ho, 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 ho. Hello? Are we even up? What the fuck? Hello? Chat. Oh! Oh, oh, there you guys are. Look at him. You're early. I woke up early. I woke up at 7 a.m. The first time ever. Since I can remember. Since I can remember the first time we got fucking what'd you call it? We got more than 4 hours sleep in a row. So I'm excited. Still not feeling great, but holy shit. Like I just collapsed at like midnight and then it was 7 a.m. and I was like, what the fuck? That's not usual. I still need to do the whole hustle to get me some melatonin, but no, we're good. Ooh. Did you see Netanyahu's tweet on Kissinger? Nope. I think we got a few deaths today, haven't we? That's a great amount of sleep. Well, for me, it's fucking insane. Yeah. It's unbelievable. What do you think about the propaganda with the hostages and Hamas? It's so stupid. Like, if you fall for that, you just like, you shouldn't be allowed to participate in a representative democracy. I don't know why you think, like, how fucking stupid do you have to be? Because I feel like I've said it already, but maybe say it again just in case anyone missed it. Yeah, someone said an UNRWA teacher was assigned to take care of one of the hostages. I don't know if that's the case, but but all the fan edits, Hasan. But I don't know what Hasan said about it. Okay, stop. We can't just. What did he say? If anyone has, if anyone has pictures, they can show me or clips. But the people saying this shit, like all this with this nonsense, right? These are the same people, by the way, who think that if an 18-year-old dates a 19-year-old, that's like grooming. That's those people, right? Who are convinced by this horse shit. Yeah, well. But I feel like I've said that already. So I don't know if I need to rehash that nonsense. Very true. Well, thanks. Thank you, streamer audience, for affirming the streamer's views. We're streaming on Twitch as well, by the way, guys. Just so you know. Let me see what Twitch chat's saying. There they are. Just in case we need to balance the load. Look how busy Twitch chat is right now. Shit. Ugh. Fucking jihad ussy. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, don't forget your Discord. Damn! You guys are on fire today. I think I've thought about a few things I want to do to get the stream up to task. I think I need to talk to the people who are editing my stuff at the moment. Probably going to make a final decision as to what I want to do with editing. Maybe. We'll find out soon. Think I want to... Yeah, I think I know what I want to do with editing. I think I know what I want to do, but we'll see. I think I know... As for content, though... I think I know how I can maybe make like a daily routine that just makes it easier for me to have content all the time. Maybe make shorter videos or maybe just have a better like once I get a schedule, I can just have like a list of things that I want to talk about each day. But I kind of like going ad hoc a little bit. So maybe just do half and half. I'll just have prepared bits, ad hoc bit. Yeah, that's fine. Think I know what to do with stream stuff. The stuff I'm more looking towards though is the kind of content that I want to make. That's actually like, if the live channel is going to take up basically all my time now, if that's going to be the case, I want to make sure I'm doing stuff that's a bit more worthwhile than just reacting to shit, right? And talking to viewers. Like, oh, sorry, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah.
And you can see it.
Tips have begun to share disturbing details.
Oh.
They didn't see sunlight for the whole time they were in captivity because they were underground.
Yes, and you can see it on their face that they didn't see light, sunlight.
Sharon Calderon.
Yeah, low key. That's why they're alive, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Like that's not even like a torture method. That's literally because they were in tunnels, so they wouldn't get killed by Israeli rocket fire.
You think so? Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
What are the rules?
you know,
I mean, that's probably true. I don't know why. Is that okay? Okay.
I think that's a pretty reasonable trade-off in that point. You know.
First things first, we're gonna
On is the aunt of 2 freed
Why did someone say this was like? Is this supposed to be a bad clip? Yeah, they don't want the hostages to die because that's their bargaining chips. Yeah, that's not really. I thought that's someone saying they were being nice to the hostages. That's just why they were in the dark. Okay, whatever. He makes it sound like they were noble protectors. No, he doesn't. He's just saying that they didn't die. That's why they didn't see sunlight, because they were. Yeah, because that's where you don't get hit by the strikes. I thought it was gonna be like him denying the cages or some shit. Like, no, there's nothing unusual about that. God, he's not even accidentally correct. It's just a normal take. Oh well. So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. As much as I like just reacting to stuff and being kind of ad hoc, I think I want to do a bit more stuff that's a bit more worthwhile. You know, if I'm going to get more eyes on the live channel, maybe eventually one day reach the kind of views that I get on the video essay channel. I don't even know what I would do then. What would I do if Lonerbox Live becomes bigger than Lonerbox? I don't know, whatever. Or maybe even just start uploading to Lonerbox and just make that the big change. Who knows? That's crazy. But yeah, I think what we'll do is I'll probably start preparing segments where I just talk a bit more than just reacting to things, because I know I want to do like a little series of just the history of Israel-Palestine, all the way from the birth of Zionism in the 1800s all the way to today. And I can do little sections. I can do like the first Aliyah, like the birth of Zionism, 1870 to 1917. Then I can do the Balfour Declaration. That would be like a whole video probably. Then I can do the period from the British Mandate, 1920s up until 1948. That will involve like the riots and the Arab Revolt. I can do all that shit. Then I can do an entire video in 1948 because it will take a whole video. Then I can do what would be 50s, which would be Suez Canal crisis, all the way up until 67. The Jordanian and Egyptian occupation of Gaza and West Bank. Then I can do from the 67 war up until Yom Kippur, probably. Then what else would you do? 73. That would probably encompass 79 as well, peace with Egypt. Then you go into like a new phase of normalization and America supporting Israel-Palestine. And then I want to finish off with, well, like, I guess first Intifada, 80s, when it becomes more of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict rather than Israeli-Arab conflict. Then we can do then I guess what would be after that? Peace process. And then 2005 onwards. Oh yeah, the Lebanon wars will be in there somewhere, yeah. Will you go over why Egypt didn't want Gaza back following Camp David? I don't even know if Egypt was offered Gaza, were they? I feel like I've heard that claim put around a lot, but I don't know if it's definitely true, so maybe I'll double check. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe it probably... I know Israel has generally not had that much interest in Gaza. Like it's not in the Talmud or any of that shit. There's no religious thing, and there's no the demographic thing has always been the reason that they wanted to disengage, so I don't know. Love your video essays, don't ever stop. Well, I have 3 planned for December, January, February, at least. But I'll do research for that off stream, because I don't like doing all that much research on stream.
How many people did he murder?
Me Fugger. Thanks for the gifted sub on Twitch. Holy shit. Thanks so much. Birth of Zionism would be interesting. Yeah, it'd be worth showing just like because Zionism, even before Zionism, it was already like an organic process. Like I think part of what inspired Herzl was the fact that Jewish communities were already starting to move to Palestine and starting to set up settlements, just like as small groups. That was already happening. So yeah, we could do a bit of that too. I didn't know about the video. You didn't know I did video essays. Okay. Yeah. I feel like the lack of cohesion on both channels is probably quite strong as well. Probably quite notable. My video essays are cool. I'll never stop them, I don't think. They'll just become more sparse. It's probably what'll happen. The history of binational Zionism? What, like the one state thing? Yeah, I know that. Like the socialists, yeah. Or the far left. What were they called? Not Mapai. Maybe it was no, fuck, I can't remember. It's a good thing I'm doing research. Shit. Your other channel is never linked in your stream description. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I haven't announced the stream yet. Oh, shit. What the fuck? There we go. God damn it. And we should put the Twitch link up as well. And Twitch. Okay. Did Jews under Nazi rule act like Palestinians do today, or can we not make the argument that living under harsh conditions makes you do harsh things? It's a bit more complicated than that. It's not just like they're in harsh conditions so they do bad things. No. The difference is, how would you put that? The difference is that it's not just Israelis and Palestinians in the same way there was just like Nazis and Jews, right? It's like Israelis and also the Arab world and different Arab states and like quasi governments and shit like that. So yeah, it's just a bit different. And also the kind of things that they'll get international support for. Is Finkelstein in chat? I don't think Finkelstein's in chat. No. I don't think he watches me. I don't think I'm his guy, unfortunately. Oh. You should watch Vosh's debate. Which one? Which debate did Vosh do? I thought what would be more important is that we watch Aidan Simpson.
Destroyed or are daily being destroyed.
The Communist Manifesto.
They are dislodged by new industries, whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material. Again, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material, but raw material drawn from the remotest
He sounds like AI. Why
but
does he
raw
sound like AI?
material drawn from the remotest zones. Industries whose products
Why does
are
he sound like
consumed
AI?
not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe. In place of the old wants, satisfied by the production
I mean, the
of
manifesto is a good read. It's like it's an interesting like fucking piece of historical literature, but it's just also you're not really going to find that many answers in here, though. I would imagine. It's a little bit old. It's almost 200 years, isn't it? 175 years? Wow. Oh, yeah. It's worth the read, definitely. Yeah, I think I've still got like a little copy of it somewhere up there. Yeah. Anyway. Who else? Shane McGowan died, didn't he? You guys know who Shane McGowan is? He died just today. 30th of November. A singer from the Pogues. 65. The singer from the Pogues. He did Fairy Tale of New York. You don't tell me you don't know. Shit. Jesus. He's ignoring my question because it's so difficult. No cynicism. Oh my god. What an absolute how much of an unbelievable cunt do you have to be? There are 500 people watching the stream. Why do you think you're so important? What did you even say? What was your question? I'm just going to look at it and then not I'm just going to notice it's there and then not okay, I see. I just saw some question marks and then skim past it. Okay, I'm not even going to I don't give a fuck. Fuck off. Hey, I'm learning economics. How's it going? Wow. We have an Unlearning Economics in the chat. Wow. Say hello to Unlearning Economics, guys. Wow. Amazing. Yeah, Shane McGowan died. The fuck? This guy did my favorite Christmas song. They actually are a good band anyway, like the Pogues. He looks very haggard. He didn't. He never really gave me the vibe of someone who's going to last to 100. You know, like other people, unlike Mr. Kissinger. Yeah, it's not just the Christmas song as well. Like the Pogues actually had good songs. I think my favorite one was "Rainy Night in Soho." That's a really, really good song. Do you think you'll still be relevant after Israel Palestine? Hopefully. I would like to think so, yeah. Did you see UNRWA employees accused of holding hostage? Yeah! Yeah, I did. Okay, one thing at a time. Holy shit. Dirty Old Town? Dirty Old Town's alright, yeah. That was never one that I liked that much, though. No, it's always rainy night in Soho. That song is gorgeous. And I liked Summer in Siam as well. Yeah, Sally McLennan. I only know how to pronounce that song like he pronounces it in the song. I only know how to pronounce that name, Sally McLennan, because he pronounces it in the song. He goes Sally McLennan. Yeah, but I don't know. Shit. I could always orchestrate an international crisis if I'm struggling for viewers, because apparently I have that power. If Destiny announces retirement, will you take over DGG? Yeah, sure. Why not? Might as well, eh? Might as well complete the conquest. Curious about if you consider the Holodomor a genocide. I don't think so. No. At least based on, so I've been told, the historical consensus is that it was not. New Kissinger. I could take over Kissinger's job, couldn't I? See what I don't get, right? Kissinger was a really horrible dude, right? There's no, like, I have no sympathy at all. Fuck him. I don't know why people get so happy when people like him die. Because it's like, it's not like he ever answered for his crimes. It's not like he ever had to explain himself to a fucking court of law and shit. Like, he just never saw his day in The Hague. he lived to 100. He's all good, you know. He's the one. He died fucking thinking he had done a good service to the world, probably. Shit. Small victory. I don't even know it's a victory. I just feel like it's a cope. I don't know. But whatever. We don't have to listen to him. I mean, he was giving his opinions on Ukraine like just a few months ago.
Loner box.
So that's
you
kind of wacky.
smarmy cuck bastard.
Oh. Pasha with the 30 shekels. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Oh, question. Wow. Well, I suppose you paid for it. I might as well read it. Oh. What should Israel do now, in your opinion? Should it leave Hamas existing and go for opening borders with Gaza lifting the blockade? I'm very curious what you think. I don't know what Israel should do now. I don't think they can open the borders and lift the blockade if Hamas is still in power. There's no fucking way that happens. I don't even know if there can ever be a peace process if Hamas has power. So, but I also don't support what the fuck they're doing now, because I don't think it's really, it's a pretty short-sighted plan, it seems to be. It doesn't seem to be much of a plan going forward for even if they get rid of Hamas, which is, I think you probably should have a plan if you're going to kill like 20,000 people. I don't know. That's just my own take. It's my own vibe. See, if things are... You rip to Kissinger. Do you know what rip means? Rip doesn't mean like... what the fuck? I don't think rip means like is said in a respectful way. Like if someone says rip, that's like not very friendly to say to the dead. Anyway, no, I just don't think you understand when people say rip, as in like not rest in peace. They just say rip. That's like a bad thing. Okay, that doesn't mean rest in peace. It just means rip. Like, oh no, shit. Anyway, fuck off. You're weird. People are gonna get the wrong impression because I said
Remember
rip
the
in the stream
Holodomor?
title. It's probably already started. Hey, Jenky987, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's like a sarcastic sort of, oh, shame. Oh, well, that sucks. Yeah. Do you have a streaming schedule somewhere? Nope. We're working on it, okay? Because I had my first approximating a normal night's sleep yesterday for the first time in like 5 months. I don't know. It's been pretty rough out here. First time in like 5 months. So, shit. Maybe we can think about schedules next. But as for people, oh, you know, so we're talking about celebrating, right? Okay, we're on track. Do you have insomnia? No, I just can't sleep. Try magnesium glycinate. Can you send me it in a DM so I can remember it, please? Thank you. Oh yeah, so yeah, I just feel like there's not much of a cause to celebrate for, like, because like, if you want to do it, it's fine. I don't give a fuck because he's a pretty bad dude. But I just feel, I don't know. It just feels like they it feels like they won. Feels like Kissinger won. Whereas the kind of thing you celebrate is if people see justice in life, you know? When people see their comeuppance in life, that's when you celebrate, okay? So if you saw a day at The Hague, I'd be like, yeah, fuck that guy, you know? And if his last dying thoughts were, and if he went like what that fucking crusty Bosnian Croat war criminal drinking the poison, that would have been funny as fuck. That would have been a great cause for celebrate. But Alas, that wasn't him, but we can take our W's where we find them, you know? This is the kind of thing I celebrate, okay? Poly people has been banned from Twitch for inappropriate attire. God, I cannot believe the amount of fucking hassle this absolute fucking walloper decided to cause me. And now she's permabanned. Who must go? Genocidal cis white men? No. Poly people. Who's this? This is the instigator of the trans genocide arc. That's who Polly is. Polly was someone who tried to debate me on trans genocide, found out she had dick all to argue, so she just started trying to fucking shoehorn me into being a Holocaust denier. Yeah, it's pretty. And that just started an entire chain reaction in the online community. It's good that I learned a lot. I learned who my friends were thanks to this person. Damn. But yeah, she's gone. She's perma-banned. She's Destiny banned. Fuck. Yeah, well, that's a Rip Bozo moment. Fuck this person. Anyway. Okay. She had that stupid debate with Finster. She'll be on Kick. Yeah, well. I didn't know about this person. I follow you quite closely. The internet's a trip. Yeah. She's a whole... I mean, the debate, the first debate we had is still there. It's an unlisted VOD that's linked in my trans genocide video. In my addressing the allegations 4-hour fucking shit piece. Which is probably one of the most boring things I've ever had to do, but I don't know, it felt like I had to do it at the time, whatever. I thought it was quite interesting to just show how something can spread out of nothing so easily on the internet, like, and how crass some people are. Oh well. What is she pro-trans genocide? Well, she believes that it's happening. And that, like, she was on Twitter saying that Biden should, like, roll tanks into the southern states and shit like that. I don't know. Fuck that. Like, it was all kinds of crazy nonsense. I was supposed to comment on this, wasn't I? Sounds like you were right to stand up for yourself. Yeah. I love a good fight, you know? Good scrap, especially with people who are generally, like, supposed to be on the same side as you. Okay, let's see.
There's not been beheadings of babies and rapings. Israel murdered their own people on October 7th.
Calling
Bro, what the fuck? Okay.
Hamas a terrorist organization is ridiculous, racist, and plays into genocidal propaganda that is flooding our media and that we should be doing everything possible to combat.
I support the right of Palestinians to resist occupation, including through Hamas, the armed wing of the unified Palestinian resistance.
As an Arab,
What does that even mean? The unified, they're not unified in the slight. Okay, whatever.
asking with this context to condemn Hamas is very anti-Arab racist.
The notion that this was a massacre of Jews is a fabricated narrative. Many of those killed on October 7th,
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
including children, were killed by the IDF. And
By the way, this thing about the IDF stats, there is like a plausible number for how many people died to IDF crossfire. I think in the festival, there was evidence that maybe 2 people got killed by a fucking helicopter or some shit. And then the other was like, there was some hostage situation where maybe 10 people died. Yeah, you're talking like 12 people out of 1,200. So, yeah.
an amendment condemning Hamas is bald propaganda meant to...
Thank you. Your time is up.
To hear them complain about Hamas violence is like listening to a wife beater complain when his wife finally stands up and fights back.
Question. Did anyone else notice that those who oppose this resolution are old white supremacists?
There's been a lot of atrocity propaganda ranging from claims of beheaded babies to mass rape.
Hamas is not a terrorist organization just because...
You know the motto, guys. Believe all women. Unless she tells you Hamas did it. It's just... Oh god, because I think the big witness testimony that spreads the most is that girl from the Nova Festival who said she saw other women get raped from her hiding place. There were also first responders who said that they found evidence of it on the bodies, like, you know, semen on fucking women's backs and their pants down to their ankles and shit. Yeah, like in one of the kibbutz. And I think even now the forensic evidence as well, like autopsies are saying that they found evidence of rape on multiple bodies. So I don't know. I feel like it's about as much evidence of rape as you can get from a massacre. We generally, but people out here are wanting fucking video evidence and shit now. I don't know. Like there just seems to be this new surge in demand for Hamas pornography. It's just, I don't know. I don't know where we're going, guys. But it's wacky.
The U.S. and Israel deems it so. Hamas is a resistance organization that is fighting for the liberation of Palestinian people and their land.
Okay, so this was what everyone was talking about. It was because a city council member apparently tried to insert language condemning Hamas. Oh, to the resolution calling for a ceasefire. Are these just like random punters though, or I guess they're activists? I don't know, whatever. Fuck. I saw that the one of the rector for St. Andrews got in trouble for posting all that kind of like Hamas propaganda shit as well. I don't know. Why does a city need to call for a ceasefire? I mean, the more people calling for it. This was a whole thing as well. The fucking elite education of Scotland. I think St. Andrews overtook Oxford and Cambridge the other year for top universities in the UK. I think they're like #1 now, or they were last year. Newly elected rector facing calls to apologize over an email accusing Israel of genocide. I think she cited like the electronic intifada or some shit. Was that in this article? No, a different one. I don't think it's that crazy, but probably not the best for a university rector. So I think the Jewish students got a bit big mad. Did you say electronic intifada? Yeah. Infiltrada. Whatever. What's Lonerbox's website? I guess you're on it. Aren't you? Whew. It's destiny.gg. That's true. What the fuck is Electronic Intifada? It's a fucking website. It's like an activist website. It's like a partisan pro-Palestinian activist website. Where people just go kind of mental. I don't know. It's like the Socialist Worker, but for pro-Palestinian propaganda. Wasn't the Rwandan genocide carried out mostly by civilian militias and not the government? It can be carried out by a militia and still be a genocide. The Rwandan genocide was a genocide because of the radio broadcast, though, wasn't it? Because that did come from the government. I think the radio broadcast came from the government, and a lot of the weapon stockpiling also came from the government. There were warnings that it was going to happen before it happened. There were warnings that the government was stockpiling weapons and that there wasn't indications of intent from the UN. The reason no one intervened, the reason people didn't intervene was because they were, there was just no one had any fucking political will to do it. Was it private radio stations? Okay. Well, as far as genocide goes, it doesn't have to be a government. It can be a military as well. That's the thing with like the kind of contrast between Rwanda and the Holocaust, right? Because like the Holocaust was this big state orchestrated manufactured thing, like basically carried out by a war economy, by a wartime government. And Rwanda's like the complete opposite. They did it with like machetes, fucking rifles, and radio broadcasts. Like that's all the resources they needed, you know? Just like Sabra and Shatila. Yeah. The difference with Sabra and Shatila is the genocide accusation there would go on the Phalangists, not on Israel, though, I don't think. Because I don't think the Phalangists were ordered to fucking commit a genocide by Sharon, right? Sharon sent them in on the pretense of rooting out terrorists. And the Phalangists decided to just fucking kill everyone, yeah. Although it does give Israel some responsibility, but I don't think it gives them the crime of genocide, yeah. Anyway. Hey, Flammerus, how's it going? Okay. I think we need to get stuck into some content. Oh. What do you think of Finkelstein? I need to actually read some of him before I make a proper decision. His, because his spoken contributions are kind of horseshit. So maybe we find something better in his books. I don't know. Maybe I'll read one day and have a dig through. Do you think we should do willymac and Hasan to start off? Apparently this is like the finale of the feud. I heard that willymac said this was going to be his last video on Hasan, so... And he's been nailing it, though, as far as viewership goes. Look at this. He's getting like 300K for the last 3 videos. This one will easily break 200K, 300K, because it's 9 hours in, it's 120. So his channel is growing big fast. It's just this fucking reel. Look at this sequence. What a guy. What a fucking wildcat. I guess we can watch Piers Morgan and Finkelstein as well. And I've got a Vosh debate to watch, apparently, because the title for this Vosh debate is quite intriguing. Israel-Palestine debate turns demonic. You know what? I really want to get that fucking video with my with the Egyptian guy up, because that was a really crazy debate. I don't think it was that crazy maybe as a viewer, but just for me, listening to what he was saying and like having that like challenging conversation about armed resistance, I thought it was quite interesting. Like, and I may have radicalized him, although he seemed quite radicalized already. I don't know, but by the end of it, I don't know. I hope he was joking, because I think he said he was going to do terrorism or some shit. I don't know. Anyway. That one was kind of scary.
Loner box. You
It was a good debate, though.
cuck
Good
bastard.
conversation. Good challenging arguments. Why can't we do it if Israel does it? Okay. Standard username, Canadian, with the 5 Canadian, thanks very much. On the topic of genocide, do you have to follow the steps step by step, or no? No, you don't. the essay that gives you the 10 stages of genocide doesn't even says that. I think they were joking, they were laughing. Yeah, I know. The guy was like, yeah, he was a clever guy as well, I thought. Anyway. Deepak Vosh drama? Maybe I'll start with that. Maybe we'll do Deepak Vosh drama because it's quick. I know it's quick. I know it's a short video. All right, let's go. Do you think celebrating Kissinger's death is wrong? Not really. The difference between someone like Kissinger and the Queen, for example, because I know that's the other example people might go to, is that the level of fucking mens rea when it came to Kissinger's actions is just so much more explicit. Like, he didn't have to, you know, the Queen played a role that was fairly passive, even at the British Empire's worst. When she did take an active role and actually step beyond her parameters, it was to do things that were actually like on the right side of history, like opposing apartheid and shit. But for Kissinger, that guy was just full on, you know? He was the decision maker. Anyway, Deepak Vosh drama. What even happened here?
All right, I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to do it. And then here's my only request. You tell me whether I should do stuff like this. Over the weekend, our team found a handful of clips of me being criticized by other people, ostensibly on the left, for things I supposedly said about the Israeli-Hamas conflict. Fine. In general, I don't do tit for tat. Let me generate a war and respond to this stuff. What I'm increasingly doing is not reacting to the vast majority of this stuff and really trying to take on a personal level an attitude of, hey, you know what? Not everybody's going to like me. If I find out someone who I don't know doesn't like me, it doesn't really affect my life in any way. And really, in addition to barely posting on social media anymore, really trying to consume the information that I believe is worthwhile, reading a ton, primary sources, doing my commentary, and really tuning out the noise. Because
Pac-Man is a bit of a legend. Yeah, it's funny. It goes to show you that you don't actually... I always wondered this. I was like, if I'd been less combative in the last year, if I'd been a bit less aggressive and fucking snarky and fighting with everyone and shit, maybe a lot of my old left-wing audience would have stayed. But I see someone like Pac-Man, who's just the nicest guy and like probably one of the most well-adjusted people. At least he projects that image. He could be insane. I don't know. And leftists fucking hate him. They think he's the devil and shit. They think he's like pure evil. So yeah, I don't know. He's not a nice guy, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, but, yeah. So I feel okay with the fact that I can actually just be as that I can just be so much more like aggressive and debate fucking pedophile than this guy and still just get like basically the same results. So it's win-win, really.
It's important to remember, none of this stuff is real life. The fact that someone I don't know on the internet doesn't like me.
Well, it's easy for you to say you're liberal, fucking the people are dying. It's done. It's just how people feel when they see this guy.
Really doesn't matter. And so it's important, and the way I've been thinking about it is, in 10 years, will I regret it if I don't respond to random people on the internet who don't like me? I
always get accused of being not radical enough. Half of it's a language demeanor thing. Yeah, it's like, bro, I remember reading the comments of that video of yours on Learning Economics that I was in, and there were people like telling you to stay away from me because I'm bad news and shit. And that happens every time a progressive person gets me to do voiceovers for their videos. I now need to give them disclaimers. I'm like, by the way, some people are going to tell you that you're like irresponsibly platforming a fascist for, yeah, work of democracy. Yeah. There were people saying things like, "Listen, I know you probably didn't know, but you should probably do your research next time you platform people like that." I'm sorry. Okay. Didn't I? No, you didn't. No, not the fucking. It was one where I did a voiceover. It was the free stuff is good, wasn't it? Didn't I do a fucking voiceover for one of these videos? It was the free stuff. Yeah, the one I did a voiceover for. Yeah. The one I did a voiceover. Yeah, this one. I think it was this one. There were people who got fucking furious that I've spoken this for like 10 seconds. Anyway.
I don't think so. So I'm increasingly not engaging with this stuff.
SDL.
I am going to respond to one of these because it's the only person who said something in these clips that I actually know who they are. The other ones my team found. We have no clue who these people are. There's a guy named Vosh. Some people know him as Ian Vaush, who has a channel. He's been on my channel. I've been on his channel. So he attacked me, and I'm going to play what he said, and I will talk about it. And you tell me, is this a complete and total damn waste of time? Or is this in any way useful? Okay, so let's take a listen. And just so you know, when he says Deepak, he's referring to me. There are some communities that refer to me as Deepak.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's listen.
He has a very, he's so dry. I can't tell. Like when he says like he's sometimes known as Ian Vaush, like I know he's joking, but the Deepak thing is like, I don't know. I love Deepak. He's really funny.
You say Deepak do just that. Deepak has always had really stupid opinions when it comes to Israel. When I raised a bunch of money for the Palestine Children Relief Fund, he like offhandedly said it might be going to Hamas.
Okay, so let's start there. My opinions are stupid. Very difficult to respond to. No, they aren't, bro. Your opinions are stupid. No, your opinions are stupid. They're not very substantive. My opinions are stupid.
Wait, what did he say? What did he?
Then he says, I said the money he was raising was going to Hamas. Now, I looked for this. This was years ago, where someone on my stream said, are you joining Vaush's fundraiser for X group? I didn't recognize the name of the group. And what I imagine I said, and I admit I don't remember, I remember the event. I don't remember exactly what I said. Okay. What I imagine I would say is, I am super careful about fundraising for any charity until I know damn sure everything about it. There are so many charities that we later find out sometimes are funding Hamas or other groups. There's the Holy Land Foundation for Relief and Development. Turned out money was going to Hamas. The International Relief Fund for the Afflicted and Needy. Turned out money was going to Hamas. So if I said it, I would not have said Vaush is giving money to Hamas.
What's the clip? I thought he said something like, I've heard that group maybe has some dodgy connections, so maybe I don't want to endorse that group, because he was asked to endorse it on the fly, right? Look what I saw. Look what I saw when I was looking for Vosh Deepak as a Zionist. Vosh platformed as Zionist ethno-nationalist. Okay. Seriously. Jesus Christ. Check stream chat. Hey, let's find out what was said.
Can you do a shout out to Vosh's charity stream and Twitch raid? He's raised money for Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
That rings a bell to me.
Uh-oh.
Let me look that up.
Why my fucking buzzer just go?
Palestine Children's Relief Fund has been criticized due to its financial affiliation with the Holy Land Foundation, which was shut down for suspected funneling of donations to terrorist organizations. So no, that's not something I'm going to get involved in.
Oh, fuck. 1 second. Sorry, I had to get a parcel for someone. Oh, okay. So apparently Deepak did accuse Vosh of funneling money to Hamas. Okay.
That's not a good connection.
Uh-oh.
Can you do a shout out to Vosh's charity?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Deepak is a Zionist. That's not surprising to me. Just so you guys know, the source or like the assertion that he's referring to there is an old one, and it stems from like the charity has assisted children, and those children's parents were associated with an organization associated with Hamas. We're talking like multiple layers deep. The problem is that Hamas is pretty broadly integrated into Palestine. They have their hands in a lot of things. I mean, they're one of the dominant power structures there, of course. So pretty much everything in Palestine is about 2 degrees of separation from Hamas. And people will use this as an excuse to label everything they don't like as terrorist sympathizers. And it's a way, essentially the legitimizing mechanism that allows Israel to do what it does over there. Yeah, it's I think it's an incredibly irresponsible mentality, and I think this is definitely a major blind spot for David Pakman, which is unfortunate, but I saw him getting some criticism from his followers, it seemed, because he wasn't talking about anything going on in Israel-Palestine, and I think the reason why is because he thinks Israel's in the right, which kind of goes against the predominant left-leaning narrative right now. So he didn't want to talk about it because he knew it would only bring him controversy and drama. You know?
Okay. Let's see. So that's what was actually said. Okay.
If I said anything along these lines, it would have been, I don't know about that group. I'm super careful before I join any fundraiser. And in particular, in this case, because of that. There's nothing wrong with raising money for Palestinian kids. I'm just by nature skeptical of charities, especially in opportunistic, fast-moving situations. I wasn't able to find what I said. Let's continue. Here is Vaush's critique. My positions are stupid. Okay.
He's always been like a Zionist, parentheses negative.
I've always been a Zionist. Now, again, how can I respond to that? Because at this point, Zionist as a word has essentially no meaning. I'll explain to you how the conversations usually go. You're a Zionist. Oh, okay. What exactly did I say? Well, you said you like the bombing of Palestinian kids. Oh, really? When did I say that? Well, I don't know. It's not that you said it, but it seems
What
like...
does parentheses negative mean? Bro, I don't know. It probably means the same thing as that word. Was it exigent? Yeah, that word. It probably means the same as that. Occasionally, just from time to time. Vosh sometimes like just makes up words and phrases. Anyway,
like you aren't as worried about. Okay, Zionist is a really silly term right now because some people use the term as an insult, as an attack. Very few people use it to describe any cohesive set of ideas. So, for example, some people will simply say, I don't think it's legitimate to suggest that Israel as a country be eliminated to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I'm one of those people, right? For me, the solution isn't going to be the destruction or elimination of Israel. The fact that I think Israel has a, quote, right to exist, to some people makes me a, quote, Zionist. For others, Zionism means I believe Israel should take the entire Palestinian territories, or I believe Israel should build more settlements, or things I don't believe. So Zionist in this context tells us very, very little. What I can tell you is I'm against the illegal settlement in the West Bank. I want to stop the Gaza blockade. I want all violence to stop. I am an opponent of Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party at just about every step. I don't believe Benjamin Netanyahu will ever be an arbiter for peace. I don't believe Hamas will either, by the way. So those are my views. But again, I've been called a Zionist and it's been used as an insult. And my positions have been called stupid. Okay.
Got mad at me when I said that before, but like literally, he's literally like taking the worst possible positions on this. Apparently
he won't name any of the positions.
Community is going after him for it too, because like, yeah, it's getting increasingly unpopular to be just like a bloodthirsty psychopath when it comes to the ongoing destruction of the Palestinian people.
There you go. I'm a bloodthirsty psychopath and my own community has turned against me. So listen, in terms of my community turning against me, you know, I've talked about a bunch of people canceled memberships. More people started them. We have more of a following on every platform today than we ever have in history. Okay. The show is bigger today on every platform, and we have more members today than we have ever had. You evaluate whether my community is turning against me. And you know, when we start hearing stuff like bloodthirsty psychopath, I consider those ad hominems. I would love to get a list of the psychopathically bloodthirsty things I've said. So,
I'll have you find Mr. Fat Ian Vosh Kozbinski. I'll have you find that those are insults, they're not arguments. Otherwise known as the ad hominem fallacy. May I invite you to once again attempt to rephrase your argument, and this time preferably include an argument. Jesus.
There's not much to respond to.
Then Deepak streams get like tens of thousands of viewers and shit. Yeah.
I'm not going to do any ad hominems on Vaush. I'm trying not to engage in this stuff. I'm trying to just demonstrate, look, here's an attack. It's not substantive. It's ad hominem, bloodthirsty psychopath, stupid opinions, etc.
I give Deepak a month before he starts saying slurs and debating callers and screaming at them.
There's no substance for me to respond to, and people can judge for themselves whether they think these are reasoned critiques or not. I'm disappointed in Vaush. I am. But I'm not going to respond in kind. I have no interest in ad hominems beyond there is very little substance there. Here's the bottom line. I'm fine being disliked. This is it's sort of been my New Year's resolution, but I made it like 6.5, 7 months ago. I was on a particular trip and I read a really interesting Japanese philosophy book called The Courage to be Disliked. And I've really revised my views on a lot of things. Not everybody's going to like me, and that's okay. And in particular, people whose views are so different than mine, like it's not super likely socialists are going to like what I have to say about a lot of things. That's okay. We can all exist.
Hey, Harley, how's it going?
We don't have to resort to ad hominem. Sometimes people do, but we don't have to. And I am going to continue making an effort.
He asked Destiny if he was autistic because he held a stance on Rittenhouse. Yeah, that's good. That's a good ad hominem right there. That's the Chud Logic signature, isn't it? Are you autistic?
Not to stoop to the ad hominems, to keep doing my thing. And I think the show is going to keep growing. By the way, we're down to our last 14,000 YouTube subscribers before we hit 2 million and enter a class that has only 2 people in it right now, Brian Tyler Cohen and the Young Turks.
Whoa.
We will soon become the 3rd of 3 left YouTube channels with over 2 million subscribers. Whoa. That's a positive thing that we can be excited about.
Bro, how do I get 2 million subscribers? I want 2 million subscribers. What the fuck? Okay, that was a very interesting feud with like basically nothing in it. So Vosh called Pac-Man some names, and you gotta put the work in daily for that. Bro, I do work daily. I don't know why you think I don't work daily, but it's Yeah, sleeping more than 5 hours a night might help. Yeah. I'm almost at 25K. That's pretty cool. That's pretty banging. Left Reckoning did a Deepak hit piece. I don't even know who Left Reckoning is. Stop taking vacations. I'm not taking fucking okay, so I took like 2 days off. Then I came back and got sick. That's what happened. Fuck off. All right. Andre with the 25 Rons. I don't know what those are. Good evening, sir. I would eat baked beans with you. I love baked beans. I'm not ashamed. Simple as. Okay. I like your tie-dye. Where is it from? Once every 18 months, I will Google search tie-dye t-shirts and just find the best ones on the top of the list. So I don't know where this one's from. It's probably from ASOS or maybe Pull and Bear. I don't know. It's got this on it. I don't know what the fuck this is. Some QR code bullshit. I don't know. Matt Lech, your favorite lefty personality, is one half of Left Reckoning. Him and David Griscom, the economist Michael Brooks used to have on. They're pretty small. Yeah, that Matt Lech guy, I've watched Majority Report for like 2 or 3 years. I've never heard Matt Lech say anything like insightful or interesting or funny or yeah, he's just like
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
like if I got hit on the head and half my personality just kind of like fell out of my ears, I would probably turn into Matt Lech. Like that's anyway. Shall we start with willymac versus Hasan? I will debate Learnerbox and his silence and the matter speaks volumes. Let's go. Yeah. Let's fucking smash. Let's dance. Okay, let's watch this. Supposed bus attack in Jerusalem. I saw there was an attack in Jerusalem. Yeah. We'll get to it. Okay. No, they didn't debate again. I think willymac has decided to make a finale on it. Anyway, Hasan only gets worse. Damn. Oh, NY Sing 20 with the raid of 7. Thank you so much. Wow. Really appreciate that. I have no idea. Huh, hang on. Who is that? Have I ever seen that person before? 20. Loves to play RPGs. Cool. Who is this person? Let's damn, they stream for 12 hours. Oh, the Dark Souls player. Is that what this is? I don't fucking know. Look at him go.
17 attempts on Crystal Sage.
Come on.
Listen.
Cool. All right. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Okay. Here. I'll paste this in the YouTube chat. There you go. If anyone wants to follow this person, there you go. Oh. If anyone wants to check out 12-hour Dark Souls fucking escapades, go. Give him a follow. Let's see. Hasan only gets worse. Continues to push misinformation. Why do you got this red exclamation mark? What the fuck? How do you do that? What? Wow, that's so cool. All right.
Hello, comrades. I recently wrapped up a video series covering the worst political streamer.
Comrades, that's you guys.
Hasan Piker. And whenever I wrap up a series like this, I like to do a bit of a retrospective to see if anything has changed. And when it comes to our favorite lolcow Hasan, no, he hasn't changed anything despite getting massive pushback from outsiders as well as his own fans.
Holy shit. People still have dislikes.
Remember the Holodomor?
People still use the dislike button. Phantom, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Where was that?
No, he hasn't changed anything despite getting massive pushback.
Is that from his own channel? Is that the debate VOD? What the fuck? Hey. Hasan debates willymac show on his lies. Yeah, that's it. Bro, look at that. That's a lot of dislikes from the Hasan Abbey Productions channel. What the fuck? I know it's like I've got the extension. I just didn't realize anyone else did. Okay, wow. That's wild. Bro, he got cum blasted in that. Whoa, shit. That was a debate airplane hijacking, if I ever saw one. All right. Teb, thanks for the 35
Loner box.
90
You
shekels.
smarmy
There you go.
Cuck bastard.
Lonerbox, I wanted to tell you that once my ex dumped me and dated a Maronite Lebanese she met. But after knowing you, I understand it now and I'm ready to forgive her. Thanks and enjoy the shekels. What the fuck? Okay. That's a really strange comment, but you know, listen. There's really no shame. Okay.
From outsiders as well as his own fans. In fact, he's done the exact same.
What platform is that happening on? Is that like is Social Blade gonna show me? I didn't even know. I don't know what Hasan's stats are, what's happening to them, or Hasan Twitch? Hasan Abbey? Is this what I'm supposed to look at? The aesthetic is very Soviet, isn't it? I suppose he looks like a Russian and shit. Okay. Oh wow. What? Why did he lose 40,000 followers in July 2019? Is this because he said America deserved 9/11? Okay. And then it's still okay. It's still pretty good. Yeah. Okay.
Same things just this past week. So I'm going to play Professor Willy and I'm going to test Hasan to see if he's improved on any of the things I've criticized him for. It's only 3 questions. Does he react to content fairly now? Has he covered news stories accurately? And has he become a little bit more self-aware? When it comes to him not abiding by fair use laws, stealing content, it's the same old story. He gets up and leaves mid-video, letting it play to the finish while he's not even there. People were originally angry with me that I didn't use enough new examples of Hasan getting up while the video was still playing. Well, to the surprise—
Oh yeah, because he told Ethan that he stopped doing it. That's true. What am I supposed to look at here? This tells me nothing. So when he's gaming, he gets less view. Okay, obviously. What am I supposed to look at here? Is it like concurrent viewers over time? How do I look at that? Excuse me. Trends. Where the fuck is trends? 365 days? Oh, is it there? Oh. So he's gone from 30,000 average viewers to 2021? I want to read the fucking gray line, you asshole. Shit. 30,000 to, yeah, about 21, 22. Okay. I guess that's a bit of a drop. There's no getting around that. Nowhere to run. Oh well. F's in the chat. Wow.
Surprise of only Hasan fans, he has done this every single day since my—
You can't conclude shit from a graph like that. Well, Welcome to the concluders battalion. Yes, you can.
Video has come out.
Ceasefire near
Not once did he pause the video when he left. He always unpauses it.
Actually, here's something that's interesting. Let's have a look at Central Committee. Oh, he's stable. He's actually a little bit up. Who else streams on Twitch for politics? Denims? She'll probably have a big increase over the last year. Yep, look at her zooming. She had 911 average at the beginning of the year, last year. But then it went to 15, like, yeah, just under 1,000. And now she's closer to 1,500. Damn. Damn. All right. Well, I can't get Destiny on Twitch, can I? This is Twitch. Unless... Oh, no. Uh-oh. F's in the chat for a good friend, Destiny. Oh, shit. So he was always... Oh, no. Okay. What the fuck happened here? When he had 22,000 viewers. It was always like... Yeah, he was always getting like between 2,000 and 3,000 average, wasn't it? Because I guess he also had viewers on YouTube or... Damn. Retired streamer. Yeah, well. Is it the N-word stream? To be fair, who are we talking to here? This guy. Look, we're still in the upward trend. There's no fucking about. 200. Look at us go. Oh, well. We've got... Listen, we're going to keep persisting, okay?
He's great, in other words. So, he won a huge victory yesterday in Argentina's presidential election.
It doesn't matter if he's reacting to the news or other people's YouTube videos. He's not putting in the minimum effort when it comes to properly following copyright law. His own fans are making fun of him, saying, Chair Camp, calling everyone a horrible person who calls him out for it.
Chair Camp, I love seeing Chair. There's gonna be a lot of like weird trolls that come in here today and just like repeat stuff that I've said as though it's an own. Because they're just objectively bad people in general.
Failed, but I'm sure he'll pass the next question.
Oh my god, he's crying! What a f***ing bitch!
This guy's insane. Almost as insane as being able to turn your room into a planetarium. It's Cyber Week, and that means it's the best time of year for shopping online. God. And I just found the gem of a lifetime. It's the Galaxy Projector 2.0 lamp, turning any space into outer space.
Wow.
My favorite use for it is on those late night gaming sessions where you could just immerse yourself, losing track of time. And it's very customizable all through their app, able to adjust the color, the speed, the brightness of the stars.
Wow.
And it's smart too, able to hook up to Amazon Alexa or Google Assistant. From gaming and movies to
who the fuck lives in this flat? I'm sorry.
And it's
Wait,
smart
what?
too, able to...
Is this Willie Mac's flat? No fucking way. What? This is like it's like a scene from Succession or some shit.
Hook up to Amazon Alexa or Google Assistant. From gaming and movies to parties and relaxation, the Galaxy lamp is able to add that little bit of flair to any room. Any room. You could take a cosmic crap if you want. Be sure to go to galaxylamps.co/willymac show to get your Galaxy Projector 2.0 and take advantage of the grandest sale of the year. Thank you, Galaxy Lamps, for sponsoring this video.
Should I buy it? Should I get it?
So hard to be an
Jesus.
ally sometimes.
Hasan and I's debates centered around his poor news coverage where he jumps wildly to conclusions before getting the full story, and then never apologizing or correcting the story when he's wrong. Instead, he shifts the goalpost. He's done this multiple times with Ukraine, Iran, Israel. I've uploaded 2 other videos covering this in detail if you want to catch up. Point is, he's done it again. He couldn't go 1 week without misreporting a story. On Twitter, a video went viral, 8 million views, showing a Palestinian kid get yelled at by Israeli police. The tweet was captioned...
Fuck this fucking I can't get over how mental this interrogator is. What the fuck? Fucking Hasmike. Look at his big, angry, baldy head. Because he's like a Moroccan Jew or some shit, isn't he? And apparently that's how they talk. Although I don't think that's the only excuse for what.
Ahmad was kidnapped 8 years ago when he was only 13 years old. This leaked video shows Israeli officers interrogating him. This is how Israelis treat Palestinian children. Israel kidnapped over 880 Palestinian children in 2023 only. Hasan would immediately quote tweet this saying, "Indefensible monsters," getting another 5 million views and over 75,000 likes. Now Hasan just made it seem like Israel kidnapped this kid for no reason. They're monsters. But if you just take 2 seconds and Google his name, you'll see that he was running around holding knives with his 15-year-old cousin. His cousin stabbed a 13-year-old Israeli boy and another 21-year-old before getting shot by a dude he also tried to stab. The boy in the video was then stopped after getting hit by a car. That is not the same as this kid getting kidnapped by the IDF. He was arrested and convicted for attempted murder. He's on video doing it. Hasan doesn't care to add any of that crucial context because the truth does not matter to him. May I remind you, this is the same guy who says he does a better job at reporting than most news outlets.
I am not held up by the same journalistic standards, even though I think I do a much better job than most other news outlets in general.
I responded to him with, "Amazing journalism, Hasan." And his response to me is exactly what I've been criticizing him for. He demonizes me, moves the goalpost, and then continues to get the story wrong. You think it's okay to torture and extract a confession out of a 13-year-old? You depraved freak? He's making it sound like I love torturing kids. The torture Hasan is referring to is the cops threatening and insulting the kid during the interrogation. It's in his own linked source. As for the extracted confession, again, he did do it. It's on camera. Hasan continues, "Do you know anything about this case?"
Doesn't the kid like answer the question and the guy just screams shukran at him, like thank you? Oh god.
Was run over by a car before this. No, he was run over by a car after he was an accomplice in stabbing 2 people. You don't know anything about this case. He then says his 15-year-old cousin who stabbed 2 people was shot dead on the spot. But again, if you just watch the video, the 15-year-old ran at and tried to stab a 3rd person who then shot him. I would show you the video, but YouTube won't allow it. It is easy enough to Google for yourself. Not a single sentence of this tweet was right. Hasan would then go on stream and rewrite history, framing everyone as toddler murderers.
What's important here is to understand that the position that they're taking is to violently torture toddlers.
Who's this chatter just pasting Hasan's response to willymac? That's what he did, right? This is Hasan's response to willymac on Twitter. This chatter just pasted. Who the fuck is this guy?
Toddlers for crimes that they are either suspected of doing or sometimes openly not even convicted of doing.
This guy is talking about Ahmed, who is convicted and guilty on every level. But if you believe that objective truth, you're a toddler murderer.
Your expectation should not be that like these are perfect victims. Your expectation should be to abide by at least some standards that show a semblance of morality when incarcerating a 13-year-old. Okay? In that situation, the 13-year-old with the knife is not the animal. The whole ass adult and the entire structure that imprisoned him and placed him in solitary confinement and broke him and developed where he developed schizophrenia, that is the animalistic, barbaric structure. Okay? A 13-year-old is innocent, man. Fucking ridiculous.
I don't get how he's victimized.
Okay, I don't know. Would you say would you really go out and say like John Venables is like innocent because he's a kid? Like kids can still commit crimes. You can still say I don't know what. I feel like it was pretty easy to criticize the Israeli system where they like use really, really punitive action on criminals, especially if they're Palestinian. They have a massive double standards where settlers can basically get away with, like, more or less get away with murder, where the convictions are so weak and the sentences are so bad, like, on one side, and the other, they're, like, really lenient. So, and I imagine, regardless of what country you're in, it probably happens in every country, but, like, interrogators should not be screaming at fucking suspects like that to get information out of them. Because I imagine that kid probably didn't have a lawyer when that whole thing was happening. Yeah, fuck. that's not the purpose of Willy's video. No, I know it's not the purpose, but I'm saying for Hasan. Like, there are so many ways you could criticize the system with, in a way that Hasan wants to, without saying that a kid who runs around chasing someone with a knife is a victim, and without whatever else it is, like, and without sharing a Hamas fucking news website on Twitter. Like, because Quds News Network is affiliated with Hamas and PIJ. I don't really know if you should ever be sharing tweets from those guys. It's quite, it's not good.
This kid. 13-year-olds can and do commit crimes. In the United States, we have 13-year-olds that have served life sentences for attempted murder. Same charge.
And I don't know what this dude's like personal politics are, but I don't think he's like anti-Palestinian. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. But it is very shocking to me that like these guys will literally take any position they can because they probably think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
You don't.
And this makes it seem like Ahmad Manazra was like completely living his life and then that was just like ripped off the streets or something. I guess that's the reason.
Oh my God, he's learning. Yes, you misreported the story. That's the point.
Yeah, the fact that they said he was kidnapped is quite fucking stupid. Yeah, yes. That's why you don't share videos and tweets from Quds News Network who are affiliated with Hamas and PIJ. It's why you don't share Hamas propaganda to do your pro-Palestinian coverage. Like, it looks quite bad, actually. Okay. Look, its fucking header is Operation Al-Aqsa Flood live coverage with a picture of a fucking paraglider in the background and these guys on their little Jeep celebrate. What the fuck, man? I don't. Why? I don't even know if these are the guys. These are not your guys. Who follows them? Is anyone else I know? Have any of these people actually retweeted these guys? Just a free Palestine advocate. Yeah, well.
Finally getting it. Progress.
I suspect he didn't fucking know the full details and saw something on Reddit and thought, oh, this is a good opportunity to strike.
You don't know the full details.
Without like reading up on it again. Or even if now he's read up on it, he probably can still try and justify it by being like, look at the video. He's running around with a knife. A 13-year-old under no circumstances should be put under this condition, okay? There's no world in which this is appropriate or acceptable.
If he wants to have the opinion that you shouldn't be able to imprison 13-year-olds, okay, fine. But just look at how he shifted the goalpost throughout this entire conversation. It starts off with the IDF are monsters for kidnapping this 13-year-old for no reason. When called out, he demonizes me by implying that I like it when 13-year-olds get tortured. He then says the cousin was shot on the spot, leaving out the details that he was trying to stab a third person. He then calls everyone toddler murderers for thinking these kids are guilty, which they are.
The position that they're taking is to violently torture toddlers.
And then when he finally gets on stream, the argument becomes, well, they did do it, but 13-year-olds shouldn't serve 9 years. Oh, and Willy's a drama farmer, so it doesn't matter if I'm wrong.
The reason why
I think the way this guy lays out his arguments very clearly. I think that's quite helpful. It's good bread and butter, good working class video essay.
Bringing this up though is because while this dipshit doesn't have any real politics associated with it and is just simply trying to drama bait and drama farm, there are, however, plenty of people who do legitimately have a political ideological position.
Hold on. If you actually cared about any of the news you covered, you would get it right the first time. You wouldn't leave out all these crucial details. Don't pretend like you care when you really don't. Hasan admitting he's a propagandist isn't a meme at this point, because that's what he's actually doing, misrepresenting stories to support his worldview.
Just like I do propaganda.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
But Hasan doesn't only get geopolitical news wrong, he's so incompetent he can't even get YouTube drama right. Let's detour. Pokimane came under fire when she launched her newly made
Oh god, I know nothing about this story. Finally, let's learn. I've been waiting so long to learn about the Pokimane cookie drama. Let's go.
Cookies. This happened because she acted like she was in a lab crafting these for 2 years.
I'm so excited that I finally can. Like, I can't believe I'm uttering these words. I have been working on launching a brand / company / product for the last 2 years. Imagine 2 years of not being able to share that.
When in reality is the exact same ingredients as another brand. Showing
Oh no. That's a coincidence though, isn't it? Isn't it? Because this one's 4 servings, this one's 14 servings. Right?
that was most likely a white labeled product. She also marketed it as a health food because there is extra vitamin D, but there is nowhere near enough vitamin D to supplement a vitamin deficiency like she claims.
Like, it was just an idea in my mind. I had no idea if it was possible, but she made it happen. We have infused vitamin D. If you are like me, you might have a vitamin D deficiency. I know I have for a very long time. Anytime I get my blood work done, that's always top of the list. I'm always trying to take vitamin D supplements. The fact that we can make a delicious, healthy snack and it has functional benefits like vitamin D,
And by the way, the nutritional facts, these are the exact same cookies. The only difference is 3 micrograms of vitamin D. Now this is where I get a little bit upset. You have to eat 7 cookies to get 120 IUs of vitamin D every single day. In my opinion, that is not an efficacious dose of vitamin D, and therefore it should not be used to market product.
Pokimane would sell these in packs of 4 for $28, breaking down to $7 a pack, which I think is a pretty hefty price for repackaged cookies, but Pokey would laugh at everyone for saying so.
Like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags. That's $7 a bag. I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Who is this person? This Pokey? I don't know fucking anything about this person. I just know that she gets into drama sometimes. Maybe I shouldn't know. Maybe it's bad. I don't know.
A hilarious response since she said this in her launch video.
I don't really come out with many things. I haven't even had merch in like years. I don't want you guys spending your money on something unless it's really, really worth your money. I don't like to promote very many things for that reason. So I really hope it's something that you guys will love just as much as I love it.
They don't. She would also be called a hypocrite because she criticized creators in the past for using the same rhetoric. Invader V called her viewers broke for not subbing to her for $5.
Doesn't matter how broke you are. If you have time to watch Twitch, you have $10, truly. If you don't have $10, you probably don't have time to watch Twitch because you should be working. You should be trying to earn money. It's not a ton. It's not like a ton of money.
Pokey would reply, if
that's actually facts. There are like 100 people watching the Twitch now, and I have not got 100 subs today. That's a problem. That's facts. Oh. I guess I found one, the Surfs liked a tweet that retweeted Kud's News Network. Whatever. Okay. I guess it's going out. It's probably going around. I don't know.
$5 is an irrelevant amount of money, then she shouldn't need the $5 from your subscription. If she argues that it adds up when multiple people give her $5, then she should realize it works the same way when it comes to saving. Get these takes off of my timeline and off of my streaming platform. Pokey is objectively wrong in this situation. She's falsely advertised the product in multiple ways, she's charging a lot of money for it, and she's hypocritically calling her audience broke for not buying it. It is a slam dunk case. How could you possibly
an anonymous viewer. Thanks for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that.
Screw up covering this this story? Well, Hasan finds a way. Charlie made a video saying pretty much the exact same thing I told you, and Hasan, while reacting to it, implied that you would only have that opinion because she's a woman. But first, of course, he has to leave while the video is still playing.
The chance that you have... My brain is scrambled. What happened?
So after missing all the context of Charlie's video, he comes back and says this. When Pokey calls everyone broke.
The big mistake here is that she thought that she could be a woman online and then also come across as not super serious in this very important moment. Even if you're fucking joking, even if you're fucking making a meme like, oh, broke boys or whatever, one that I've made a million times over.
How many people did
Tensions are high. People are looking for drama.
William, thanks for
They're
the
gonna
gifted sub.
fucking cut this as though you are
And
100.
Mua L, thanks for the sub on YouTube. Wow. Damn, you guys. That's like 96 to go. Holy shit. Okay.
100% genuine, and you're going, yeah, you're poor shaming.
She's not joking. She's unironically mad that people have a problem with the price tag. If you watch the full context of her stream, it's clear she's not joking, but it's Hasan. Zero research Hasan. Just makes things up.
This is literally a
How is he always eating? My guess is he's not always eating. He's eating for parts of his stream, and you see a lot of clips where he happens to be eating in them. It's a forced perspective.
Remember the
That's what that is.
Holodomor?
Science. Demerkin, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that.
Poor joke to XQC's entire platform. Exactly. Here's who's doing it. Pokemon. She's not allowed to do it. I'm gonna get mad now. The other thing
He's
about
also
how
a big
unhinged
person,
haters are in
yeah.
this case is how I doubt that the deep dive in the cookies would have been even happening if it was a different content creator doing it. No, exactly. That's the point.
Hasan saying XQC would get away with this again just shows how much he talks out of his ass. Charlie would debunk Hasan's point immediately on stream.
Hasan said if XQC said that to his community was broke, nobody would say a thing, so Pokey is a victim, I guess. Did Hasan really say that? Because every time XQC brings up money, Twitter eats him alive the same way, if not worse than Pokey.
Charlie's 100% right here. XQC gets grilled constantly for bringing up money. It's ridiculous to imply sexism is at play when it comes to Pokey. Hasan's ignorance on this topic can be summed up with one clip.
I think this whole look, her own community has brought up valid concerns about the cookie gate and the cookie prices, and she's yelling at them is silly. That's not what happened.
Then what happened?
I don't even know what happened, but I know that's not what happened.
Cool. On the...
He set that up really well. That was good.
How many people did he murder?
War crime is my waifu. Thanks for the gifted sub. What a name. Is that the IDF waifu? Is that you? Oh god, she better not be watching me. There's no, I don't want her in my community. The views just keep going up, guys. What the fuck? 1,500 viewers. Shit. What's like this Twitter account is insane.
How many people did he murder?
Adam from NJ, thanks for the gifted sub. Wow. Like she just keeps posting. She posted this in the yesterday. Where the fuck is she? I thought she was in the fields. Did she go back home? This is her home. Look, that's a home. Unless this is like the barracks. I don't even... What's she doing? And this is her sleeping in a fucking bed and shit. She's not on duty. What's happening? Or I guess they're taking at different times? Fuck. Like, she's always in full makeup in the middle of the desert and shit. Like, I don't understand. I have a feeling. I have a feeling she's like a really bad person. I don't know why. I just have a feeling. Me existing, the media. She's an IDF psyop. Giving it all now so when my future Jewish babies grow up, they'll have a safe place to call home. Bro, I don't know. I don't trust her. She posed with Wagner people. No fucking way.
Remember
No.
the Holodomor?
Silly Gats, thanks for this up. Post in stream chat. I don't believe you. There's no way. What? Name the first president of Palestine and I'll leave their country. Bro, she's a bad person. The fuck? Yeah, I mean Arafat, but okay. Fuck me, man. She seems like the kind of person. She's the kind of person who would cheat on her partner with 14 fucking sailors and then write a twit longer about how it was his fault. That's the vibe I'm getting from this person. But I don't know. It's just gun white. Fuck me. She accidentally admitted it's their country. Yeah, right? Scroll down one. Oh no. Does it get worse? What? There's no way. She's not a real person. If you keep saying free Palestine, us Jews are gonna take it. We love free stuff. I don't believe it. It's some. I think she's Russian. I mean, you can be a Russian Jew, I guess. But fuck, man. Yeah.
Ground journalist Hasan Piker at work. This is the same criticism I brought up to Hasan in our debate.
You not watching my videos is the same level of reporting that you give Israel and Gaza. It's the same level of reporting that you give Ukraine.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think
minimum effort in, and
you are revealing, revealing how stupid you are by claiming that watching a fucking YouTube video is the same as like reading news reports and talking to on-the-ground journalists and forensic analysts.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you won't even do the bare minimum, and you won't even do it for a drama video.
I'm losing my fucking mind.
If Hasan can't accurately navigate a simple and straightforward drama about cookies, do you think he's capable of navigating these complex geopolitical issues? No, of course not. He's making stuff up all the same. And since it's about breaking news, his misreporting leads to people getting radicalized, and him labeling people as
oh no.
drama farmers who correct him. It's embarrassing.
It's shocking, I guess, more so to me that this is like a farming operation that works.
When he says this, he's just self-reporting as a full-on lolcow. If you want people to stop farming you, you have to stop misreporting stories. You have all the power in this situation, but he can't because he's unaware of his lolcow ways. Fresh milk from Willie's Drama Farm in Piker City, USA. Buy a hat. It's a real hat at willymacshop.com. Link in the description. Comes with extra vitamin D. I give it an A+. There is just zero accountability with this guy when it
He's got merch? Why don't I have merch? I don't think I could ever bring myself to do that, to make Loner Box merch. That's just, no, fuck, I'm not doing it. But, shit. Here's the Wagner thing. Oh, no. Loner Box socks. I know you guys would buy my merch, okay, but fuck. What? What? Why is she with the Wagner group? How? Is she not Israeli? When do Israelis hang out with fucking Wagner group? Pornhub, yeah. Oh, he's just it. Is it photoshopped? I don't even know. Yeah, I think it's made up. I need to know the truth about this crazy person, okay? The fucking IDF waifus and shit. Tabbouleh merch. Yeah, I could make my own Tabbouleh brands, yeah.
comes to covering the news. Hasan Piker, F.
It's illegal drugs.
Dude, this guy is such a fucking idiot, dude. One, you're black.
Hasan has been misreporting stories going on 2
Dude, if it was Photoshop, why would she post it on her own Twitter? I don't know.
Years now, and his Twitch audience has been dwindling because of it. And due to his demonization of other people for having different points of view, he lost his biggest avenue to new viewers, being the Leftover podcast.
People are saying rip leftovers. Yeah, probably. The whole fucking thing was such a disappointing, horrible experience, how it ended. I just know the stuff that people were saying about me was just bananas. Yeah, I don't know. Not worth it. It's just not worth it.
He's now had so many streamers and YouTubers laugh at his poor coverage that his number is only going to keep dropping. And he's so desperate that he's resorting to criticizing his competitors for not jumping to conclusions.
Every time I see clips of Destiny, it's always like very confident, but also confidently unsure. But because he's like channeling State Department propaganda, it oftentimes is just left unnoticed. Like people don't look at it and go, wait, what do you mean? You're not really sure? Okay, well, how about you get sure?
Bro, I wish you were more unsure. The problem is you are way too sure. Hasan is so painfully unaware that he does this.
I don't know how you could ever use the State Department propaganda line again after... first of all, the State Department's not saying all that much. I guess they are commenting on the Israel stuff, but like State Department propaganda after what happened in Ukraine, when the State Department was so on it. They were so right. Everyone, even Europeans were like, I don't know, Russian invasion? That sounds crazy talk. Oh no, there they are. Like, yeah. Anyway, I don't know.
I have the exact opposite problem where I am grossly aware of the lack of knowledge that I have on a particular matter.
Hey.
Because there's so much.
Okay.
Always. There's so much more to learn. So I don't have that same level of confidence. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did! Yes, it did! Attack on U.S. consulate in Iran happening now? False flag. 100%. MEK false flag. When I say MEK, I just mean CIA. I said MEK, but I mean CIA.
Yes, you do have that same ignorant level of confidence. That's why you're always getting called out for being wrong. Saying, I don't know, I need to look into it first is a commendable trait, and people like Hasan should adopt that. Failed, 0% self-awareness, 0% on the test. Hasan is not going to change, and I don't expect him to, but I do think there's value in pointing out how frequently he gets stuff wrong. He couldn't go a week. He couldn't cover cookies. That being said, I'm moving on from Hasan. I'm sick of covering his fake news and his fake laugh. I just want to make videos on something fresher, at least until he screws up the next major geopolitical issue. I will be talking to Destiny at some point on his stream, just trying to wrap up some odds and ends that didn't make it in my videos. Until then, subscribe to the channel and be sure to check out Galaxy Lamps. Also, shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drink Kobex, Bo Blacks, Necro Valley, Stefan Bildman, Friday 13, Abby Blackbird, Eddie Bizzle, Tiz McFitz, Christopher H.
Leave the laugh alone. Yeah, Hasan's laugh is banging. Oh God. Oh fuck, mate. I don't know why. It's like it's a recurring theme that every time I get fucking ill, I get better, but then the throat cough shit just stays for like a month. I don't know. willymac has a video about Keffels being evil. Oh no. willymac will come for you next. He might do. He commented on my live stream once. He did do that. Because I empty chaired his video after watching him debate Hasan. I think he got the joke though. I think he was okay with it. We are 100 subs away, chat, from 25,000 subscribers.
Remember the Holodomor?
Cove Prench, thanks for the sub. We could actually have 25,000 subscribers. We could do it today. It's possible. I don't know if we'll do it today. 100 subs in a day is a bit for me. I don't usually get that many in a day. Okay. 25,000, yeah. Yeah, I'll have 25,000 if I get 100 more, yeah. all of whom are too broke to pay $5. Yep. Cucks. What are your thoughts on Bashir Jamail? Wasn't he a fucking crazy person? He was like the Phalanges leader. He's probably a bad guy, right? I don't know. Do you know anything about the stuff going on with Venezuela and Guyana? Well, I know Venezuela considers Guyana part of theirs because of some old colonial shit from like the fucking 1800s or maybe even earlier. So that's all I don't know. The border is like a massive forest. Venezuela has never fought a war like that. No, so I don't know. I don't know what either side is going to look like in a war or an invasion. I have no idea. Sounds mental. I don't know. I guess everyone just fancies a bit of the old invasion these days. Wars are so bad. Yeah. Ground invasions are so back, you guys. They're here and they're queer. Let's go. John Dagger, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Oh, I have to watch the Vosh debate now. Okay, let's see that. I think it's shorter. Z, thank you for the link. This is a 1 hour long debate. For fuck's sake, you guys. Oh, I thought this was going to be a quick one. Let's go. Let's see.
What's up, man? Nice to be on the show.
Yeah, nice
to. This is good because I haven't seen that much of Vosh's perspective on this. Maybe in an hour we'll get a good holistic view, shall we? 2 times it and it's no. We'll just watch it, okay? I'm gonna get some water and we're just gonna watch it normally, okay? Chill. 1 second. That is some unbelievably good aqua. Okay. Okay, chat. I want to see the chat properly though, so maybe I'll do it like this. Okay.
What's up, man? Nice to be on the show.
Yeah, nice to have you on. All's pretty informal here, so no need to stand on occasion. I appreciate you coming on. Tell chat watching who you are and also what you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, so my name is Ian Nasser Ramatarsing. I'm a political scientist from the Netherlands. Hey. I was born in Suriname, a beautiful country in South America. Might be a little bit unknown, but I like to represent them still. And yeah, I'm a big Ayn Rand fan. I'm an objectivist.
Oh shit!
For like 15 years, but I started out as a Marxist actually when I was 15, and I was actually very pro-Palestinian up until like 17, 18. Then I read Ayn Rand. My life changed, and I became some sort of right-wing, like quasi-politician, opinion guy. I come on TV sometime. But I'm trying to promote libertarianism and objectivism in the Netherlands.
Okay.
I gotta say, I'm very curious as to how libertarianism could possibly lead you to support Israel, considering the fact that in terms of like the representation of statehood, Israel is much more like willing to impose force on the freedom of individuals than anything like represented by Palestine.
Straight with the
I get where you're coming
Yeah.
from. I wouldn't say like I'm a fan of Israel. I would say if I would have to make a choice in the conflict, which side I would support, I would go with Israel because I think they respect individual rights more than Hamas, which is currently running Gaza. So in a situation where there would be some sort of secular or like moderate government in Gaza, and they would be able to represent themselves, I would be fine with them having a Palestinian country. I would fully support that.
But there
so
was
in that sense, yeah.
Well, there
Go
was
ahead.
a secular moderate government, and it was sort of like deliberately pushed out by Israel. Like Israel took the land, ethnically cleansed the area, have been restricting the rights of the Palestinian minority for nearly a century now, and Netanyahu and his predecessors have worked to push the Palestinians into a position.
Wait, what moderate government is he talking about there? That Israel pushed out. When they ethnically cleansed? Like what, before 48? There wasn't a moderate government before 48. There was like no government, really. All the leaders were in fucking Beirut and Cairo. Okay.
They're more and more likely to radicalize and sort of militantly oppose Israel, which I can't really blame them for, considering the fact that peace didn't really get them anywhere.
You mean you can't blame the Palestinians?
Yeah, I can't really blame the Palestinians for thinking that, like, militant terrorism is the only potential solution for them, considering the fact that, like, there were decades of, like, Palestinian Authority and efforts at peace talks, and it seemed like no matter what happened, just the Palestinian rights got eroded further and further.
But don't you agree with me that a lot of it is due to the Palestinian leadership? Like, there were plenty of opportunities where they had, like, good offers on the table. And let's be honest, they lost many wars. You and I both know how wars work. If you fight a war...
I still maintain, I don't think Camp David was a good idea, was a good offer. I think the Clinton parameters that were offered quite like just after Camp David, I think they made a lot more sense. But I think the PLO rejected the Clinton parameters to begin with. And then there was when the Intifada started, and then they went to Taba, and by the time Taba started, it was too late. Isn't that what happened?
You lose land.
I'll have to look into that.
That's how it always used to work up until now.
Well,
so if you lose like 3 wars in a row and you still get offered 92%, like that's a pretty good deal. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, that's not what happened. The area was controlled by the British Mandate, and when they decided to engage in the Zionist project, they engaged in the Nakba, and they deposed hundreds of thousands.
He's confusing Camp David with 1948, with a partition plan. 92%. Uh-oh. We're running into a bit of a trap here. Uh-oh. Okay. Camp David was 76. No, Camp David that I'm talking about. When people talk about 92% of the land, they're talking about Camp David in 2000. This. The one where the final Israeli offer was this, right? Or I don't think the final offer was actually drawn, but it was something similar to this. It basically had a cut from Jerusalem to the Dead Sea. It had a cut through the Ariel settlement, and it had the fucking Israelis temporarily controlling bits of the Jordan Valley. And then Palestinians were like, no, fuck this. We're not even going to put a counteroffer. And then I think Clinton offers the Clinton parameters just after it, which is a much more conjoined, like contiguous West Bank. Is it this one? Is this the Clinton parameters?
Remember the Holodomor?
Where the fuck did that? Oh. Yeah, this. But then I think they fucked this one off as well for a bit. But then Taba started. With this as the starting point, but then by the time the Taba negotiations started, it was already too late because Barack had basically lost his mandate, and Sharon was going to win the next election, and Clinton was on his way out as well. Yeah, there were two Camp Davids. There was the Camp David with between Israel and Egypt, and there was the Camp David in 2000 where the Israelis offered a final settlement of two states, but the two states, the Palestinian state, the steel man is that there were just too many fucking ifs and buts around and conditions around those two states that Palestine would have functionally not really been a sovereign state. They wouldn't have had control over their airspace. They would have not been contiguous. There was too much ambiguity over how long Israel intended to keep the Jordan Valley. There was too much ambiguity over what was going to happen with that like big strip that cut through the West Bank that was controlled by Israel. But the problem is that Arafat also didn't really make a counteroffer. He just walked. Some people say that the well was already poisoned to begin with on Camp David before it started because Barak hadn't completed the third redeployment out of the West Bank, which he was supposed to do as part of the Oslo Accords. But he would argue that Palestinians didn't fulfill their end of the Oslo Accords in time because they weren't appropriately disarming militant factions, especially the Tanzim, which was also part of the conditions of the Oslo Accords. So, And I think the impression I've got is that Arafat probably assumed that muscling and using the violence of the Intifada would allow him to get a better deal. He thought that they could get a better deal through showing more strength and being more fucking hardline. But the result was that it got Sharon elected and then all the negotiations ended. So, yeah. Wasn't a good move. Bad move. Have you forgotten the best peace plans 2008 or the Trump peace plan? No, I did forget those ones. Those bangers.
Thousands of people. A process which began before there was even any direct conflict. Like this opened with people. This project area was controlled by
good 3 wars in a row, and you still get offered 92%. Like that's a pretty good deal, wouldn't you agree?
Well, that's not what happened. The area was controlled by the British Mandate, and when they decided to engage in the Zionist project, they engaged in the Nakba, and they deposed hundreds of thousands of people. A process which began before.
Did he say the British? What's he saying here?
Mandate, and when they decided to engage in the Zionist project, they engaged in the Nakba, and they deposed hundreds of thousands of people. A process which began before there was even any direct conflict. Like this opened with ethnic cleansing, and since then, Palestinians have sort of lost. But I don't really believe in might makes right. Like I don't think that because you've won a war of conquest, you get to just indefinitely genocide the lesser ethnic group.
Well, a lot hangs on the word conquest there. So you're saying that when the Nakba started, it wasn't triggered by anything. It was just Israel just came in, threw those people out. There was no aggression initially from the Arab states surrounding. There was no disagreement about the peace deal. There were no Arab resentments about this Jewish state in their midst.
I don't like
Is that what you're claiming?
I don't like the implication that Palestinians and everyone associated with them has to be perfect and peaceful at all times, or it's justified to do a genocide against them. Like Palestinians and the Arab states have done things that I find disagreeable. None of that changes the fact that Israel chooses to commit a genocide, chooses to deprive them of their rights, chooses to keep them in an apartheid state. Like the idea of, even if we were to accept the idea that like the Palestinians have consistently been the ones to engage in aggression, which is simply not true. The opening of this whole thing, the Nakba, was predicated by scuffling in the area between like Jewish, British, and Arab groups, but the mass violence was absolutely put forward first, by the Israelis with the sort of like implied permission of the British Mandate. But even with all that taken, like acknowledged, right now Israel has
implied. I don't think he knows. Implied permission of the British Mandate. What with the Nakba? Like the British didn't they have an arms embargo at that time? They'd left it up to the UN and they had an arms embargo on both sides. I think
You smarmy.
I need to remember my timings.
Bastard.
Were the Brits not still allowing arms? Were Britain and France not still allowing arms to the Arab states after they put the embargo on Palestine? Or did they stop both at the same time? Because I think for a period before around 47, 48, the Arab states were actually better equipped than the Zionists until the Zionists managed to turn the balance through Czechoslovakia. But I don't know the exact timeline of the British embargoes on the Zionists and then on the Arab states. Okay. Partial pressure, thanks to the $9.99. Inappropriate for Lonerbox to go over the facts and history instead of just winging it and accusing everyone of genocide. Okay, nice one. Is it so hard to concede that there was a lot of killing on all sides in the years before 1948? Yeah, I know. Like it's easy to acknowledge that the Arabs started a war, that there was violence happening, and Israel was actually on the defensive. Before the Nakba, the attacks were on Jewish settlements first of all. At the once the partition plan was rejected, but that doesn't justify Israel's plan, which was to go around all these villages, and their very permissive, their leadership's very permissive attitude towards expelling fucking hundreds of thousands of people. So. It doesn't excuse Deir Yassin. It doesn't excuse the expulsions of Lida and Ramla. It doesn't excuse the way that they won those wars in Jaffa and Haifa and fucking all those other places. Yeah. But I just think Vosh might not know. I don't think he knows the details. The
power, and they're using that power to commit genocide and to commit ethnic cleansing. Nothing justifies that, even if the Palestinians have in the past been antagonistic to the concept of their own removal.
I don't like the use of the word genocide because I don't really find the proof for it. Like, if you look at the population numbers, they're always going up. I don't mean that as a corny thing to say or something, but how is it a genocide when they have all the power Israel has militarily, but the population keeps growing?
Wasn't Lida and Ramla a kind of tactical move? Yeah, because they wanted to secure the fucking... Oh, God. Was Lida and Ramla the Jerusalem corridor? That's why it was such a big removal in that area? That's still not justified. I don't think you have the right to fucking force out all the civilians. Like, tens of thousands of them. Wasn't 10% of the people expelled were just from Lida and Ramla? It was a huge number. It's like 40, 50, 60, it's 50, 60, 70,000 people. Yeah. Shit. Was it? It was high. It was big. It was big numbers. Okay. I've given myself too much scope. Hang on. How many cunts were expelled from Lida and Ramla? 50 to 60,000. Hey, okay, good. Okay, well done. Wow, stop doubting yourself, Lonerbox. God damn it!
Year by year, and you keep claiming it's a genocide. It's a little bit weird to me.
Well, the population doesn't necessarily have to decrease for the genocide. But even by the UN definition, it could be to impose measures intended to prevent births within a group, or to forcibly transfer children, or to attempt to bring about the physical destruction of a group. The reason that the population's been exploding is because a lot of Palestinians are crammed into an open-air prison where they have nothing to do but they don't have much going on in there, you know? But they're forced into a tiny tract of land. They're treated as second-class citizens. Their rights are being withered away. They're denied things like power and water and food. And right now we're seeing it. Right now, 2/3 of the population of the Gaza Strip is without housing. It's unlikely they'll be allowed to return to northern Gaza, which means this, at the very least, fits the definition of an ethnic cleansing, you know? But already 15,000 have died. I mean, it's very clearly a war for eradication.
I don't find it clearly at all. If this was a war for eradication, Israel they wouldn't have sent out warnings. They wouldn't have told people to leave for the south or for the north. I'm not sure. So it doesn't really fit. Or is this all a big facade? I'm sorry. I get if you're saying war crimes, maybe I can get along with that, but I just don't get the genocide claim, and I think it's like unnecessarily troubling to the discussion to call it a genocide.
They give those warnings for our benefit, right? Like the only reason, in my opinion, the only reason Israel hasn't just slaughtered all of them is because the world is watching. Like there are limits to what Israel can get away with. The more
this is the thing, though. Then you're saying that they're not doing it, though, right? Then they're not doing the eradication because the world's watching. But you just said they were doing eradication. So this is the same argument I had with Vivian, I think, and it's the problem when you do this thing where you start with a conclusion and then walk backwards from it. You start by saying they want to wipe them all out. I'm like, they want to genocide them. I'm like, okay, if they want to genocide them, why is the death rate like lower than what Hamas was able to achieve as a death rate, like within 24 hours? Within 24 hours, Hamas killed 1,200 people, right? So within 50 days, they would already have like 50,000 dead, and they've got like a fraction of the military strength that Israel has. A fraction. It's not even remotely comparable. They have a fraction of the defenses and a fraction of the offenses, but they were still able to achieve more deaths per, like, within that small space of time, like for the time that they had. But then you say, oh, actually, yeah, no, they do actually want to do the mass fucking annihilation. They're just not doing it because the world's watching. Well, that's like, okay, or that's just not their intent. Like, you can still criticize their intent because their intent is to fuck shit up until Hamas is gone, and that's not a really good plan. That's a really bad plan, because especially if you don't know what's going to follow it, if there's no guarantee of you achieving it in the first place, and you're just willing to let like tens of thousands of people die for this incredibly nebulous objective, that's a problem. But yeah.
Agonizes its neighboring Arab states, the more it makes itself unpalatable.
Matthew Faustini, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that.
To like American voters, the more Israel has to restrict itself. But in terms of like war for eradication, that's the only direction this is all going, right? Like they've been continuing to expand illegal settlements in the West Bank for like over 50 years now. And with regards to the Gaza Strip, there doesn't seem to be like any other direction this is going. Like what happens to the Palestinian people, right? In the West Bank, they're being pushed out illegally, like bit by bit. And in the Gaza Strip, it's like, what are they supposed to do? Like they don't control anything. They don't control their own resources, their food, their water, their power. There doesn't seem to be any effort to integrate them. Like if you keep people in a prison forever, like even right now, there are members of the Israeli government that are just openly saying, this is our chance to get them all out. Like they're saying it openly.
Yeah. So like I agree with you on this part. I think this situation brings out the worst on both sides, right? So obviously, all the extreme religious Israeli guys are going to seize this opportunity. I agree with you. This is their opportunity to get the land they always wanted, to make their Jewish religious dream.
Maruzzi, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. Hey, yo, Twitch chat, Drew.
Come true, whatever the hell, right? I'm an atheist. I don't care for that shit.
But they're in the government. They're doing it, though.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. But as long as Hamas exists, that's not going to stop. Right? You agree with me? Like, as long as Hamas is ruling Gaza, those guys are not going to get voted out probably, or they're going to be popular. They're going to have influence.
So you're saying all Israel would have to do to genocide the Palestinians is make sure that Hamas is in charge?
I would say if you are an Israeli and you want to eradicate the Palestinians, yes.
Well,
that
then
would be in your
But that's what happened. Netanyahu funded Hamas, gave them money in briefcases, and had other like governmental organizations within the Gaza Strip declared terrorist organizations and arrested. Like there's been a protracted effort from Israel.
Okay, but I'm also a big fan of agency.
So again, he didn't give them money. He allowed money to go through that was already getting sent through by Qatar. And he allowed that money to go through partially first because the PA had frozen money to Gaza, and there might have been a humanitarian issue. But also, yeah, partly because he wanted to buy quiet from Hamas because he thought that it would end the border wall protests, which it actually did for a brief period. But it was no, he didn't give them money. It's not different. Maybe it's not the most accurate wording.
And now it sounds like there's only a one-way streak, right? Like Palestinians have free will. Palestinians can
How much
choices.
power do Palestinians have compared to the government of Israel? Like on one hand, you have like the residents of an open-air prison, and on the other hand, you have a modern military nation state backed by the most powerful country on earth.
I would say this: Palestinians have one of the most popular causes in the world. If they would if they would have a couple of moderate guys representing them, they could make a lot of bank on this Palestinian cause.
They do.
They could have a great economy. They could have amazing.
No, it was suitcases full of money, though, wasn't it? I thought it was, yeah, I think that part's true. It was suitcases full of money through Qatar. Yeah.
How?
Economic opportunities.
Wait.
Well,
how would they have a great?
Get rid of Hamas.
Wait. First of all, the Palestinian Authority already exists, and nobody pays attention to them. They haven't had an election since 2006, and Israel pushed Hamas to be in charge because they have power in the situation. Also, how would they have a great economy? They don't control their own anything. It's not a free country.
Well, obviously not at this moment. We agree on that. But geopolitically, don't you agree with me that having Hamas in power weakens their case?
Yeah, that's why Israel put them there.
Yeah. Okay, but you and I both agree that Hamas needs to go in order for the Palestinians to have any chance.
Yeah, but Hamas and the situation that led to Hamas was imposed by Israel. Like, if you continuously ethnically cleanse a group of people and show them that diplomacy doesn't matter because it doesn't lead to any gains, they'll choose terrorism. And that's not Palestinian specific. America did that in the American Revolution. Like, initially there were missives written to the King of England as a way of trying to mitigate the taxes or try to grant greater freedoms to the colonists. It was only after the chance at diplomacy seemed as though it couldn't even work that we turned to terrorism. And that was what the American Revolution was to begin with. It was terrorism. It was people attacking, in a lot of cases.
Yeah, no, saying Israel put Hamas there is yeah, it's just not. Okay. Oh, God. You could argue that they knew it was going to happen when they pulled out. Netanyahu warned about that, of all people. A bunch of people said Hamas are going to take over if you fuck out of Gaza, and they did. Hamas is I don't know what's happening.
This is civilian targets, royal appointed officials over here, to sort of secure a political goal. This is how it always happens, right? You give people hope for diplomacy, and if you can't give them that, they will take violence. But that's not the Palestinians' fault. That's just what Israel's forced on them.
But it is the Palestinians' fault that they're ruled by Hamas, right?
Well, I don't think so, no.
It just happened to them. They all just chose Hamas involuntarily.
Yeah, this fucking libertarian guy is going to make a horrible argument. You can make the argument that Hamas doesn't. Of course they survive in part because Israel but because Israel basically demoralizes the population. But again, Hamas won their election after Israel pulled out of Gaza, not when they strengthened their hold over Gaza. But Hamas came to power. Well, the peace process has failed. Lots of people had died in the Intifada at the hands of Israelis, and but it's also the fact that the oppressed thing again. The narrative explains why people might vote for Hamas. That explains it in part, but it doesn't explain why foreign powers are willing to back Hamas, because Hamas doesn't survive on their own. They need help from Iran, from Gaza, from Qatar. And those countries are not oppressed. They don't support Hamas because they're oppressed. Yeah.
The conditions that they had a secular popular leadership. It didn't do anything. Hamas was directly funded by Netanyahu. The idea to just throw your arms up in the air and go oh, guess they chose this, really kind of overwrites.
I think people are getting their timelines really fucked here as well. I've heard someone else say this before. Do people think that Netanyahu funded Hamas in the 2000s before they came into power? But the way people tell this story, it sounds like that's what they're saying. But Hamas were not getting supported by Israel in any sense of the word before they got elected. But yeah, I feel like that's what that's the assumption it sounds like people are making. The Netanyahu scandal was between 2013 and 2018, I think. Not before, no. Didn't he fund it when they were a charity? One Israeli governor of Gaza, this brigadier general guy, gave money to mosques. Yeah, that Mujama al-Islamiyah were working with. But that's yeah, that's not only when they were a charity, but that's also when they were the non-violent alternative. So Israel actually, the only time Israel directly gave money to the only time Israel ever gave money to to Hamas was when they were a non-violent group, when they were a charity. And that was back when the PLO were the ones who were doing terrorism against civilians. So, yeah.
If they just chose this, Israel wouldn't have had to put their thumb on the scale so aggressively.
I wouldn't go so far as to say.
Also,
I
quick
guess
question.
they chose this.
Really quickly,
sure.
as an anti-statist, why do you even care that they support Hamas? Hamas is an anti-state, like, terrorist organization that's trying to break the back of the of the statehood that is violating their rights. Like, principally speaking, shouldn't you be in favor of terrorism if it means breaking a population free from tyrannical statehood?
Well, I'm not an ANCAP, so I'm a minarchist, right? So I don't consider government to be an evil concept. I just think government needs to be strictly limited. So in that sense, I am an anti-statist if you're talking about interfering with the economy, taxation, all that stuff, but not when it comes to, like, there are legitimate functions of government. I recognize a couple of them.
Well, then you're
Defense.
not like libertarian,
So I'm not
right?
an ANCAP. So I'm not an ANCAP.
Well, you're not a libertarian. You're in favor of literally the most tyrannical element of statehood. You're like, I don't want there to be business taxes, but I am okay with police states and authoritarian regimes.
Well, I don't know how you guys have it in the US, but in the Netherlands, there are not that many libertarians. So the few that are there are separated by minarchism and ANCAPs. So the objectivists are always the minarchists. Then you have some Friedmanites, you have some Hayekians. They are minarchist. And then you have the ANCAPs. They like Rothbard, they like Hoppe. And that's basically the split in the Netherlands. But it's a very small fringe group here.
I mean, I'm also a libertarian, but like that stems fundamentally from desire for freedom.
Well, you say you're libertarian. I think it's a interesting.
Well, I believe in freedom for people, not freedom for corporations. But, whatever the case may be, like, there is no freedom in the Gaza Strip. Like, they literally are in a fence. Like, they're fenced off. There are automatic turrets and security cameras and snipers pointed inward at all times. Like, we're talking about a group of people who are, like, America, to some element at least, is a police state. They literally live in a prison. Like, they can't leave. Like, they're just kept in a camp, Like, it seems like Hamas is sort of like the, in that context, you'd think that's a pretty appropriate breakage of statehood.
No, but come on, man. Like, Hamas is misusing a lot of funds. Hamas is destroying the water supply by building rockets with that shit.
Like, Israel cuts off the water supply. Wait. If you have an issue with the water supply in the Gaza Strip, that's on Israel, nobody else. They literally cut and restrict water access over there. So Hamas tears up a few pipes to fight back against the state that's bleeding them dry, and that makes them responsible for the... what's the problem with just admitting that, like, Israel is creating all of these negative situations?
I really wish we could live in an alternate reality, because I don't really know what would happen. I wish we could live in an alternative reality where Israel leaves Gaza, Hamas gets elected, but it's the Hamas of the 70s, the non-violent Hamas. And they just focus all their funds, like the non-corrupt Hamas as well, and they just focus all their funding on charity and like welfare and building up Gaza. I just wonder what that would look like what Israel would do. Because I don't think you would have had like 7 wars. If we admit that Israel cares about what they look like on the world stage, they wouldn't like that's why they don't airstrike the West Bank. So why would they airstrike Gaza if that's what Hamas were like? I don't know why people talk about like they do this thing like to fight back. Like Hamas have to fight back. What does Hamas fighting achieve? It achieved nothing. I don't think there would have been a Palestinian state. Shut up. There probably wouldn't have been a Palestinian state. I don't think that would have been the answer. Ah. What the fuck? Oh shit. Oh no, where were we? Can I rewind my stream to find out where I was? Shit, why didn't it save my spot? Fuck. Fuck! Alright, let's see. We were at... What's that? 1 minute? 10 minutes? Something? Alright. Let's go here.
Situation that led to Hamas was imposed by Israel. Like, if you continuously ethnically cleanse a group of people and show them that diplomacy basically like humiliated and tortured them like for years and years and decades and decades and decades, and over time things got worse in that camp and they formed like prison gangs, and eventually the biggest meanest prison gang with like the white skinheads or whatever was like, listen folks, okay, I know you don't all like me, but I'm the only one tough enough here to break us out of here. And then like you look at the situation, you're like, ah, well look, they've decided to side with these like skinheads or whatever to break out of prison. How is it the fault of the prisoners, when in reality the whole condition, like everything that led to this was constructed?
But you're leaving out so much context. Like, for instance, even if you go back to the Nakba...
Box, you should talk to Vosh at some point. He really needs to understand the history better. Look, I would like to, okay? What I don't like, though, is going into Vosh's DMs and being like, here, mate, can I just, like, correct you on 20 things? Can I just come in and educate you, brother? Can I just come in and, like... fill up the blind spots? No, it'll be like an argument or yeah, fuck. I don't know. Yeah, re-education.
Incident, right, from 1948, I think it was. Yeah, like, I am sure that there was aggression on the side of Arab states. And
what's the difference with how you correct Destiny? The difference is that Destiny has a little room in his fucking Discord that I can just jump into and be like, hey, let's talk about this. I feel like one of the first times I went into Vosh's Discord, there's a whole thing, I wonder if it's still there, where it says, like, don't come on if you're just here to, like, educate Vosh on blind spots, right? If I have blind spots, like, people can come in and tell me. I'm okay with that. Like, Destiny likes that as well, but I don't think Vosh likes it. Where is it? It's in the waiting room of his Discord. Was it in the rules? God, he's got a lot of rules in his Discord. Shit. Yeah, anyway.
They convinced the Palestinians to, like, let us have a go at Israel, and it failed. And
did Palestinians ever really try the soft approach? Kind of. Like, the PLO did renounce terrorism and recognize Israel, at least on paper, but they always had a militant wing. Even Fatah always had a militant wing. No, they were never completely peaceful, but I would argue they can't be. They can't protest like in the West Bank and shit like that. So that's not exactly the answer. There needs to be some kind of like militancy, just not. Yeah, but it tends to always be like targeting civilians and shit, and that's not cool.
Israel clapped back. That is not saying the clapback was fully good, obviously.
I didn't say Vosh was the tanky. Oh, you're talking to someone in chat. Okay. Yeah, no, Vosh is not he's definitely not a tanky. No.
I'm sure there were war crimes on both sides. I acknowledge all that. But
so wait, what do you think happened?
Yeah. What I think happened, I think there were tensions. I think the Arabs were very displeased with how the land was divided up. And I might even agree with them on that for a great part. And the Arab states surrounding were not happy, like Syria. So they said to the Palestinians, like, let's have at them. And then it failed. So, and Israel clapped back and took like Jerusalem and took pieces of land.
No, in 48, the Palestinians lived there. The British mandate in the area, like that was like Arab territory. There were Jewish groups there, but like for the most part, like the Palestinians.
And they bought a lot of land. Those Jewish groups.
Yeah, well, the United Nations voted on the partition plan, which divided the territory into Jewish and Arab sovereign states. The plan was rejected by Palestinian leaders, but their word didn't count for much. So, with like foreign rule and imposition dividing people up, it led to increasing conflict until eventually, with overwhelming military might and munitions backed by the British, the Zionists cleared out nearly 1 million Palestinians and took over most of the land.
The Zionists were not backed by the British in 48. Don't know where he's getting that from. They had arms embargoes. The British, the imports from Czechoslovakia had to come in through an arms embargo. And the British restricted immigration after the Arab revolt, so that's why there was like Zionist terrorism against the British. Yeah, so that's not.
But their word didn't count for much. So with like foreign rule and imposition dividing people up, it led to increasing conflict until eventually, with overwhelming military might and munitions backed by the British, the Zionists cleared out nearly 1 million Palestinians and took over most of the land that was controlled by Palestinians. This wasn't like a back and forth between...
Maybe the Palmach? The Palmach were trained by the British because they fought in World War II, but... if you're going to count that, then were there not Jordanian military units that had British support as well? That had British training? So, yeah.
Two militaries. There were indigenous people in the land, and based on the imposition of foreign governments, because a bunch of European powers felt guilty about the whole World War II thing and really wanted to make sure they could establish a sovereign Jewish state, they did so there, and it ended up in like the literal ethnic cleansing of the area. It wasn't like a back and forth. Like the power differential was massive.
No, but I'm not saying the Palestinians had like their army and they were threatening Israel. I'm saying
that's also not quite. The power differential was there in the end in the favor of the Zionists, but like that was partially as well because Arabs just couldn't get enough volunteers, the surrounding Arab nations. Yeah, it's not a very good characterization of the Nakba.
Surrounding Arab states, they had armies.
I'm only talking about...
there was a military threat.
Sure, but I'm talking about the mistreatment of the Palestinians, which isn't justified by the fact that other Arab states are mad in the area. Like, I think the Arab states kind of had a right to be mad. All of their borders were decided by European powers, and then the European powers are like, oh, here's another country, here's a bunch of Jewish people, here you go. Also, we're kicking out 1 million Palestinians to put them there. Like, yeah, that'll make people mad.
I think we can both agree that like carving up land after World War I and II, like a lot of people got fucked over. The Kurds got fucked over. In this case, you could say the Palestinians got the raw end of the deal. I'm not denying that, but if you look at the cards they were dealt in 1948, do you think that they could have chosen a better path than they had? Relying on their Arab nations to keep attacking Israel, fully going for terrorism.
But you're simplifying.
Rejecting all those offers they got after all that happened. Like even in 2000, they got an amazing deal.
What offer? What deal? Well, so wait, first of all, I reject the premise here. I reject the premise here. Because every group could have done better always. Like, that doesn't mean anything. But in terms of, like, how things have gone since then, for the Palestinian people, it has just been the slow loss of their rights and the...
Palestine didn't reject those offers, but Israel did. Wait, what offers? What, the UN partition? I don't know. Okay.
Crushing of their land into a smaller and smaller portion. This isn't, like... subjective or whatever. The UN keeps denouncing this, but the US is on the Security Council and we care about Israel continuing to exist, so we back them. Like, the idea that the treatment of the Palestinian people has been continuously horrendous and unjustifiable is a broadly held position. The Palestinians aren't doing anything to the Israelis. Like, what is there like an Israeli state that's being crushed into nothing and 1 million Israelis being dispossessed the other way around? Like, there's no comparison. There is very clearly one powerful group and one powerless group getting squeezed tighter and tighter over time. Now we're seeing it break.
Like, I would see it from a different perspective. I would say they got a raw end of the deal in 48. they handled it in the worst possible way.
How?
They lost the first couple of wars.
Wait, the Palestinians didn't. What war are you
the
referring
leadership, the leadership of the Palestinians.
What war are you referring to?
The 67, the 73, the 48, like there are a lot.
Wait. Those weren't Israeli. Those weren't Israeli-Palestinian wars. The first one, but with 48, was the Israeli-Palestinian war. But in other ones, there were other Arab nations.
Yeah, but if you
48
allow
one as
them to
well.
attack, like they did it, you're saying like those other Arab nations just happened to attack. The Palestinians were like, okay, well, if you want to have a go at Israel, go ahead. We don't, like, honestly.
Why would they
come
not
on.
do that? They were invaded. The Palestinians were like being crushed in their own. Why would they not back the Arabs?
Sure, back the Arabs, but if you then lose, you're not going to get the same land back. That's all I'm saying. I could even understand that they're going with the Arabs. I can get their perspective, obviously. But if you then lose again and again, at a certain point, you're going to have to recalibrate and say, hold up, we're not going to defeat these guys militarily.
Mehdi Hassan's show is axed. Oh no. What, what fucking broadcaster was he on? Mehdi Hassan. God, all the Hassans are fucking falling down today. MSNBC cancels Mehdi Hassan's show. The fuck is this website? Okay. Canceling outspoken host. He'll become an on-camera analyst and fill-in host. Oh. Okay.
Have to search for another strategy.
But again, the Palestinians.
That's just pragmatically.
The Palestinians haven't been trying to defeat Israel militarily. From 48 up until the 80s, the primary mode of engagement from Palestinians was diplomacy. There were multiple efforts, time and time again, to try to negotiate like their territory, their settlements back.
That's not true. I would love to know what he's talking about there. Surrounding Arab countries in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. In the 40s and 50s had peace offerings with Israel. Jordan wanted that corridor linking them to the sea. Fucking Syria wanted to push the border a bit more south. And Egypt wanted a piece of Gaza as well as some more of the adjoining land. And Israel was like, no. But there's also some contention about how ready the Arab states were for those peace deals, because I think the position for the Arab states was, although they had those offerings to Israel, there was probably also a reluctance to follow through with them because they didn't want to because Israel was so unpopular in the Arab world at that time, like even more so than it is now, that they didn't really want to. The leaders thought that if they made peace with Israel in exchange for land, they would get killed. That's my understanding of the kind of peace deals of 48. Palestinians in that period Vosh was just talking about were Fedayeen. That was their engagement with Israel. When was King Abdullah killed? Was he assassinated? Yeah, King Abdullah was assassinated in 51. And wasn't this because people had found out that he had done the secret deal with Israel? Wasn't that why he was killed? Am I wrong? Oh, shit. By a Palestinian nationalist? Yeah, because of the annexation of the West Bank. But did they find out that he had dealt with Black September? Why are you just naming things? This has nothing to do with Black September. We're fucking decades away from Black September. What? Shut up. I'm just naming random shit. Yom Kippur War. First Intifada. Loner box. Quick. Hafez al-Assad. Quick. Before it's too late. Okay. Contemporary media reports attributed the assassination to a secret order based in Jerusalem known as only as the Jihad, Muslim Brotherhood. Former terrorist. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't really know how much chance there would have been for those things to actually go through, those peace arrangements.
Rights that they had lost. The fact that other Arab nations had invaded Israel multiple times doesn't mean that Israel's justified in continuing a genocide against the Palestinians.
But those other Arab nations also held big chunks of land for decades, and they didn't give those chunks of land to the Palestinians.
So I'm not here to morally judge Syria or Lebanon or whatever. I'm just talking about Israel mistreating Palestinians. That's it. Nothing any other nation does justifies that.
Well, if those other nations are threatening Israel with invasion, and if they're funding groups in Palestine, it obviously does matter.
Well, Israel's also funding Hamas, to be fair. So no, it's not. We're not talking about Egypt or any of these countries. No. It's just about what Israel is choosing to do with the Palestinians. Israel could have chosen to make Palestinians full citizens of Israel in like a one-state solution kind of way, but they didn't want to. They wanted a Jewish ethno-state. So instead, they restricted the rights of Palestinians, illegally stole their territories in the West Bank, and crushed them in the Gaza Strip. And like nothing the Palestinians do or ever do will justify that. There's no point where a minority population does a thing bad enough that it becomes okay to ethnically cleanse them. That's literally like that's a war crime.
First off, like I don't think a one-state solution will ever work. Let's just be realistic.
Jews and Arabs lived here together until the formation of Israel.
I'm saying it won't work now. I'm not saying it couldn't have worked in the past. I'm saying how the tensions are now, it's not going to work. Putting all these people.
Yeah, and I think even there were attempts by the British to instate, to create a governance system that was essentially one state. It was rejected by both sides. Neither side wanted that. Neither side wanted like fucking parity in the area as one state. So the British fucked it off. When does this debate turn demonic? Well, it's pretty demonic now. I don't know what you're hoping for. We're about halfway. Hang on. Thanks, Germasianu. Thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Wow.
In one state, the Jews are going to be demographically drowned. It's not going to happen. There's not ever going to be a chance of that.
Yeah,
happening.
Because the Israelis are
two-state.
Because I agree, but that's because the Israelis want an ethno-state. They literally like had the potential for a single state solution. They chose not to.
When did they have the potential for a single state solution? That's what I want to know. I know they rejected what the British were trying to instate in the 1920s, but I thought the Higher Arab League, whatever the fuck they're called, the Higher Arab Committee, sorry, I thought they rejected it too. So
remember the Holodomor?
Noe Poo, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. And Fancy T, thanks for the 10 Canadian. Is it necessary to de-romanticize the powerful versus powerless struggle in the Israel-Palestine situation to have a better analysis in the situation? Do we leftists only have one lens to view the world? Yes, we do. You should have it too, you genocidal piece of shit. You fucking monstrous scumbag. Okay.
But the land was divided in 48. They just wanted to keep that separation intact.
I feel very hesitant saying this because it just sounds so bombastic. But is it not kind of the case that basically everyone in the Middle East wants an ethno-state? Like, and they're not necessarily wrong to want them either, because demographic divides in the Middle East basically gives you fucking Lebanon. Like, the way that the borders were drawn up by the British and the French was so horrible that, like, being an ethnic majority is kind of important in those areas. Pete Olsen, thanks for the sub. But I don't know if there are any exceptions. I don't know about polling in the Middle East, if there are like, there's much desire for like multiculturalism in the Middle East. I don't know if there is. Is there an ethno-state in the Middle East? Poland. In the Middle East, I think a lot of these countries have like pretty clear majorities, no? I think Syria, I mean, it's hard to say now, but Syria was like, right now, I think is about 70% Sunni. Lebanon's the diverse one, because we've had a lot of wars because of that. A lot of civil wars.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck
Egypt,
bastard.
I think Egypt is Iraq is majority Shia, although I think Iraq is kind of multicultural a little bit. Let me see. Hang on. What's Egypt's Sunni Shia divide? I've never known. Yeah, no, Egypt is big majority Sunni. Yeah. They're all diverse. Are they? Let me see. I don't mean diverse as in like, people can say Israel's diverse, but it still has a pretty clear mandate for like an ethnic majority. I'm just wondering if it's the same for like other Middle Eastern countries, like what they would be like at the prospect of shifting demographics. I know Lebanon like shits themselves at fucking shifting demographics, especially the Christians. The Arab identity lays over a lot of ethnic intermingling. Yeah. I thought Iraq was quite diverse, like, because I think the Shia majority in Iraq is only like 60% or something. I thought Syria did have a reputation for being quite multicultural, but I don't think it is anymore. Or, I don't, fuck, because I guess, but I don't know, hang on. Well, now it doesn't really matter because, oh fucking hell. Carta, yeah. Where is Iraq's demographic? I need to learn more about Kurds. What is the average Kurds like? Because I know Kurds are quite different between Iraq and Syria and Turkey. A lot of Kurds don't like each other from different countries, but I wonder what their general opinion is on like Kurdistan, like wanting to live in a Kurdish like, majority. Oh. I don't know anything about Kurdistan stuff or Kurd stuff. Apparently in 2017, there was a Kurdistan region independence referendum with 92% of votes cast in favor of independence. Like here's the again, I'm saying this with very little like knowledge to back it up, so I'm just guessing based on the little that I do know. It seems to be the case that it's probably not even just true of the Middle East, but it's just maybe a general thing, is that I think at least in Middle Eastern countries, it seems to be the case that being an ethnic minority or being one of the minority groups in the Middle East is kind of shit. Like, because whether it's like for Kurds in Syria, Iraq, I guess Turkey counts as well, or whether in Lebanon it's like being a Shia, like a Shia Muslim in Lebanon, being a Palestinian in Israel. Those guys don't really, they got plenty of problems, you know? But I don't think wanting to be an ethnic majority, like say Kurds wanting to break off and be in like a Kurdish majority region, or like having a Kurdish majority state, I don't think that makes them like ethnostaters. I don't think it makes Palestinians ethnostaters as well. Like if they wanted to live in a state that was majority Palestinian rather than like I think the example I asked Karantos was that imagine if Israel just like bumped up their immigration, like fucking just juiced it to the point that living between the river to the sea was like 80% Jewish. And then they were like, okay, now we'll do one state. Like if they decided that after just like if they somehow were able to just blow up the Jewish population in Israel to the point that they were like a huge ethnic majority, even if you included West Bank and Gaza, and then they decided to make it one state and even to call it Palestine and give it voting rights. I feel like Palestinians would be pretty fucking mad about that. I feel like they would probably rather two states if if those were the two options. I don't know. Ethnostate is just like a. When I think of ethnostate, I think of like white British and American people or like French people wanting to kick out all the Muslims. That's what I think about when I think of ethnostate. Like it's a really bad thing to be. But when I think about, but if I imagine like there was like a Lebanese Shia who, if they came to me and they were like, oh, you know, I really wish Lebanon was like a Shia majority country, or like there was like a Shia breakaway, or if the Kurds talking about it in Iraq and Syria, I'm just kind of like, I don't think that's quite the same thing, but I don't know. Shia are the largest group in Lebanon. Why are they so badly represented then? Hang on. Is that just because of the original constitution that just favors the fuck out of the Maronites? I thought the Maronites were the plurality. Why did I think that? Eh? No, wait, this is 2010. Are you counting the refugee population has probably changed? 45% Christian, 48% Shia and Sunni. Okay. They have their own military group. How are they underrepresented? Right. Listen, Lebanese Shiites, like part of the reason that Hezbollah became so popular is because Lebanese Shiites got kind of fucked. They got a pretty bad deal when it came to Lebanon. They suffered from a lot of like very, very poor social service and welfare provisions, like very poor employment rates and like access to higher employment markets, lots of poverty. So the fact that they have Hezbollah, like, I guess that's kind of where that came from, you know?
That's fine, right?
It shouldn't have been divided. What right does the UN have to decide that 1 million Palestinian people are on the wrong side of a line?
Okay, but we could say this about so many borders that have been drawn. It's
yeah.
So like, so you're saying like things were unfair?
Is he saying that? Why is he implying so hard that the UN was the one that did the Nakba? First it was the British, now it's the UN. Were they all in it together? What the fuck?
Back then, like, yeah, I get you.
Yes,
like,
it was bad.
Things were unfair back then.
And Israel continues to do bad things to this day. But yes, like that was bad, and it continues to be bad. Israel like did a bad thing then, but they could have made it right. You know, they could have taken the land they had and gone, okay, well, we've built like a sort of, you know, Jewish-oriented secular democracy in the Middle East, and now we're going to make it equal for everyone. You know, what a modern country should do. But instead, you know, Palestinians are second-class citizens in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. You know, they have their rights restricted, and for a lot of Palestinians who live in Israel as citizens of Israel, there are still specific scrutinies they're held to. It's not an equal country.
And Palestinians could have said, at a certain point, hey, this military thing, it's not working out for us. We keep losing land.
Have a military.
No, but like supporting our neighbors in attacking Israel, if you want to call it that, is not really working for us.
If they're being kept in camps, why would they not support the enemies of the country imprisoning them? Like if you were in like Nazi Germany and you got put in a camp and the Soviets invaded and freed your camp, would you like fight the Soviets too? Of course they're going to side against their oppressors.
Just got my final marks for my dissertation back. I even cited your refugee video in my paper. You were officially partially responsible for me starting and completing my human rights law LLM. Whoa, that's really weird. Yeah, I had to do a lot of reading for that video, so I hope so. Nice one.
You know?
They could have said to their Arab nations, you know what, if you really like us that much, why don't you guys support
Learnbox Live, my dad sometimes says that back in the day, Lebanon was way more stable and prosperous to a degree that they called it the Switzerland of the Middle East. I've never heard that before. I mean, it was probably more it was probably more stable before the Civil War, but I don't know how, to what degree. I feel like that's the kind of thing I would hear like a Maronite say. And then they would say it was Switzerland, and then the dastardly Palestinians came, and then Hezbollah came, and then everything was bad. Like it was good when Shiites got fucked up, and when there were less refugees before Black September. I don't know. Beirut was rich, but outside of it was poor as dirt. I can believe that. I can 100% believe that. Yeah.
us in another way and not like paying us to have suicide attacks.
Like what?
Why don't you pay us to invest in our country, create
Israel doesn't
a
allow
stable
it.
economy?
Israel, I don't know what you think is going on down there. Israel doesn't let them have their own economy. Like they're not a separate country.
But you
Lonabox, imagine your views if none of this was happening. You're profiting from war and death. Actually, I'm profiting from a ceasefire right now, so fuck you. Eek. And I would actually like that ceasefire to last as long as possible. I don't want it to go away. But yeah.
Well, I don't know. My TV just talked to me. But,
ceasefire profiteer.
You just said
ceasefire
Israel
tourist.
Can't get away with everything, right? The whole world is watching. So you're telling me that if there was like some moderate government in Palestine, Palestinian Authority, that would invite the Arab nations that used to attack Israel and would ask them, invest in our economy, we want to make a nice democratic state over here. They know that would be very good for their profile. Do you think America would say, nah, Israel?
You are pro ceasefire now? I don't think I ever said I opposed the ceasefire. I don't know why people get that impression. It's probably because I've said it as well. The problem with like the ceasefire is not like the perfect answer, you know? Like there's still problems with saying just ceasefire because it's the same problem as Israel saying get rid of Hamas. It's like, okay, what next? Because somehow Hamas has to go, and how they do that without finishing the war is like, that's a difficult question. But yeah, no, I'm enjoying profiting off of this ceasefire, to be honest. It's better than profiting off people dying and shit, you know? Who must go? What? Okay.
We got to put it down.
There was. The Palestine Liberation Organization was a non-violent governmental org that tried to represent the Palestinian people and try to get a diplomatic solution to the many, many human rights abuses Palestinians suffered from. And it didn't go anywhere.
When was that? I feel like his timeline is all over the shop. Like, they renounced terrorism in 1988, there were still some points where I think it was Madrid conference when Arafat wouldn't condemn a terror attack or some shit.
Remember the Holodomor?
The Trippy Gamer, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Oh, God. Last 30 years. So I know Abbas's thing is like non-violence for all the good it's done him. Here's what I don't understand. I don't understand how Abbas is like supposed to be the non-violent guy for the PLO, but there's also that Martyrs Fund that still exists. I need to look into more about the Martyrs Fund. I guess it probably works in the sense that the PLO are a bunch of different factions. How long have they... As of 2023, they make payments via 2 funds. Prisoner payments. Families of suicide bombers. $2017. I can understand them giving money to prisoners because prisoners are because they probably feel like it's not right that they're imprisoned by an occupying force. Security forces, same. But I don't understand giving money to the families of suicide bombers. I don't get that. That's a little bit non-violent. Yeah, I think Voch's timeline is a bit all over the shop here. Okay.
And that's all up to the Israelis.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. The Palestinians had a non-violent government. Like it didn't lead anywhere. Israel's continued to crush them with time. Like what? So out of curiosity, let's say the Palestinians have, they did. So this isn't hypothetical, but let's say they had a like a non-violent coalition that tried to like seek diplomatic resolution with Israel, and Israel just kept violating their human rights and didn't do anything, and nothing got better. What would you suggest the Palestinian people do?
In that case, I think, because the world is watching, that a country like America, countries like France, would definitely intervene.
But that happened, and they didn't. Okay, but what if they didn't?
Well, obviously, everyone has a right to self-defense, right? So, like, I'm gonna agree with that. Yeah, okay. In that case, then I would grant your point.
I remember the very first. I wonder if it's still there. It was a hippy dippy. It was the very first Israel-Palestine debate that I had. It was on a panel. Denims was there. I remember. I think was it Matty Cakes as well. But there was a bunch of libertarians there. I think it was about the Iron Dome, and there's a bunch of libertarians like supporting Israel. I was like, I kept on asking them questions about, like, as a libertarian, so settlement expansion, like, how do you justify that as a libertarian? Or as a libertarian, how do you justify that settlement expansion happening and Palestinians not gunning down the fucking settlement, like, construction sites and blowing them up and shit? Like, wouldn't they be in the right to do that, to defend them, to defend their land, like, as a libertarian? Wouldn't you, like, aren't these guys, like, supposed to be the biggest self-defense motherfuckers of all? But they were so I guess because they were stuck in the American fucking monkey brain that we always have to support Israel. Israel's our ally. We support Israel. But it's like, even though they violate like so many libertarian standards in the West Bank and Gaza. Yeah. Fabian calls it homesteading. I've heard him say that. Yeah. Oh, someone just sent me, the editor just sent me the VOD of the Egyptian guy. That was a good debate. I don't care what you guys say. Some people said it was a boring debate. It was actually probably one of the more interesting ones I've had. All right.
Yeah, if that happens, then I would say the Israelis are not within the realms of reason. I agree with you, Vash. If that would happen.
So then what should the Palestinians do then, hypothetically, if Israel was not conducive to like democratic solution making?
Well, they could offer, obviously, they could fight back, but I would say we again have the war crime definition here. I wouldn't support killing civilians.
So you're okay theoretically with the formation of Hamas as long as they only target military structures and members.
Yeah. If you have a hypothetical situation where they had a moderate government, they swore off the attacks, there were no like rewards for people who blow themselves up, all that stuff was not happening. Yeah, like I would give them a chance. I would say, in that case, Israel, you don't have a right. There is no Hamas, right? There's no threat. So in that case, Israel wouldn't have the right to bomb. I fully agree.
But what if Israel just kept bombing and controlling and taking their rights away anyway?
Well, then they would obviously be in the wrong, and I might switch. I might say, well, the morality now has come on the side of the Palestinians.
Well, but what should the Palestinians do? I would switch my
position.
I feel like we're going in a bit of a circle here.
Resist? Obviously, that's what I would do.
Okay, so like, I don't like Hamas mostly because they're militant and jihadist, but in terms of like the idea of militant resistance to the state of Israel, what we're describing...
I don't disagree with military resistance.
Didn't know you guys are pro-armed resistance after all. Sarah goes, I've always been pro-armed resistance to a degree. You just don't understand it because you're a fucking partisan brain-damaged cunt. Like, you just don't understand. Like, from the very beginning, I said that some form of armed resistance is completely justified. Of course, it's a fucking occupation. Said that since day one. You dumb shit. Like, I guess you just missed that because I said Hamas was bad. I don't know. Fuck.
Because that's not my main point against the Palestinians. My point is that they're being used or letting themselves be used because they have agency by Arab nations, by Iran, and those countries are using the Palestine issue to stave off like internal conflicts. To like Erdogan keeps using Palestine whenever he needs a boost in the polls. So they're becoming like a play ball of all these Arab nations, and they're not getting a good deal out of this because they are the ones getting bombed.
Didn't I like basically radicalize like an Egyptian armed resistance fire on stream? Fuck me, that debate was weird. I think by the end, it sounded like he just really wanted a reason to kill some settlers. But I don't know. But no, he was an interesting guy. Where's that debate? I'll put it up for you, sure, August. It's good. You'll like it. We're debating the ethics of armed resistance. What forms of armed resistance are justified? What forms are not justified? Which forms are justified morally? Which ones are justified practically? You know. That question he asked me, though, was like... I think one of the questions he asked me was like, okay, why don't we just go ham aerial bombings on the settler communities if they have violent factions in them? Because that's what Israel does to Hamas. And I was like, that's a really... that was a good question. I thought that was a good question. Obviously, I don't support that like level because I don't think Israel's in the right when they do that. But if you can make a good faith effort to parse the violent settlers from the non-violent ones, and get into your little ski mask and shit, yeah, okay.
But they also are ruled by a dictatorship that they put in power 15 years ago. So they have like a lot of troubles, a lot of hurdles.
I think you can deport this. No, his idea was, and I think I kind of agree with it, just maybe not down to a T. His idea was that armed resistance, like armed violence against settlements and settler groups, is what would contribute to stopping Israelis from wanting to go into the settlements. So it contributes to stopping the expansion of settlements and might also incentivize a bunch of settlers to go back to Israel. So it's like it's part of the process of speeding up the reclaiming of the 67 borders. That was his justification for it. The thing I opposed, though, was he seemed to be very keen on just like taking out any like settler civilian, just like any of them. Whether it's a crazy religious person who comes there with a gun and rocks and starts throwing them at people, or like one of those like settler terrorists that blocks the roads and tries to force Palestinians to leave their houses. Whether it's one of those guys or just like a family that moved over the Green Line because they couldn't afford their house in Israel. Like there's a bit of a difference there. But yeah, like I've always said, those ones who like if you can pick out the particular settlers who are like armed and are crazy religious or outposters and shit like that, then yeah, they absolutely deserve to get fucking chased out, chased back over the line, you know? Yeah. Fuck them. Settlements need to fucking stop, okay? And also, as far as any old settlement, even the yeah, chase them out. Yeah, just like, can you not? Do you not have the image in your head? Just scuttle them off. You know, skedaddle them. But then also, like, if there's any settlement construction, like if there's a settlement construction site, you know, just wait for the builders to fuck off for the day. Go in, take it down. You know, like there's nothing wrong with that. That would be based. That's a legitimate form of resistance, at least in my mind. Is that bad? Is that a problem? I don't know.
What if back in 2006, when they had that election, Hamas was the only party that presented like potentially a real solution? Because the other group, Fatah, the group that was opposed to Hamas, had been trying diplomatically to engage with Israel for a long time, and nothing had happened. In fact, things were getting worse. Year after year, things were getting worse. So if you're one of the like millions of Palestinian people, and you have two options, one of them is the status quo, where you continue to die and rot in a cage. You have no.
As long as nobody's getting hurt. The fact is, right? If you're going to do that kind of resistance, people are going to get hurt, okay? That's the trade-off that you make. Civilians will probably die in the crossfire. Military guys and cops are probably going to get hit, right? But it's either that, you bite that bullet, or just nothing happens, you know?
Freedom, and you'll never have any freedom. You don't have the kind of citizenship that you could use to leave the country. Egypt won't let you through their border. You can't travel into Israel unless you're one of the lucky few that gets a work visa. In all likelihood, you'll eventually die either to malnutrition or to a bomb or to a disease that you could have had easily treated if you lived in Israel, where there are like hospitals that actually work and have enough beds. Or you go with Hamas, a party that says, hey, listen, you know what? Things really suck and diplomacy isn't working. Maybe jihad will. Maybe the only way to break the back of our oppressors is through violent Islamic militant action. Can you understand how, given that situation, given the fact that a lot of these Palestinians were born in the ghetto, raised in the ghetto, and died in the ghetto, that a lot of them might think the status quo is not working? Like, you know, maybe I should join Hamas.
I can understand radicalization. I can understand young kids in Palestine growing up that way, thinking this is the way to go. I can understand it. I'm saying, as a political scientist, it's not working for them. Pragmatically,
it's not working.
It's not working for them.
But whether or not it's working for them isn't up to them, because diplomacy wasn't either. Like, it's to the Palestinian people. It's, do you die?
Oh, you fucking assholes pointing to the high Gaza life expectancy. Oh my god, I hate you so much. I just hate you so much. is a bit. I think, is it not still the case that some people in Gaza have to get healthcare in Israel? Wasn't that one of the? Because wasn't that the whole thing about one of the kibbutzim people? The kibbutz people were getting were killed. Was like people who actually advocated for and did work in getting Gazans to hospitals when they couldn't get particular kinds of healthcare in Gaza. Not to mention all the PTSD and other shit that they deal with in Gaza, and like the 50% unemployment and shit. Pretty rough over there. Okay. Chill.
Young fighting for your people, or do you die middle-aged because of like malnutrition, you know? Like to them, this situation, like who the f cares? Why should they care about their own lives? It's not like they have any in those cages. The people making this choice for them is Israel. Like all Israel would have to do is give them something, anything. If you want Hamas to go away, by the way, all Israel would have to do is actually engage in diplomatic negotiations, pull back their illegal settlements in the West Bank, allow Palestinians to return to them, pull people from the Gaza Strip over to those settlements, or like open up land around it, or give like greater permissions or freedoms, or say, fuck it, electricity and water's on the house, you know, no more like sanctioning or like cutting off any of those. If they did that, people wouldn't join Hamas anymore because they would realize that there's something to work for, something to believe in, you know?
Didn't they try this in 2005? Didn't Sharon remove a lot of settlers? Didn't he go against like the most right-wing Jewish fraction in his own party to get that done? He went against all those guys.
I mean,
because he really believed in it. Like, I'm not saying
you mean in the West Bank?
Definitely not. Yeah.
I mean the settler, like the
someone in Vosh's chat, and then he did the Nakba. Left frog. I hit the fucking timeline. The timeline is off the wall in this conversation. Holy shit. Oh, you're here. What the fuck are we smoking here? Sharon pulled out of Gaza, did the Nakba with the backing of the UN and the British, and Israel was funding Hamas, and the Fedayeen were non-violent. I don't know what's going on. Oh god, all kinds of. Listen, that was just the average Saturday in Israel Palestine. You know, God.
The settler movement has continued. Sharon didn't Sharon like suffer consequences for that? Like he went against the right-wing people.
Yeah, he went against them, but I'm saying like there have been moves to say, okay, more hands-off approach, you guys figure it out. And you cannot say that the Palestinian response has been great.
Well, yeah, because it didn't work. Like, that's the thing. In order for Palestinians, in order for people who have been ethnically cleansed and brutalized for nearly a century, you can't just give them one politician who promises something good and then dies, because he got a stroke after that.
But he did do something. He didn't just say it.
Right? Sure. But then it clearly didn't keep, right? Because right now the settlement movement, or the settler movement, is faster than ever. Right now, as we speak, there are settlers that have been armed by the IDF that are illegally moving to like Palestinian.
There's libertarian. He could just. I think he's talking about Gaza, though, right? Which is where Hamas took power. It's not a good argument, but he could try to make it here.
Settlements in the West Bank and clearing them out, literally just gunning them down. There have been over 200 now Palestinian deaths in the West Bank since October 7th, and a lot of it is just settlers and the IDF just clearing people out. And there's a scuffle, some guy throws a rock, they get shot, you know? If like the Israeli people are the ones, you know, Israel is the one who has done this brutality, they need to show real good faith, and that means years of reparations.
Why can't he distinguish between the West Bank and Gaza? I told you, like everyone who talks about this, when people talk about this subject, right, you have to start from you have to remember that most people who talk about this subject don't know which is which. Okay, I will say that very boldly. At least not, I mean, in the fucking white English-speaking world. Okay. Arabs probably know which is which, or other people know which is which, but I've said this, okay? Look at it. Because people think West Bank is this one because it's in the West. Okay. Vosh is streaming in 100 minutes. I'm sure he would love to talk. Yeah, okay. I'll see what he says.
I don't mean like one politician does one good law. I mean like, holy, they need to like dedicate themselves to repairing this, to mending this, you know? Like the Palestinian people deserve the prostration after everything that's been done to them. And then maybe we will have peace. But until then, why would they not choose Hamas?
Because the Hamas approach is not working for them.
So neither was diplomacy. At least this way they die fighting.
Whoa.
I would say the first problem for the Palestinians is to get rid of Hamas.
They didn't have Hamas for decades, and it still didn't work. Israel needs to be the one. Israel has shown that they will not do good on Palestinians whether or not Hamas is there. When Fatah was in power, they still didn't do good to the Palestinians. The only hope is for Israel to put the first foot forward. And again, Israel's the one with the power. What would Palestinians even do right now? 3/4 of the people in the West Bank have fled their homes. Like what? Like they're going to have like a democratic election while all of them are huddling in refugee tents trying like not to get bombed or whatever. Like Israel is the one with the power. They can turn the water on like that. They can stop the bombing like that. They can, turn the electricity on like that. The Palestinian people.
I think you meant to say Gaza, not the West Bank.
Deserve it. Does Israel, the state of Israel, deserve to not be heckled by Hamas? Honestly, the state of Israel has done 1,000,000 times worse to the Palestinian people than Hamas has ever done to Israel. In terms of like moral culpability, Israel's job first is to apologize and to act, I think.
Okay, let me sketch you a scenario, right? So let's say Hamas is almost ready.
Did Fatah ever fully control Gaza? I guess not fully, no. I guess they were technically there. No. I guess they were technically the government there in 2005 until 2007. Until they excuse me, until they lost the election, right? But I think Hamas still had a fairly sizable level of control there, right? They controlled like almost half of the mosques at that point because of their turnover from the charity group. So they were still pretty influential. I don't really know how effective the PA government was in Gaza. It probably still was relatively, because it was obviously during the war when the guys from Fatah got fucking thrown off rooftops by Hamas when they were kicked out. So yeah, technically Fatah did rule Gaza for 2 years.
Dedicated. There's a new, more moderate government installed in Gaza.
I don't think you can eradicate Hamas, to be clear, but
okay, yeah, sure. It's going to be a tough one. I get it. In response, Netanyahu gets voted out in a couple of months. A more moderate Israeli prime minister comes in. There's some perspective there. But if they're going to gamble on Hamas again, this is not going to work for them. From the Palestinian view, right? If you have a choice right now, knowing that Netanyahu can really lose the next election, what is more pragmatic to do right now? Support Hamas or say, let's go a more moderate route now? There might be a window of opportunity here.
You are talking about an area where 3/4 of the people are in refugee camps. They haven't had an election in almost 20 years. You're asking for them to suddenly engage in like this anti-sociological paradigm shift when they have no reason to believe anything will change. Meanwhile, Israel, which has all the power, should not put forward the first, the first apology. No, I disagree strongly. Right now, like you are looking at a situation where one person is on the ground being beaten to death, and you are asking them, not the person with the hammer, to act well and to be trustful that he might, stay his hammer if they're kind, or like you're running up to the guy who's being like beaten with a bat, and you're like, dude, if you apologize loud enough, maybe they'll stop beating you with a bat.
Anti-sociological paradigm shift. It's a funny sentence.
Even though they beat you with a bat when you were apologizing to begin with, No. It's Israel that has to do the work here. And I don't understand what the opposition is to this, Like, why not? Like, the settlements in the West Bank are illegal. They have to give them up, The treatment of the people in the Gaza Strip is illegal, They have to stop.
I agree with you on the settlements. I don't agree with you on like this is how I view it, right? If Israel pulls back now, it will seem like a reward for what Hamas has done. Do you agree with me? If they would like loosen up right now, if they hadn't gone in like a couple of weeks ago.
You don't get to do literal war crimes because not doing war crimes would be seen as being conciliatory to the terrorist group. They've already killed like 15,000 people. Like, that's not a justification. Like, oh, they have to keep killing civilians because otherwise they'll look weak. I don't care. Make them look weak. Let Hamas have the win. I don't care.
But they're going after Hamas. They're not just bombing people randomly.
They are.
Right?
They literally are. Like, they are literally just...
Evidence.
They've literally been striking like hospitals and refugee camps. The reason Israel hasn't been bragging about Hamas casualties is because there are basically none.
Is that true? Has Israel given an estimate for how many Hamas they've killed? I feel like I saw something on, but I can't remember where I saw it. Does anyone have a link? Yeah, the IDF 4 days ago said 4,000 Hamas fires have died so far. That was from Gallant. Is that how you say his name? $1,500 fighters killed on October 7th and 8th. Thousands were killed inside Gaza, 4,000. So would that be, does that include subsequently 4,000? So it would be like, they're saying they killed 5,500. Okay. I don't know. I don't know how they're judging that if they're all in buildings and shit, but okay. But the IDF are saying they've killed lots of Hamas people. What's this?
Gone. I love Israel. I love Israel, Gone.
Okay.
Hamas isn't that stupid. There are tunnels. They fled to the south the moment they realized they would be invading from the north. Like, 15,000 dead. How many of them are Hamas insurgents? Israel can't even point to what? A few dozen? It's like nothing. It's just civilians. They open
no, it's commanders. That's the ones that get properly confirmed by like both sides. Is like usually when it's commanders and high up people, like named people.
Or by like missile striking a bunch of Palestinian journalist houses where they live, their homes, directly with precision munitions. You know, like their goal here was not to clear out Hamas. They've been wanting to kill the Palestinians for a long time. There are politicians in government literally saying, like, here's our chance to get rid of them, you know? Netanyahu compared them to biblical enemies of Israel. Like, you know, they're here to play for keeps. This is not like, you know, they're not going to hold off.
No, I fully agree that the most hawkish guys are going to use this opportunity. Definitely.
But those people are in power. Like, those are the people in power.
Yes, but on the Israeli side, at least we have elections, so we have a chance to get rid of them. On the Palestinian side, there are no elections, so we don't have a chance to get rid of them.
There's no need to get rid of them with an election. Hamas will go away if the Palestinian people are given an opportunity to live their lives in peace. Nobody jumps into jihadist insurgency when their life is going well. And also, what election?
Well,
3/4
Bin Laden. Oh shit. No, I know what he means. Obviously, Hamas gets recruits because kids grow up in Gaza, they get a lot of trauma from the bombings, and then they see a bunch of their friends die, and they're like, "Fuck this, I'm joining Hamas." Like that's probably how it happens for most of them, right? It's pretty fucking sad. The problem is if Israel makes any concessions now and they start giving things to Palestinians, like at an unprecedented scale, which is what it would have to be to meet this standard, is like how do you stop that from just being like the Gaza pullout? They're just looking like you're rewarding violence. Like it looks like you're rewarding Hamas. Yeah. I don't know. Unless they just focused on West Bank stuff, if they just found, like, if they just strengthened the PA and just started negotiating with them, and then it looks like they're rewarding the non-violent side rather than the violent side. I don't know.
Of them have been ousted from their homes. Like you're running up to a person who's being beaten to death with a bat. You know, like what they're.
Well, the point you made about radicalization is not true. Like, especially in Europe, there are a lot of guys who radicalized, who are like very highly educated, like very smart guys.
Yeah, but in terms
ISIS.
in terms of like the jihadist militarization thing, like we saw with ISIS, we see with the Taliban, we saw with the Mujahideen, we've seen with Hamas over and over and over again. It's oppression and foreign imposition that does this to them. ISIS, after our invasion of Iraq and the destabilization and power vacuum, the Taliban and the Mujahideen because of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and Hamas because of decades of Israel not playing ball with attempts at diplomacy from the Palestinians. Like, the reason Hamas exists is because people think diplomacy cannot give them anything, that diplomacy can't work. And right now it seems it can't. Like, it hasn't worked.
So you don't think the reason Hamas exists is because these people have a certain Islamic view of violence and they agree with Hamas that they want to kill the Jews?
What do you mean?
That's a factor?
What do you mean Islamic view of violence? The only people doing mass killings,
jihad, right?
The only group here doing mass killings are the Jews. They're the ones doing the mass killings. The mass killings are happening, not hypothetically, but in reality, and they're being done by an advanced military state, and it's the Jews doing it. Like, that's the group doing it.
Hamas is doing all the killing it can do. You agree with me on that, right?
What does that even mean?
Well, literally what it says, like, everyone they can kill, they will kill. They showed that when they had a couple of hours.
Gay Fesh is in there saying, by Israel, not the Jews. Nah, I think it's better when you say the Jews, right? Because it's the language that people in the Middle East use when they talk about Israel. And it also means, like, if you have to say Israel and rather than the Jews, because the sentence you're saying would sound shit, if it would sound anti-Semitic if you say the Jews. Nah, you can say the Jews. Fuck it. I noticed I do it. Like, Gay Fesh. Vosh, you're gonna get clipped for this.
In Israel,
no,
if they have the opportunity,
they didn't
they're gonna
attack.
kill the most.
Because at the end of the day, most of the world's Jews, I think, well, like almost half of them, like 40-something% of the world's Jews live in Israel. So they're basically all Zionists, just about. And most of the world's Jews have some level of sympathy for the state of Israel or some belief that it should exist and all that. So, yeah, you should be able to apply it. The Jews. Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't attack. They didn't attack.
Most of international Jewry. Norman. Yeah, Norman. Finkelstein, I'll tell you. Yeah. He'll come in. God, I've noticed that looking around at Finkelstein's like little vlog posts and shit, or like Substack, that guy plays the Holocaust fucking card harder than any pro-Israel person I've ever seen. It's crazy. That guy just loves telling you. He just loves the fact that his parents died in the Holocaust. I don't know. I should watch his Piers Morgan one though, because apparently that got quite popular. amongst Pierce's Arab viewers. No, actually, I want to watch the Bassem Youssef one. I much prefer him to Finkelstein, actually. Yeah.
Against Israeli civilians. Israel
He's forced into it. He says he doesn't want to bring it up often. Nah, sorry. He's not a fucking 4-year-old. No one's forcing him to say anything. He says it because he wants to, because he's a provocateur, because he's an antagonist. That's why he says it. If you can't see that, by the way, if you are fooled by him saying, I don't want to be doing this, like, nah, you're a sucker. You're literally just getting scammed by a scam artist. Like, if you believe that. He says it because he likes saying it.
Has been doing attacks against Palestinian civilians many times over. I don't like if your argument is that Hamas is somehow more violent than Israel, then this is like mathematically unprovable.
Well, I would say Hamas has less opportunity to be violent.
Almost like they have significantly less power.
I agree, they have less power. I agree, but it doesn't make them the moral side because they have less power.
I'm not saying
mean anything.
I'm not saying that Hamas is the moral side. I'm saying the Palestinians are broadly.
Yeah, but as long as Hamas is a representative of the Palestinian people,
they weren't for decades.
You can't separate those two. You cannot.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, what you're describing is literally the pretext for a war crime, collective punishment. You're describing
all war is collective punishment.
No, it is not. Absolutely.
Yes.
No, the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians because of the government, then you just think all war is war crimes.
No, I'm saying all war is collective punishment.
No, it is not. War is supposed to be militaries fighting other militaries. And if civilians die, it's either accidental or because they were incidental, like casualties when attacking military targets.
Is there not going to be a discussion here about Gaza and how there are no like Hamas bases like that say this is the Hamas base, like that Hamas doesn't make the effort to separate themselves from civilian infrastructure? I mean, if they did, they would just lose. They would just all die. Like, so I can see why they do it, but they do it. Like, yeah. We're not going to get into the human shields memes. Oh no. No, I don't think Finkelstein's parents died. I think they were in camps, and I think the rest of his family died. I think that's what he says. Yeah.
But Israel is taking measures in limiting civilian.
They are bombing indiscriminately, and them saying, "Hey, go to the south now. You have 24 hours to get down below this line we've drawn in the sand," and then missiles striking the caravan of people moving south.
That one was a Hamas attack. The one with the bus, you mean, that blew up?
The strike that killed like dozens of people that was on the direct line from them moving from the northern part to the southern part.
I know there was one where a bus blew up, which definitely wasn't Israel, but I'm not sure about all of them, so I'm not gonna.
An enormous number of civilians have died. Like nobody in their right mind could call that. Like, why would Israel directly missile strike over a dozen Palestinian journalist houses if they weren't just trying to like silence all of the people who could be reporting what they're doing?
Yeah, well, obviously, I wouldn't agree to that. So,
well, but okay. How can you believe, but it's not just you can't agree to it. That's insane. This is the most deadly conflict for journalists in over 30 years, since the end of the Cold War. Like Israel is, and it's not the Hamas that's doing that. Israel is cutting off everything, cutting off power, cutting off internet, killing the journalists, killing UN workers, Red Crescent and Red Cross workers. Like the idea that this is some kind of targeted, like restrained strike against Hamas is insane. That's just not happening.
I would say that Israel is restraining itself.
I just don't think that lines up with like any sane assessment of the facts. Like I guess they could nuke the Gaza Strip. Like they're restraining.
Are they going to talk about the facts? I want to hear the arguments for the. Like it might be. I haven't looked at all the details of what Israel's doing in Gaza with the bombing campaigns. They've obviously gone a lot more ham than they had in the previous Gaza wars. But that's also because their objective is a lot more fucking heavy. What's your opinion on Rashid Khalidi? I like him. I like his books. Well, the one book that I read of his.
Themselves in the sense that they could do that. But in terms of like fighting this war responsibly and without collective punishment, the members of the Israeli government have literally invoked collective punishment. They have literally said, like, as long as Hamas, like, they are all Hamas. They all support Hamas, therefore they're all Hamas. They're invoking the war crime.
Yeah, but I do think that when you're fighting a dictatorship, it's different than when you're fighting a democracy.
There isn't a dictatorship there. It's just an open air prison. It's not a country. They don't have a military.
But how? So you don't consider Hamas to be a dictatorship?
It's a prison that Israel created that has a prison gang that runs it. They had a government, and that government tried to fight for their rights, and it didn't work. Israel wouldn't listen.
I think it's probably okay to call. Hamas are a government. They collect taxes. They provide jobs. They have a police force. They do have military. Like they have militants. They have training facilities for their military. Some of them were actually strangely close to the border. They administer welfare. They control mosques. I don't know what the tunnel taxes. They get foreign aid. they're not a state, but they are kind of a government. They're like a de facto government. Yeah.
But right now, Hamas is the governing institute in Gaza, right?
They are the only group with power there apart from Israel. Like they're a prison gang, sure. Like in the sense
same could be said of a prison gang. No. What fucking foreign aid the prison gangs get? The prison gangs collect taxes from the entire prison. I guess maybe some of them do, eh? Who knows? Do they administer welfare services and control mosques? Sure, yeah. Yeah, I guess, they take cigarettes from the people and they and they give out fucking roofies to they give out Valium to people if they want them. I don't know.
that a prison gang could take control of a prison, but who built the walls?
Yeah, I guess it's basically the same.
Okay, you know what? I get where you're coming from. I would just put way more agency with the Palestinians. I just think you're only viewing it from one side because they have more power.
I mean, generally speaking,
it's not a dictatorship under any definition. We have a new winner in Vouch chat.
Only viewing it from one side because they have more power.
I mean, generally speaking, the group with the more power is supposed to be the one to right the wrongs, especially when on one hand, the Palestinians have done basically nothing to Israel, and Israel has engaged in decades of genocide and ethnic cleansing.
Come on. There were like a lot of attacks.
If you want to do like
before they built the wall, there were a lot of suicide attacks.
There have always been more deaths.
A lot of intifadas, a lot of rockets. I
am coming on here. If you want to compare the number of deaths on both sides, it has always been more Palestinians dead. The number of Palestinians, if you include the numbers who have been displaced from their homes, never to return because they've never been given rights.
Which of the old historians has the most compelling criticism of the new historians? Thanks for the $10, Everyday Skeptic. I don't know. Sorry.
Right to return. It goes into well over 1 million people. What does that compare to? Some rocks, some bottle rockets fired across? Israel's a modern military state. Maybe they could just not do the ethnic cleansing. Maybe Israel could use its enormous power to just do what every other modern Western state has done and not be an apartheid state. But they can't do it because they are obsessed with the idea of being a Jewish ethno-state. So they won't. The people there, both Israelis and many of them, because Israelis tend to be pretty far right in the issue, and their government are militantly opposed to the idea of handing over any power in government to Arabs.
I don't believe in counting dead bodies to determine who's in the right.
Well, that's convenient for Israel, considering the way things have stacked up.
No, because if it were the other way around in any other conflict...
Oh, he's going to do the Ben Shapiro. Oh, no. The British killed more, the Allies killed more German civilians than this. Yeah. Is that even true, though? Well, I guess we went between, like, the British and the Germans, but, like, I think even then the Nazis probably killed more civilians if you count the Soviet Union. Like, the siege of Leningrad, didn't they kill, like, 1 million Soviet citizens?
Smarmy cuck bastard.
Which of the old historians has the most compelling criticism of the new historians?
Civilian deaths, World War II. It says Allied civilian deaths. Is there a count? Yeah, the Soviets lost like 19 million civilians. Yeah. How many Germans were killed by the British? I don't know. I can just show you this on screen. Sorry. I don't know. Whatever. It's like the Ben Shapiro argument.
I still wouldn't use that measurement. Like if Ukraine now starts killing like a lot of Russian soldiers and they like end up killing way more.
Those are Russian soldiers, not civilians. If Ukraine started killing a bunch of Russian civilians, that actually would change things quite a bit.
It would? So you're saying that if Ukraine right now started bombing Russian cities like Russia is bombing Ukrainian cities, even if Ukraine is defending itself and bombing because they want Russia to leave their country, you would say that the moment they kill more, they're in the wrong.
Yes.
That's a ridiculous standard.
No, that's called war crimes. Yeah. Just because your country is being invaded and the Russians commit war crimes does not mean that you get to go, oh, well, guess we'll do yours, and then start strategically bombing like Moscow or whatever. Yeah, they're war crimes.
So you're saying that if you're invaded by a country, you don't have the right to bomb that country in order to get them to leave your country?
Yeah, you can, not indiscriminately. Russia is not bombing Ukrainian cities and only targeting military targets. Russia's just level.
Does that mean Hamas does war crimes? Every rocket that Hamas fires is basically a war crime because you can't aim the rockets, right? And I learned that from the UN reports. Okay, so yeah.
Ukrainian cities. If Ukraine engaged,
I agree.
If Ukraine engaged in targeted bombing of military assets, that might lead to some civilian casualties, but I think that's acceptable within the rules of war. What Russia has done to Ukraine, and what Israel is doing right now to the Gaza Strip, is just indiscriminate civilian massacre.
Well, I believe that the Russians are doing it indiscriminately. I don't think the Israelis are, but
I just don't think that's. I mean, you can agree or disagree. Like the numbers, like every humanitarian rights group on the planet is like ringing alarm bells right now. The people whose job it is to study genocide are ringing the alarm bells.
The numbers count is just not a good argument. Like there are so many other arguments. Just don't use the numbers count. It's just stupid.
2 months and 15,000 dead is pretty extraordinary, especially considering we're talking about one area the size of a single American city. Like, you can look at satellite maps right now of Gaza, and it's literally nothing. There is no Gaza anymore. They're not going back, dog. What do you think is happening to the 2 million Palestinians that are now crammed in the southern part of the Gaza Strip? Do you think they're going back to the molten ash heap that is the northern part of the Gaza Strip? There aren't houses to go back to.
Do you think that if you would believe for 1 second that Israel wants to eliminate Hamas, you might not believe it, but just for the sake of the argument,
they like Hamas. They're pro-Hamas.
Okay,
Jesus
for the
Christ.
sake of the argument, let's say Israel wants to
that's I don't know. Some of them might have kind of been as a kind of convenience, but not anymore, I don't think.
Eradicate Hamas. That's gonna take that's gonna cost a lot of lives. You agree with me, right? Like even if you do it in the best possible way,
maybe you shouldn't do it then.
If you want to eradicate 40,000 people, some estimates are up to that from Hamas fighters, it's gonna cost a lot of people's lives. Like,
then don't do it.
That's terrible.
No, you don't get to just like, oh well. Sadly, our goal involves killing 1 million.
Yeah, Bibi said that. Like Bibi's, I think. As far as I know, the Israeli government haven't denied that quote, although it's really, really hard to verify as well. Because I think it was like a hearsay. Like someone said that they heard him say this, or yeah, that's all we've got. But apparently he said it in the Knesset, so I don't know. But yeah, he said that if you want to stop the establishment of a Palestinian state, you should let Hamas continue to exist, basically. But I don't think that's their position now. I think October 7th might have led him to think that wasn't the greatest idea. I think it's probably safe to say they want Hamas gone now.
Civilians. Guess we have to kill 1 million civilians. You just don't do it.
But
then.
the goal is self-defense, right?
No, it's not. No. Hamas is the one acting in self-defense. Israel did this to the Gaza Strip. Israel isn't acting in self-defense. They're the ones who created the situation. Israel didn't exist here. They partitioned the territory, Nakba'd the Palestinians, fought war after war.
They did not partition. The UN partitioned.
And they partitioned with the consultation of Zionist groups, and Zionist militias were given weapons and then a full-on army. Yes, they did not directly do it, but they were fully part of the process, consented to it, and were participant in the removal of the Palestinians during the Nakba. Time after time after time, it's Israelis who have been the aggressors. And now, after cramming a bunch of Palestinians into a concentration camp,
I would love to know why he thinks that, why he's talking as if the UN was the ones, the UN or the British, like, doing the Nakba. I don't know. Yeah.
Indignant that a few bottle rockets find their way out. Well, I'm really sorry, Israel, but you did make all of this happen, and you could stop it.
Whoa.
Israel could stop it and make life better for them and for the Palestinians. They're jeopardizing their own safety. The safety of Israeli people is jeopardized every time that dumb Netanyahu, who, by the way, the Israelis voted for, as long as we're doing the you're responsible for who you vote for bit, okay? Netanyahu has continuously jeopardized the safety of Israeli civilians by putting them at odds with every neighboring Arab state. Constant aggression and aggression and aggression.
Did the Nakba involve concentration? No, when he says concentration camp, he's talking about Gaza. That's what he's talking about, right? He's not talking about the Nakba. No. As far as actual concentration camps go, I don't think Israel's ever used them. I think. Have they ever used concentration? I don't know. They've used typhoid to poison the wells. But I don't think they've used concentration camps, no. They've used brutal prison systems. They've used torture. Some that are actually quite specific for Palestinians, I think. But no, I don't think they've used concentration camps.
They're never going to live there peacefully if you keep throwing rocks at everyone you live by and the people you live next to, the Palestinians.
So you're just going to ignore the Abraham Accords? That's also Netanyahu making enemies with neighboring states? Him like having peace deals?
I mean, how's that working out? Like a bunch of neighboring countries have literally threatened to militarily intervene if they don't stop killing Palestinians. Clearly it didn't work that well.
Okay, so because the situation now changed, you're not going to recognize.
They changed
what
it.
happened.
Well, he attempted the Abrahamic Accords, but it doesn't really matter if you're going to keep genociding the Palestinians. All the neighboring Arab nations are going to rile up about it, right?
Yeah, because they find it a very useful front, right? The Palestinian front. They use it to distract their own people from internal problems.
Yeah, just like Netanyahu uses Hamas. Yeah,
they keep.
Did neighboring states threaten to intervene? I know Hezbollah did. I don't know if any, like, Abraham Accords states did. Did they? Like, did Saudi? Probably not. Oh, Iran. But wait, I don't think Iran was part of the fucking Abraham Accords. Abraham Accords was, let's find it. United States, Israel, Bahrain, Emirates, Morocco, Sudan. Oh yeah, because Morocco made peace. Does this mean Morocco has made peace with Israel? I think Morocco might have been threatening to scrap Abraham. I feel like I've read that. Let's see. Morocco threaten Abraham. Morocco is key to bolster it. That's not okay. Friendly ties are facing some backlash. I think that's a problem with a lot of these states, is that since 48 it's probably been the case, is that the populations of these Arab states are so much more pro-Palestinian than the leaders are. Even in 48, there were protests because the Arab states, they felt like in Egypt and Jordan, because they thought that the states weren't doing enough to help the Palestinians in the war. I read that from Pape's book, I think. But I guess the leaders have to be a lot more pragmatic about it, and I guess they can be because they're dictatorships. So yeah.
keep them in refugee camps. They don't give them rights. They don't give them permits to work in
Oh, Morocco did it for Western Sahara. Hey, well. Imperialism. I like that. Oh, you're gonna love me. Shit. These guys can't take them anywhere.
Countries, even though they're their Muslim brothers. And I don't hear you talking about Egypt.
Wait.
You can't.
Morocco got that colonizer grind set. I don't know anything about Western Sahara. I just, I don't know.
They can't give them permits to. They're in a camp.
Jordan can't give them work permits. The Palestinian refugees in Jordan. They're over a couple of million.
Yeah, the refugees. We're talking about the people in the Gaza Strip. Hey, why are there refugees in Jordan? That's weird. What are they refugees from?
From losing land after losing a war.
From being ethnically cleansed. That's what that means. Ethnic cleansing is when you clear people of an ethnicity out of a territory, often after they lose a war. You know, it's possible to win a war and then to simply control the area. The part where you remove everyone of a given skin color or religion or whatever, that's the ethnic cleansing part. They chose to do that.
Do you know of one country that doesn't torture terrorists? Probably like Switzerland. I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I'll come back to you with that. Okay?
Chose to give back the Sinai. They offered up the Golan Heights.
First of all, okay, they did not offer up. They fought for the Golan Heights. They took it. People have asked them to give it back. Also, they were pressured into giving it.
Switzerland torture people. Come on, fuck them. Who? Iceland? Does Iceland torture people? Come on, Iceland. Give me one. Give me a W.
They offered it up in
Nauru probably does torture people. Yeah, Nauru is very bad for the fucking refugees like from Indonesia and shit. Yeah.
In return for peace.
In return for peace. They also were pressured into giving the Sinai back. Also, this is a pivot. This has nothing to do with the Palestinians. The Palestinians were not Egypt. They didn't fight. The Palestinians weren't at war with the Israeli army over the Sinai Peninsula. This is, again, like you keep pivoting when I say, like, Israel chose to do an ethnic cleansing. Why are there so many Palestinian refugees in Jordan? It's like, oh, well, because they chose to do it, you know? Like, at the end of the day, Israel just does monstrous shit all the time, and it gets so indignant when anything bad happens to it. When it causes, like, why does everyone hate me? I don't know, dude. Have you done anything hateable, Israel? Have you done anything to antagonize your neighbors? I wonder.
So what did you expect to happen in like?
Really quickly. I just have to say, I hate this. What do you expect to happen? Okay, if Israel did something, they did something. I'm not talking about like, oh, after this, what do you expect? If they did a thing, they did a thing. What did Israel expect? Did anything obligate Israel to make millions of Palestinian refugees? Was there like a divine mandate that made them do it? It was their choice. They chose to do that because the people who did it were evil. And that's all there is to it, though.
Okay. Yeah. And the Palestinians chose Hamas.
In 2006.
They chose Intifadas.
My argument is that at that point, Israel had given them basically no other choice. And you haven't responded to that, by the way. Like I keep arguing over and over again, like decades and decades of diplomatic efforts. It seems like you weren't even aware of them because you framed like all the wars as though they were like fought between Israel and Palestine.
Oh.
Yeah, but you're acting like the Palestinians were like standing on the side, like, okay, guys, fight this war. Again, obviously not.
Yeah, why would they not support the people who are fighting the people, brutalizing them? No. Again. No.
I get you.
No, the Palestinians are. No, again, this isn't a matter of, well, what do you expect? The Palestinians are morally correct in supporting the enemy of their enemy. The Israelis are morally incorrect in doing genocide. You can't say, well, what did you expect? Why would Israel not do genocide after the people they were genociding sided with the people who were trying to stop the genocide? No shit. Of course they would side. The Palestinians have every right to. The Palestinians have every right to basically any support of any military opposition to Israel. They are being genocided. This is like libertarianism.
Well, like even Hamas? What I'm pretty sure Vosh opposes Hamas. So there's not any military opposition, sure, okay.
101. I mean, they're literally being kept in an open-air prison. Why would they not, like, Israel cuts their water, man.
There, in the Gaza Strip, even before the conflict, only like 10% of people.
Why would Israel owe them water?
They live in Israel. It's Israel territory. What do you mean owe them water?
They left the Gaza Strip in 2005.
What? It's still Israel. The military occupation left. It's still Israel. Israel controls the water in. This is what I mean. This is why I like talking to people like you, because you're monsters.
Whoa. It got mad over the agua. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Let me find it. They don't owe them water. They owe them agua. All right. How many, I think Israel does owe Gaza water because they control the border. That's the argument. Much of Gaza's water is controlled by Israel. Three seawater destination plants can produce 7% of Gaza's clean water needs. 3 pipelines from Israel provide 13%. Is it 13%? Where do they get all the rest from? Is it apparently it's from underground wells? Oh, underground wells with an active fire. So it's from within. Yeah, that whole thing about how you only get like 70 liters a day of water is that in the West Bank? What's it like in Gaza? What the fuck is this? Centrist nurse with $2. Thanks very much. I hear this often. What's the argument for the 97%? What do you mean 97% of water? They don't have the desalination working. Oh, because they need fuel for it. Yeah. Yeah. Is that why Israel controls water? Because they control fuel access. So it kind of is. Okay, I got you. That makes sense.
You go through like the runabout, but then I hear, well, why would it be bad exactly for Ukraine to do war crimes back? It's like you don't comprehend what is or isn't acceptable reprisal on a social level. You say you're a libertarian, but you're okay with the police and the military, the least libertarian institutions in the world. And then when we get right down to it, who said 2 million people?
I don't know why you would ever say Gaza is Israel. That's a really bizarre thing to say.
Had to be given water. Who said water is a human right? I do say that. And if people like you are the kinds of people that Palestinians had to deal with when they tried to fight for their rights, no shit, they turned to Hamas. Because they probably thought that, I don't know, suicide bombing buildings full of people like you was a far more effective route to their freedom than trying to explain to people like you why they deserve to have water as a human right. How did you pose that as a question? Like because Israel left, like
God.
The military occupation, they just die now? They just get to die?
They chose Hamas.
They chose Hamas. I'm choosing to end the call. Nice.
Bro.
What a monster, dude. That guy pivoted off of everything, dog. Holy shit. He started grinning. He grinned nervously, yeah. Yeah, like I again, like I
know what the fuck. All right. That was a very strange debate. The history was mental. Oh God. I think the guy brought up Camp David, and then Vosh started talking about the Nakba, and then I don't know. Well,
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
That lib dude wasn't that unreasonable. No, he kind of was, right? He wasn't really making any decent points, I don't think. Would you debate Vosh on this topic? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I just want to correct all his blind spots on the history, but he's I don't think he wants that. Would you debate Tabernacle? I would definitely debate him because there's a lot more like big substantial disagreements with him. Yeah. Okay. What like if I had to make a note of some of the blind spots that we saw? Debate Finkelstein. I mean, talking to him in emails sounds like an absolute fucking shit show, so don't think I'll be doing that. But I don't think Tabernacle wants anything to do with me. He acknowledged that in his last video as well. He was just like, why? Why would I debate him? Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from him. If I want to talk to Finkelstein, I need to call his landline. Yeah. Have a fucking Telegram exchange. Read 3 of his books that he emails me before starting. Fuck that. Okay, what were we talking about here? The British and the UN did not take part in the Nakba. Okay, that's one. What else was it? Oh, PLO peaceful in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I mean, they didn't really exist in the 50s and 40s and 50s. Well, before 1988. I guess Arafat's role in the peace process failing, because he did have some role. I don't think it was completely his fault, but he did have some part. He didn't stop the Second Intifada, which is pretty shit. What else do we have here? I don't know. The PLO. I know PLO was 64. Yeah, I know. Before that was Fedayeen. But again, he was saying that the Palestinians had like a non-violent diplomatic institution that was wanting to negotiate with Israel like in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I don't know why he would say that though, because that's definitely not the case. Like everyone wanted to fight with Israel back then. What else? Another bus and after 48. Can you research the PLO after 73? Did they try peaceful approaches there? As far as I know, they didn't renounce terrorism until 88. That was when Arafat made his big announcement to the UN.
Cuck bastard.
What else? Something about Israel always being the aggressor. Oh, Netanyahu funding Hamas. That was kind of like a big one. And I think he's kind of weird in his timeline of when exactly that happened. He didn't mention the genius of the Trump peace plan. Oh, don't forget the Trump peace plan. Chris Stoltz with a $5. Thanks very much. Bonerbox, how do you feel about the US stipulating aid to Israel? Do you think forces like Hamas could weaponize this in some way? Don't know. I have no idea. Maybe? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I guess the part of it is they do want Israel to become less supported on the world stage. Yeah, but that might make Israel more dangerous. I don't know. Oh, between 74, that was the fucking Lebanese civil war. That's what the PLO were doing, wasn't it? The PLO were in the Lebanese civil war from the 70s to the 80s, from like 75 to 85. No. Viewing it strictly as the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Insistence on excluding other Arab forces is to make it more simple. I don't know. I feel like there's a few problems there. Yeah. Yeah, the money in suitcases was humanitarian aid, yeah. So you could even argue that they should have let it go through because I think even there's a quote from Netanyahu saying that like at least if it's under our supervision, it'll go to humanitarian purposes. Yeah. That's what Bibi thought. He thought that with Israel doing it, not only would it divide the Palestinians, but it would also be less likely to go to weapons if it was being supervised by Israel. Season of Discovery comes out today. What the fuck is that? What is World of Warcraft Season of Discovery? Tell me about it. Write a big message in chat and I'll fucking come back from bathroom, okay? Okay. Before I message Vosh, what I want to do is, I want to get in touch with that traveling Israel guy because I feel like we've attracted a few too many pro-Israel people in the chat. I think it's gotten a bit. The community's swung too far. I know that half of you are just a bunch of DGG fucking incels, but like, yeah. I want to find this guy's. Ugh, not. I hate people who have fucking preview channels. I'm already big mad with this person. 3 more links. Does he have an email? How do I get in touch with him?
Remember the Holodomor?
Severe 7. Thanks for the sub. I'm boner pilled. Thanks very much. You're purging the moddies, the moderates. You guys, fuck off. Don't call yourself moderates. Jesus. Instagram. Let's try traveling Israel. Do you have a contact page? Chat is super pro. This is a very. Oh no. This page. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, I'll put it here. Fuck it. All right. Give me a second. Loner box. Loner box on email.com. Hi there. Sorry if this is the wrong. Okay. Okay. Whew. All right. So how many hours do you stream? Billions. I'll probably still do short streams because my throat is still needing a rest. Still coughing quite a bit. And I woke up at 7 a.m. today, guys. 7 a.m. Like a fucking normal person. So I just messaged the traveling Israel guy. I'd rather talk to him than Vosh, to be fair. I don't know if I'm ready to get shoehorned into the pro-genocide camp just yet. And I feel like that's what it's more his chat than him. Who? Just watch more Nasrallah speeches. I could use some more radicalization. Yeah, we need to radicalize the chat a bit more. Bring you a bit more on board with old Philistine. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Please talk to Vosh just to correct him. He's not going to want that. There's no fucking point. And asking that is just a dick move, right? It's like, hey, here, can I just come on and tell you like 5 places that you're just completely wrong about, like historically? I don't know. It's just a bit cringe. It'll be funny. Just ask for a chat. No. Maybe if depending on how this traveling Israel fucking response goes, okay? Let's see for that first. I'll have priorities. You avoid confrontation a lot. It's not avoiding confrontation. Like, I just...
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
I don't like doing debates where I don't feel like I've got like a very solid thing to just fire on. I just feel like Destiny's a lot more approachable for conversations than Vosh is. Like, obviously, because one of them has like an open room in their Discord and the other one doesn't. Fucking debate pedophiles in here, I know. Yeah, well, I actually remember a little while ago asking him if he wanted to talk to Beast Process, but I think he said no. No, he did say no, yeah. Quiz him on history. That'll be brilliant, wouldn't it? That's what everyone needs right now. I'll tell you what, I want to do I've already approached traveling Israel, so I definitely want conflict with him because me and him have completely different like end goals, you know? Like yeah. That'll be a good fucking little scrap. Vouch, we can think about it, you know? What is your end goal? Palestinian self-determination? And I don't think that traveling Israel guy really cares for that. Like, he just sounds like someone who hates Arabs. All right, hang on. Fuck. I want to watch the news. I want to look at the ceasefire thing. All right. That comes through in his vids, like, massively, yeah. All right. So there was a West Bank raid. There was potentially a terror attack. I don't know. Let's have a look. Would you be okay with self-determination in Jordan? What, like, so what you just asked me, Mozart's Ghost, what you really wanted to ask is if I'm okay with ethnic cleansing. That's what you want me to say, right? That's your question. I know, okay? You can't, I don't know why you try to pull the wool over my eyes. That question is actually saying, Lonerbox, would it be okay if we just fucking shifted them all to Jordan and took over the West Bank? That's kind of what you want to ask me. I don't know why you wouldn't just say it. Are you okay with ethnic cleansing? Nope. Unless it's of settlers. All right.
The backdrop to the fragile ceasefire in Gaza. 100 miles away in Jenin, West Bank. Overnight, Israel deployed ground troops in several locations.
Uh-oh.
Sporadic gunfights continue today, and in the Damj neighborhood.
Why is that car so fucking angled?
Sporadic gunfights continue today, and in the Damj neighborhood, as the IDF attempted to enforce an evacuation notice, 2 boys shot dead. Adam Al-Khul, aged just 8, on the left here, trying to run away as bullets sprayed the road. CCTV also showing Basil Al-Wafa, aged 15, as he fell in the street. How the youngest have suffered after Hamas's deadly rampage and Israel's iron fist response. For this evening, deep confusion about 10-month-old Kafir Bibas and his 4-year-old brother Ariel, abducted from their kibbutz on the 7th of October, now reported by Hamas to not have survived. They claim killed by Israeli bombs, the IDF yet to confirm. And yet the ceasefire is likely to be extended. 12 hostages exchanged last night for 30 Palestinian prisoners.
Oh no, she looked at him with a face.
12 hostages exchanged last night.
Oh no, look at... They should actually stay. They're in love. Also, if you're 21 and you date a 20-year-old, you are a groomer, okay? And I will write a tweet longer about you. All right.
For 30 Palestinian prisoners. More released in the last few minutes, handed over to the Red Cross. But how long can this gut-wrenching human swap shop continue without discussing how it all ends?
Loverboy method.
There is no chance we won't resume the fighting until the end. This is my policy. The entire cabinet stands behind it. The entire government stands behind it. The soldiers stand behind it. The people stand behind it. This is exactly what we will do.
The Israeli PM says Hamas has to be destroyed forever, but more fighting means more bodies buried in the rubble. Gaza in numbers. 1 million now sheltering in UN facilities, 80% of the population forced from their homes. More Palestinians without a future.
Everyone is focused on the day of what's happening in Gaza right now. But we also need to be focused at the same time, and we are in conversations with many other countries, on what I've called both the day after and the day after the day after. By the day after, I mean what happens in Gaza once the campaign is over.
That was a very badly worded
conventional answer: resurrect the two-state solution.
We must ensure the people of the region finally have a horizon of hope by moving in a determined and irreversible way towards establishing a two-state solution on the basis of United Nations resolutions and international law, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security.
But we've been down this path before, and look where it got us. It is time, say some, for truly radical thinking.
Unless you think the unthinkable. And the unthinkable is a one democratic state between the river and the ocean. It will not be a Jewish state. It will not be a Palestinian state. It will be a democracy.
How would it look if the people that were kidnapped start campaigning for Palestine? It's quite feasible that some of them who were kidnapped were campaigning for Palestine before they were kidnapped. Why is that not feasible? So maybe, of course, yeah, it would just look like... I know that people would say that, oh, they met Hamas people, now they're all pro-Palestine, and that's actually what happened. They fell in love and shit. I don't know, fuck. That's probably how people would spin it, but... It's probably, I'm going to say it's more likely that people got radicalized against Palestine than the other way around, though, in Israel at least. Remember watching that videos, all those hippies from the fucking festival saying like, yep, they need to take out Hamas. Any means necessary. They got to do it. Like, has to be done. Oh, hello, Yakov. How's it going?
Are people ready to hear that, though?
No, for sure not the Jewish Israelis. The Palestinians more so. Much more so. But at least there is some kind of vision. Otherwise, we are stuck with the same, and we'll never break this vicious circle.
Khan Yunis today, making the most of the ceasefire, and perhaps a vision of what life in Gaza could one day be. But for this to be permanent and normality, it is still a very, very long way off.
Well, earlier I spoke to Mustafa Shetto, who's director of the Freedom Theatre in Jenin, and I asked him first for his reaction to Israel's latest incursion into the West Bank.
I mean, the people in Jenin, in whole Jenin, they can't sleep all the night. It's why all the people, they are scared. We don't know what exactly Israel army and the Israel force did in Jenin, for what they want to do exactly. We hear about declaration from Israel that consider Jenin is like military closed area.
Well, what does it mean for people there when Israel declares it's a military closed area? I mean, does it mean you have to stay at home or what?
That's mean, in fact, they have the right to do what they want to do in our area. It's like with the military rules. They make a curfew in whole Jenin. They don't allow for the people to move or to make any action. They close all the area, all the Jenin city, all the markets and the shops in Jenin. That means all of the people there must to be just to stay in their houses, in their homes for all the time. And if any person he just want to move or to do any action out of his home, that means he will be targeted by Israeli bullets. And that's what happened with our kids, those Adam and Basil, killed already when they are just play in the front of their houses in the day.
When you see what has happened in Gaza, and then you see a ceasefire in Gaza at the same time as a military incursion in the West Bank, what do you think that does for how people feel in the West Bank about armed struggle?
It's they just as collective punishment about what's happened in Gaza after 7th of October. And this is the idea. We feel really scared, and we are really in this time. We really understand what's mean the protection, because we don't have this kind of case in Palestine, in West Bank. No one protect us. All the time we are under attack. All the time we are under punishment by Israel army.
Was it a pipe bomb? I thought it was too small to be a pipe bomb. I don't know. Fuck. All right.
What about the armed groups in the West Bank? I mean, what is going on with them while all of this is happening? Are you seeing gun battles? Are you seeing increased support for the militant groups?
Look, in West Bank, where the military group already established as a reaction for the Israel policies, especially after 2020. It's more this day, this time, this year. It's really important. Whereas already the Israeli people already elect the rights parties and the religious parties to lead the Israel government, and that means it's like announce about a war. Or it's like something. It's like the creation a war from the settlers against the Palestinian people in West Bank. So the concept to have military groups in the camps, especially in the north of West Bank, that's like a reaction, and that's like a normal response for what Israel did against the people in this area. So we think this. I think that the violence come by Israel. It's created.
Looks too small to be up. Hey, fuck off. That is not. It could have been a JDAM. Okay, I don't know. It just looked very. Fuck off.
Another kind of violence.
Pipe bombs don't have an industry standard size. And no, I know they don't, but I felt like it looked like he was doing. I don't know. My first thought was it looked like firecrackers, but let me see. It probably wasn't. Okay, let's see. What did pipe bombs look? I guess they can actually be really small. What the fuck? Okay. See, this is what I imagine a huge fucking. I imagine a 13-inch fanny buster. That's what I imagine. But some of these look really small. Like the size of a fucking tobacco pouch. God. Okay.
Palestinian against Israel. It's like action and reaction here. So I expect The
What
army.
time are you talking? I haven't arranged anything with Vosh. Stop. If I do that, I want to hear from Traveling Israel first. Okay. I don't think you guys understand how much I don't want to go onto Vosh's stream and just be like, so you're wrong about this, you're wrong about this, wrong about this, wrong about this, wrong about this, facts by. Like, I just.
Group, they will continue. If they will kill people, if they will kill the fighters or kill the leaders from the Palestinian military groups or military parties, they will have a new generation. They will join to this.
Do you want to have a talk with Axhole? Oh yeah, we talked to him. Yeah. He seems interesting.
Group in the future.
Mustafa, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's go to our foreign affairs correspondent, Porrick O'Brien, who is in Jerusalem. Porrick.
Hi, Krish. We think there are around 160 hostages.
No, I've heard Traveling Israel does do discussions. People said that he does discussions.
Being held in Gaza at the moment, which brings us to the following difficult question. What happens when Hamas runs out of hostages that they're prepared to release on these terms, or they impose conditions on Israel that are unacceptable to them? I've been speaking to some people connected with the military here in Israel today, and they are talking in terms of the offensive, the fighting starting up again as soon as this weekend.
Oh, God.
And we heard in Kemi's report from earlier, Benjamin Netanyahu sort of echoing that, saying that there is no way the fighting won't start until they have achieved their objectives. He made that statement today. He's addressing a number of audiences there, but one of the audiences that he's trying to appeal or appease to or reach out to is the group of hardline far-right parties that hold his fragile coalition government together. They want the war to continue and are threatening to bring down the government if that doesn't happen. So the leaders of one of those small parties and a minister in the government said simply today, his name is Itamar Ben-Gvir, and he said simply, stopping the war equals breaking apart the government.
Porrick O'Brien. Well, joining me now is Yuli Edelstein, head of the Foreign Affairs and Defense.
Would you do more research or prep for Traveling Israel? No, I'd have to do a brush up. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Committee in the Israeli Knesset, the parliament. Thank you for joining us. You have disagreed in the past with Benjamin Netanyahu, but do you support him now with his desire to return to war as soon as the hostages are free?
I do have to say, Christian, that it's not his desire. I guess some 80% of the Israelis support the goal of a full elimination of Hamas, preventing dangerous attacks and the atrocities we just witnessed in the future. So it's absolutely clear for us, as opposed to Hamas, human life is very important. That's why we will continue with the release of the hostages before we become sure that Hamas...
Yeah, I'd have to learn about the old historians. Yeah. I mean, I can say the stuff in his videos. Yeah. And a lot of it, like, if I know enough about it, he'll just bring up something and I'll be like, oh, I actually already know about that village and you're wrong, you know? I could be like that as well.
Just starts playing games in order to prolong the humanitarian pause. The moment they will stop releasing sufficient numbers of hostages, I'll remind you, we're talking at this stage about kids, about elderly women. The moment it will stop, the combat will resume before we reach the goal of destruction of Hamas.
Yes, and so the killing will resume of civilians in mass numbers. I have yet to meet a Palestinian who believes it's possible to eliminate Hamas without expelling all the Palestinians from Gaza, and they believe that that's really your goal. Is it?
I hope still, as opposed to what you're saying, that not all the Palestinians are terrorists, and Hamas is a terrorist organization. So our goal is Hamas and not innocent civilians. And I do have to say that I'm well aware of the fact that, yes, there is collateral damage. Yes, some innocent people, unfortunately, were killed during this war in Gaza. We have to add them to the long list of Hamas victims. this is the only way to see what's happening in Gaza. By the way,
well, it's not the only way. It's your way. I mean,
well, I can serve.
He's so. I love the fucking British style pushback here. It's your way. Well,
As your only way. This is the only way to see what's happening in Gaza. By the way,
well, it's not the only way. It's your way. I mean,
well, I can serve you as your field correspondent for a second, because for at least 5 or 6 minutes you've been discussing what happened in Jenin, in the other area.
Yeah.
Why Israeli army was there? Why all of a sudden there's this whole military attack on Jenin? Well, no one mentioned the small fact that the raid was to find a very dangerous terrorist who, fortunately, was discovered by the AF forces and killed in combat. His name is Mohammed Zbeidi, and he is responsible for deaths of many Israeli civilians. So it's not just, out of the blue pressure on Jenin. There was a certain purpose of combating terrorism, as all the democracies in the world do.
We must stop the terror.
What's your response to those images of a young Palestinian boy, unarmed, who seems to be being shot in the back or the head and is dead? Is that what you call collateral damage?
As opposed to Hamas, as I've said, we cherish human life. That's why we are not in the business of shooting civilians.
But you are. That's what you're doing.
Pardon me, I'm still happen to be the head of Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee of the Knesset, meaning I have some information. So IDF hasn't completed its check of what happened in Jenin. It could be a bullet of the Palestinian terrorists. It could be a bullet of IDF. Then we will definitely express what we feel and what we should feel in this case. But I, once again, have to tell you that Palestinians right now are victims of Hamas and other terrorist groups, not armed forces, as you call them, armed groups, terrorist groups operating in Gaza and in Judea and Samaria.
I mean,
what the fuck is this camera doing?
Different possibilities of how that boy was killed. Of course, the IDF does not have a good record of telling the truth in these instances.
Is he playing Jenga? What the fuck is this? I don't.
The case of Shireen Abu Akleh, where it was initially suggested that maybe she was also killed by her own side, and then it was clear that she wasn't. So there isn't a lot of credibility when the IDF says things like that.
Oh,
credibility is here with IDF, and you know what? Speaking of comparisons, this morning Hamas issued a video of one of the Palestinian terrorists, young Palestinian terrorists, released in the exchange with the hostages. He was giving an interview with both his arms in cast, and he told a heartbreaking story how Israeli guards in prison broke his arms with a hammer. The only problem is that there's a video of this young terrorist being released from prison with all his faculties intact. So let's not discuss the credibility. Let's not discuss the number of victims. You are relying on Hamas information. I prefer to rely on information issued by the armed forces of a democratic country with opposition, with free press, with
snarky.
Free courts, with everything that a democracy has.
Just to correct that, of course, we are not relying on Hamas information. We gather information from many sources on the ground and from different sources. But thank you very much indeed for your time, Yuli Edelstein.
Wow, I love that. That's so passive aggressive. Okay. All right. Hello.
Hey man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, fine. How are you?
Doing well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you got a chance to see my brief discussion with Destiny.
I did, but I was very ill, so I don't remember that much of it. Yeah. But I know people have been talking about you. You're the person they talk about.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but I guess our biggest disagreement was where Destiny sees this. I mean, I feel like Destiny is just flat out wrong on so many things. I don't know how much you and his, I guess, opinions align. Maybe not at all. Maybe a lot. But
don't seem to have that many disagreements, but I haven't really spoken that extensively about a lot of it.
yeah, I feel like his just idea of a starting point to resolve the conflict is really based on just Israeli propaganda, and not reality. I don't know what you think the starting point ought to be for a two-state solution. I saw him tweet, I don't know, a few days ago that he said something like Arabs keep walking away from peace and are encouraged by terrorist groups to keep fighting.
Okay.
Like, it just seems like a weird take.
Walking away from peace and being encouraged by terrorist groups, like, I
I
guess
don't know
the
what that
counter
means.
to you don't know what that means. I guess because I guess the counter to that is the fact that people Hamas were not very popular before October 7th. Some people in Gaza, seems to be quite a lot of them, even wanted the PA to come back. I think rejectionism has probably been a bit of a problem in the past. It was a problem in for a lot of the 20s and 30s on both sides. Both sides were rejecting deals. Then with the partition plan, it was rejected, and then by the Arab side, and then I guess like Camp David was probably rightly rejected, although it was rejected in probably the stupidest way possible. To the point that like when something more substantial was offered, that was like it was too late. I don't know. What was your position on that? Like that take?
I mean, when we look at the 20s, 30s, and 40s specifically, I think there really wasn't two sides, in my opinion. I think there was European colonizers trying to create a country on a land that was given to them by the British, and the indigenous people are like, "What the fuck? Why would we give you this land? Why would we agree to a partition? It makes no sense." Especially given the demographics of the region. So to me, anything prior to, let's say, 48 was, I think anybody would reject that partition, especially if you're trying to partition with a pretty large amount of not like in like Jewish people that have lived there, more so a majority of them being European. We could argue that they had a really strong case for needing refuge, and I don't disagree with that. I just think why should the Palestinians care about that? No, like why is it their problem?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Of course, it's not their problem. Do you think? Because I guess by the time of the Peel Commission, was it 1930s?
I don't even think.
I feel like the proportion of land that the Jews were offered there was like reasonably small. But I guess that was rejected by both sides. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a few things. I don't think the Zionist party at the time actually agreed to accepting the Peel Commission, right? And second, I think there was still a fear by the Palestinians, like this is kind of just the start. And even the Peel Commission, I believe it included regions that were heavily populated by Palestinians, and like what happens to them was always a fear. And also, obviously, the British promising all of the mandate to the Arabs, like in 1916 or something, or 19, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the way I typically phrase it is that they had the best case. Like the Arabs had the best argument all the way up until from all the way throughout the British Mandate, but they had the worst advocates. They had like the worst leaders, and that's kind of why a big part of why everything got fucked. Like, but as for today, obviously, so what do you think should be done? Like do you think it's like all the responsibility lies with Israel or with the international community, or Do you think it would be better for Palestinians to have a more cohesive like strategy when it comes to resistance / negotiations?
If I was talking, I believe, and we can talk about this, and you can challenge me on this, that Israel has had little to no interest in a true two-state solution since '67. That's my opinion, and I can explain why. We can go through Oslo. We can go through every single negotiation that's happened, and we can even see, like, in the past almost 20 years, that Israel has really said the opposite of just wanting to annex more land and take more land. So, and we can go through the intifadas if you want. I mean, there's a lot, right? But I just think that Israel doesn't have, or has never had, an intention for a true two-state. I think the closest that we've ever came to that was Taba Summit, but I would even argue at that point it was still only concessions being made by the Palestinians. That's why when I hear people say, Arabs just reject, they don't want peace, blah, 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 it's just not based in reality. Like, we can look at all these agreements and see that it's not based in reality. International law, international community, and people can say, oh, the UN means nothing, but I mean, you can live in your own world with Israel and in a bubble and just, devoid from the rest of the world. That's fine. You can believe that, but it doesn't change the fact that the consensus is there on what the solution is. Like, even if the Arab leaders were trash at negotiations, I still don't think there's a single thing that was asked for that was outside of what international law permitted them to ask for. I don't think that's ever happened. I don't think they asked for villages in Tel Aviv or in Haifa.
Mm-hmm. Is this in?
But it feels like.
Are you talking about Taba?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or...
I mean, we can even look at Oslo to begin with. I mean, Oslo is a product of what the first Intifada.
Yeah.
Post the first Intifada, they were like, okay, we need to figure something out, and Israel was very, very careful in all its negotiations never to include a independent Palestinian country. It was always like, oh, self-determination for the Palestinian people. It was very cleverly worded all the time by Israeli leadership as to never admit to allowing for a Palestinian state. And I would argue that also was actually a great success for Israel in terms of allowing, essentially having the PA to work for them and just to police these large villages and cities and kind of reduce the level of effort they needed to manage the area. And they just got free reign to all of Area C. Also, it's just complete rubbish, and I'm curious to see anybody saying that the Palestinians walked away, quote unquote, right? They say that there was disagreements at the end that they couldn't make during the 5-year interim period, but those disagreements were all like Palestinians asking for things within, what was rightfully theirs, according to, again, the world consensus and international law and all of the above.
If I'm trying to think. If what was I going to say? Why do you think Arafat just walked away from Camp David without doing any counteroffer?
I don't think he ever walked away from Camp David. I think his initial offer. Well, okay, so there's Camp David, right? There's the Bill Clinton parameters that happened like 8 months afterwards, and then there's the Taba Summit. There's those 3 sections, and I think it's kind of disputed why Camp David ended. And I know Clinton said straight up, Arafat walked away, but if we actually look at, so they had their parameters set up, right? And both sides said they accept with reservations. Now, Indian reservations were completely outside of what was being negotiated and completely unfair. And we can read through both letters that were sent to Bill Clinton by both sides, and you'll see that Israel had sent a 28-page letter explaining why, or explaining what they're not willing to concede. And a lot of them are clearly outside of these quote unquote parameters, whereas the Palestinians were simply kind of asking for clarifications on a few things, including the percentage, because I believe in Camp David, they said like 90, it'll go up to like 97%, but that's not including East Jerusalem and a portion of the Dead Sea, like the Jordan border, like that's not included as part of 97%. So it didn't really make sense, but I can send you both letters and you can read through them. I think a lot of people called out Bill Clinton for just blatantly lying. Just to say that Yasser Arafat walked away, and then us seeing this letter that was sent to Bill Clinton with what they actually asked for, I mean, the world can see that nothing was asked for outside of these parameters. And I think I want to say a few years, or maybe even a couple decades after, maybe like 10 years after Camp David, the Israeli archives actually released the letter that Israel had sent to Bill Clinton and what they wanted. And they said, we're going to get Temple Mount, we're going to get all these things that outside of any parameters that Clinton had proposed. So I think that's a false narrative that Arafat walked away. And I think a lot of people have kind of proved that up until this point.
Yeah, because I feel like it's almost like a consensus, isn't it? Like amongst because
I mean, if you have any sources that to the contrary, I'm happy to see and look at. I think Shlomo Beni Ami, he was the Minister of Foreign Relations. He had said something like, Israel's response was, we cannot return to the 67 borders as a precondition for the negotiation. And that alone, it's like, okay, well then we disagree on the starting point. Israel has an opinion, and then the rest of the world has an opinion.
Yeah, I remember that. That's
if you have like
the wiki as well, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have any, I think Shlomo Beni Ami actually has a debate with somebody that you could probably find from a while ago that gets challenged on this. I think it's Finkelstein. They argue about this and what constitute in walking away. And then I think towards the end, Benny kind of reluctantly accepts that there wasn't really a walk away by the Palestinians.
What, Benny Morris? Or who?
No, Benny. Sorry, the foreign minister or the Minister of Foreign Relations, Shlomo Beni Ami. I can send you his name.
Okay.
I think he has a discussion on YouTube with Finkelstein about Camp David, about Taba. I think even he himself said that if he was a Palestinian, he would not have accepted Camp David.
Yeah, I know that quote, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think look, and I think every year, as you're probably aware, that the UN General Assembly votes on this problem, and every year it's like 160 countries to 7. And Israel has, consistently in the past 15 years not only rejected but refused to offer any kind of solution. So when Palestinians, moving into like the resistance part, are, and I can tell you like the narrative from the Palestinian side, obviously going to be biased, but is we're a laughingstock. And the reason why Hamas, in my opinion, was voted into power was like clearly the democratic route isn't, the diplomacy is not working with Israel. They're just shitting on us. They agreed to Oslo, but they continue building settlements. There's clearly no intent on us having a state. So the only way to get anything out of this is through violence. I think that's, and Hamas is always going to say that they have the right to do this because of whatever I think the IHL or whatever the international law is for armed struggle, quote unquote. I think I have a source somewhere for that, but I think Hamas keeps pointing to that. Like, look, there's an occupation, and we're going to keep fighting you until you end this occupation. And Destiny had said at one point he wishes that the Arabs just never attacked and see if, Israel was truly an expansionist state. And I would argue, I wish that Israel just ends the occupation and see if Hamas continues to attack. And if they do, then the whole moral argument is now on the Israeli side. We gave them the state based on international law. They're still attacking us. Then the Palestinian case becomes non-existent and very weak. But that's not happening.
Yeah,
And
but
there's
the problem
no-
with Israel doing that is that, like, if they do, whoever does that is basically the leader that just gave a state over to like Hamas, right? Because I feel like as soon as once Hamas takes, like, I think once Hamas took power in 2007 in Gaza, I think from then until like whenever they're gone, like there is not really going to be any chance at like a peace negotiation anyway. Because what would that look like? Like, what does it look like if they tried to negotiate with a PA leader, but they don't even control Gaza, right? Like half the people basically. So
I mean, wasn't there? And so my Gaza history is a little spotty, but I believe at some point there was like an attempt to like a joint government. And look, people can say, Hamas has committed terrorist attacks, and we can never negotiate with them. But then, like, I feel like the start of any state is kind of fucked, right? Like, look at Israel and the Irgun and what they did, and it's clearly the same thing, right? The terrorist organization eventually became the IDF, right? Like, it's unfair to just point out one and not the other.
Well, I don't think it's that.
I'm
I think
not-
it's that Hamas's intentions. There was never any sign that Hamas's intentions changed. They changed their statements and they changed their rhetoric in some ways, but like the thing I don't get is with this reconciliation period between Hamas and Fatah, they like Hamas in the same year had already managed to resume their funding from Iran. And Iran had already been and Iran had ruled out two states at that same point. And so I think people were quite right to not believe Hamas when they said that they were offering to change. Same with like the charter and all that shit. So I think I don't believe that people should say like never negotiate with like once a terrorist, always a terrorist. I don't believe in that at all. But yeah, I don't think there's ever been, as far as I know, as far as I've been able to see, I don't think there's ever been any evidence of like Hamas showing a good faith effort to moderate themselves.
Sure. I mean, you may be right. I would counter to say, like, look, if we don't look at what Hamas says and we don't look at what they're saying they want to do, it's hard to just come to conclusions. Like, okay, yeah, we can say we'll look at their actions, and I would argue, well, their actions are a causation of what's happening in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip and all these places. And I mean, even if I were to concede the point, right, that Hamas has no interest in moderation or more moderate, I would say it's even worse so on the Israeli side. I think there's very little intention to ever allow for a Palestinian state. I mean, we can just look at the conditions that the Palestinians live under occupation, right? Let's say you don't want a Palestinian state. Why are they treated like just trash, right? Why is the whole world in consensus on this? Like the ICJ's ruling in 2003 on Israel's quote unquote right to defend himself is non-existent because they're occupying the people. If anything, the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves. And it goes back, like when settlers come and commit these atrocities in the West Bank, do you believe that Palestinians have the right to take up arms, invade those settlers, and try to seek out those that committed crimes, similar to what Israel's claiming to do in Gaza? Like, do they have the right to do that? It goes both ways, right? So yeah, I think Israel as the super quote unquote superpower in the region, the quote unquote defeated all these Arab militaries in 6 days. It's been 50 something days, and we're still working on Hamas. I think it's on them to create the solution, but there's clearly been zero intent for a Palestinian state in my mind. And again, if the occupation did end in the West Bank, and I would argue for the Gaza Strip as well, Hamas loses all type of like moral standing. Palestinians as a whole lose all moral standing at that point.
Well,
it's all on them.
That's been my argument has usually been before October 7th. It was the obligation was on Israel to take Fatah and take the PLO more seriously.
You smarmy cuck
To
bastard.
push for negotiations and to make
How is
concessions
Barghouti
and things like
different
that.
from Hamas? Is it purely just looking at his effort in getting more moderate in his
if they can
writing?
achieve that,
Also
then
get
that
well
would weaken
soon,
the cause
D.
for Hamas like it did in the 90s. That would weaken Hamas's case in Gaza. And then they could eventually have an election where Hamas doesn't definitely win. Now, like, I don't know. Like now, there's no, I don't feel like there's any way of getting Israel to go in that direction without Hamas gone. And I don't know how to get rid of Hamas. So yeah, kind of stuck. As for there being zero intention, I just don't know because my reading of the 2000s and the peace process and Camp David and Taba is that I don't think Oslo was like built to fail. I don't believe that theory based on what I've read about it. Like based on what I've read about it is that there were obligations that were made on both sides that neither side properly fulfilled before the end of the 99 period. The expansion of settlements, like kind of, the problem there was that like Rabin at least made a distinction between military settlements and political settlements. He didn't expand any political ones. He only expanded ones that were security based and didn't build any new ones. And I think new settlements was off the table even under Netanyahu. They just expanded ones that already existed. But I think the problem was that the redeployments were not done in the time that they were supposed to be done by Israel. They were supposed to do 3 redeployments. They did 1, then they took the second one and turned it into 2 separate ones. And then the third one they held as a bargaining chip before Camp David. So that was like a big failure before even going into the negotiations on the Israeli end. But on the Palestinian end, I think it's completely valid as well to say that Arafat had an obligation to rein in and disarm terror factions within Fatah, and he didn't do that either. So, and that was a criticism of Arafat that carried on all the way through the Intifada, right? Like he didn't make any effort to stop it, and that just made it like was a perfect opportunity for someone like Sharon to get elected, right? Like Barak was never going to hold his mandate like during the Second Intifada, and I think Arafat is very much to blame for that. So that was been my reading of those kind of periods.
Yeah. So when you say Arafat it was his obligation to essentially disarm and I'm assuming you're saying pacify the public or the Palestinians in the West Bank from committing any attacks on Israeli settlers or Israeli establishments. Is that kind of what you're saying? That was the onus was on him to make sure that happened?
The onus was because they had a government, right? In areas A and B. Yeah, it was their obligation to not let to root out armed factions and to disarm them, which again they had the power to do to a degree, and I just don't think they did it. Yeah. And yeah, people who were like attacking settlers and shit like that. Yeah, because that was part of the Oslo Accords. That was like they signed, which Arafat signed. So
yeah. I'm curious. During that time, was there any attacks or incitement or harassment by settlers on the Palestinians?
Well, there was. What year was fucking Goldstein in Hebron?
I believe that was 94.
Yeah,
right?
so that happened. That was a big one.
And we have to remember Goldstein in the Palestinian mind was not just some random terrorist attack. Again, this is a one-sided view. This was the military was complicit in what had happened in saying, a bunch of testimonies, talking about how there was IDF soldiers there, and some of them were also shooting in the air, some of them were shooting at us. And I think there was a couple of testimonies by IDF soldiers. So it wasn't, the Palestinians didn't view that. And this can be a mistake, right? Everything done or committed by an Israeli, a soldier or anything is committed by Israel as a whole, right?
Yeah.
they don't view, those things as separate. So I can argue if there were still attacks being committed by settlers and, attacks committed by these armed factions, it doesn't feel like it's like a one way or the other. Like, are Palestinians just supposed to sit down and just submit and take it, and just not resist and ignore Goldstein, right? And not do anything about the vandalism of their villages or the uprooting of their crops or burning down of their trees or whatever the case is. They're not just no one is gonna stop. Like, I don't care what my government tells me. If someone's fucking with my house, I'm gonna do something about it. I don't care if the mayor says you can't do that or the president says you can't do that. It's not.
Well, that's the difference, though, is that unfortunately, it's really hard to say, but I think there is still some obligation to rein in the worst excesses, because this is what the ANC did, right? Like, even though apartheid was the apartheid regime was literally massacring protesters, even as they ran away, the ANC were still kicking people out who were too extreme, and they were still disarming people who were taking things too far. They apologized for civilian deaths in their operations. They got rid of people who were doing necklacing and shit. But I think the problem with Arafat's and the PLO's failure with their upholding their end was that they just weren't. They were supposed to transfer, I think it was terror suspects over to Israel, and they were supposed to outlaw the kind of support structures that they had for terrorist organizations. And that's why by the time we reached the second Intifada, I think the suicide bombings, I think it was 3/4 of them were done by Hamas. Part of that other quarter doing suicide bombings was Fatah, right? Because they hadn't been dealt with. And these are not people who were just resisting people destroying their houses, right? These were people who wanted to go into Israel and kill people there.
Why do you think these suicide bombings started or heavily started in the second Intifada, after also? What do you think what was the argument from Hamas on why they're doing what they're doing and bombing buses and doing whatever they're doing, right? What was their stance on that?
What their
Just wanna
public
wreak havoc
stance was
or
on it. Probably not. I think after 2000, a big part of it was that Hezbollah had pushed out the occupation through violence, and they felt like they could do the same. But unless there's something, sound like you want to tell me something there rather than ask me.
Yeah. So, and again, right, we're taking these words from Hamas, but a lot of Hamas's targets, and I'm happy to change my mind on this if you can show me an instance, up until 94 were military targets. This is according to them. And we can look to see if there's an instance of civilian violence. I'm not dying on this hill, but according to them, their targets were military targets up until 94 and up until the events that happened with Goldstein. And they said, essentially, Israel has shown us that civilians are now, free reign.
I'm so sorry. One
right?
second. Someone's at my door. Sorry. 1 second.
Sure. Take your time.
Okay. Hey.
Yeah. I was just saying that Hamas's stance on all the targeting of civilians was up until 94. They were targeting military targets. After what happened with Goldstein, they decided, okay, this is this is something that Israel's willing to do. We're going to have to retaliate. Now, obviously, I don't agree with that. I think any targeting of civilians, whether Israeli or Palestinian, is clearly in violation of international law, regardless of whether, I would even argue in the settlements, I think only settlers that are partaking in violence and incitement are, kind of make themselves open to resistance, as I believe they should be. But those living in the settlements and aren't bothering anybody, even though I think those settlers are illegal and those settlements are illegal, I still don't think you can just go and kill them all, right? I think that's clear violation of international law. And this is not my opinion, right? I'm just saying what does the law say? Okay, even if you're in the occupied territories, and even if you're a legal settler, it doesn't mean that you're allowed to get killed for no reason. And I think so. One of the Hamas spokespersons, his name's Musa, had said that we are trying to find the quote here. We're against targeting civilians. After the Hebron massacre, we determined that it was time to kill Israeli civilians. We offered to stop if Israel would, but they rejected that offer. Now, I put as much weight into the things that Hamas says as I do the Israeli government. Okay. I probably even put less weight into what the Israeli government says. Again, just because of the power dynamics. But yeah, so that was their case for suicide bombings in Israel. Israel is doing this. We're going to do it too. No one's going to fight for us. We don't have a military. We're not going to let them just beat us down. And going back to the Oslo also for a bit, I think the parameters were also very one-sided. And look, we can even look through the articles of Oslo. I think in the articles it says that the basis. See if I can even find this. But essentially the basis for this deal is 242 and another resolution that called for the cessation of violence. And I just feel like it's the reason why I say Oslo was great for Israel is because why isn't Israel handing over terrorists to the PA? Like, why is that not happening? Why is it's just very one-sided, in my opinion? And you can argue that no new settlements were built, but existing settlements were expanded. But I mean, come on, like we have to be realistic. You're expanding settlements for a land you plan to give to Palestine makes no sense, like in any capacity. It just doesn't compute.
Well, as far as I know, it was land that they wasn't the point of it that settlements that they were planning to annex and then give land swaps in exchange for. So that was the point of expanding currently.
But the land swaps. Here's the problem with that: the land swaps were never agreed on yet, right? There was still negotiations going on for a few things, like the exact land swaps, and that's why. The more Israel builds land swaps, the more they're able to move the goalpost to what the starting point is. Like, look, we got to just look at the reality of the ground is what I hear.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Israelis say.
Like they should have really just been starting to dismantle them rather than build. Yeah. That's what they should have been doing.
If there was a full agreement on these are the land swaps that we've agreed on, so we're going to build settlements within what we've agreed to annex. That's a different story. But that's not what happened. The settlements kept getting built. And with under the guise of, this is going to be part of ours. Well, have the Palestinians agreed to that yet? Clearly not. So, why are you building settlements, right? That's why it looks at least the intent. Maybe it's not true, but the intent. There was no intent. It doesn't seem like there was an intent from Israel to ever give them a Palestinian state. I think even like Rabin and Barak have some like quotes out there during their campaign saying that there's never going to be a real Palestinian state.
I'd need to know the context of that because I've heard that quote go around. I've heard it from Khalidi, but I've never been able to confirm it. I think he said that Rabin's last speech in the Knesset was him saying that there will never be a Palestinian state in the West Bank, but I don't think I found him saying that. So I don't know, unless you have something.
Yeah, let me try. Okay, let me just make a note for myself. So I'm speaking to Destiny at some point the next couple weeks. So I believe it wasn't as cut and dry. There was some context to that quote. Again, going back to what I said about Oslo, they never acknowledged a country of Palestine. They always acknowledged a region where Palestinians had self-determination. They're always clear to make that distinction, where the other side was always like, state of Israel, recognizing Israel, but it was never recognizing Palestine. You'll have a hard time finding any quote from any politician, not quote, but any like where in those discussions in any Oslo or Camp David negotiations where that was ever stated, the state of Palestine or the country of Palestine. It was always, and that's why you know, it takes some context to understand the Rabin quote of him saying there will never be a Palestinian state. But he doesn't say there won't be a region where there will be Palestinian self-determination or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I can try to find that for you. I guess what I'm saying is I think Oslo, the settlements alone, and they may have been quote unquote allowed under negotiations. May not been a rule against building settlements, but it's just very bad faith in my opinion, especially when you haven't agreed on the land swaps to do that. And yeah, I mean that's my take on it. I think Taba, to your point, I think they were very close, but Israel had pulled out of the negotiations based on the upcoming election. So again, I think that's a fault of the Israelis. I think in 2003, even moving on from Taba, I think the Arab League had unanimously agreed to recognize Israel and offer peace to Israel on the basis of 242. And Israel seemed like kind of happy about the news, but kind of also neutral. And then Olmert had an offer to the Palestinians in 2008, I believe, of giving them like 90% of the West Bank. Again, it's always asking the Palestinians for concessions. And I think although I do think land swaps, like I'm fine with land swaps, but that's not the starting point. And I hate when people say that's the starting point. It's not. East Jerusalem settlements, those big blocks of settlements, according to the starting point, should be removed. Period. If Palestinians are willing to give them those settlements for land swaps, that's fine. But you can't say that that's a Israeli concession when it's just not.
I guess that's the problem with the fact that a lot of what Israel has done is kind of like irreversible with the settlements, which again is like it does make the negotiation thing a lot harder. So
no, I agree. It's almost impossible to dismantle those settlements at this point, right? There's like 500,000 Israelis living there, but it's not a Palestinian problem, right? It's Israel's problem to deal with.
I think the thing with
especially if they're
I kind of consider Taba, like looking back at it, as just like not even a real negotiation because it was so dead before it even really started, right? Like they knew, but like Clinton was on his way out. Barack had like no mandate anymore, but he had like there was a landslide coming against him. I don't know. I feel like looking at it, there could have been I feel like there could have been something achieved back then if just that there were so many things that just happened that really fucked everything. Like I think the like Netanyahu coming in for that brief period and sort of like trying to dig that little tunnel in the Muslim Quarter to the Western Wall and starting those riots, and the like amount of arming up and that the Tanzim movement was doing under Arafat's watch, Arafat's like unwillingness to rein in any of the excesses of the Intifada, or the fact that he might have caused it, I don't know. And then also with the Israelis, basically, I think my big criticism of what Israel does at that time is they don't really feel like they owe anything. They feel like it's like Sinai, it's like the Arab world has tried to fuck with us. We have established strength and they need to take those concessions. Like they need to surrender these things to us, basically. But I think the problem is that makes sense with another state. It makes sense with like Egypt if they've been fighting and they've been invading each other and shit. But it doesn't make sense with the Palestinians because they're a different category. It's a completely different kind of engagement if they've never had a state. But that's my kind of biggest takeaway is that they're treating the Palestinians the way that they treated other Arab countries, and it's just not going to work out like that.
No, fair enough. I think do you feel like any time post Taba Israel has been interested in a Palestinian state?
No. Not since the Second Intifada, no.
Okay, so would you agree that
actually,
given
with one exception, like
ahead.
the majority of the population of Israel supported the Geneva Accords for quite a while, but Yeah, Sharon was in power by then, so it wasn't going to happen. So
Wait, sorry, say that again.
the
I
Israeli
missed that.
public had quite strong support for the Geneva Accords in 2003. Less Palestinians, but still some. And but by then, fucking Sharon was in power, so it couldn't have happened.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah. So, I mean, if we're talking 2 decades now with no real intent by Israel to form a Palestinian state and continued settlements, what, in your mind, let's say, you know, you're a Palestinian, what do you think your leadership should do if your leadership has attempted in the past 2 decades to come up with a solution? What do you think the Palestinians can and should have done prior to October 7th up until 2003?
I think
what should they have done differently to stop living under military occupation?
I don't think I've ever heard of a Palestinian leader. I guess they haven't had that many leaders. But I haven't seen a Palestinian leader in the position of someone like Abbas or Hamas. I don't think I've ever seen them actually have a prescription on violent resistance that is actually productive. Abbas's is like what, non-violence, but we'll still keep up the martyr fund, and it's just very confusing to everyone. Like I don't get that. And Hamas's is like fucking rockets. So I don't, and obviously like suicide bombings and targeting civilians and all that shit. I don't think I've ever seen like a leader with a position on how to conduct violent resistance that could look good on the international stage, and that is also morally justified. I feel like it's either non-violence, which is not sustainable in a military occupation, or it's just kill them all, which I don't like either. So,
sure.
Yeah.
So what do you think is an appropriate level of violence against a military occupation?
So I think settlement buildings and like settlement construction sites and things like that, I think they're fair game. Like infrastructure. So the same stuff that settlers do to Palestinians, right? Like blocking the roads, cutting off the water, cutting off the electricity to just kind of harass them into leaving. I think that's completely justified. If any settlers are armed or, you know, doing any harassment, then to self-defense all the way, like get all the Palestinian Kyle Rittenhouses out there. And then outposters, I think outposts, like, just like, I don't believe in killing them because they're still technically civilians, but absolutely like rip down their fucking caravans. Like, I don't care. Like that kind of thing. Military targets, I guess it's the problem with killing military personnel is that it's like it's still people, and it's like the problem is that you ultimately want to be seeing these people as your future neighbors. So maybe it's not the best unless there's like a very justified time to do it, if it's in like response to an unjust attack or something. But that's kind of how I see it. I very much like the ANC, like the Mandela approach, is like minimize human loss, don't make humans targets, target like infrastructure of the occupation, and target things that are kind of geared towards a very clear goal. I think the goal of targeting settlement infrastructure or like settlement construction sites and things like that is that you want to make settlement expansion impossible. You want to frustrate it. You want to make it difficult. You ultimately, if you want like outposters, you want to make it so that people just don't want to do that. That the idea is that if you try it, you're going to get chased back into Israel, like that kind of shit. That's roughly my position. I have no idea how actionable that is, like if a leader can actually coordinate that kind of action, but I feel like I've seen examples of it in the past. Sorry, 1 second. Andrew Becker, if you think there's a contradiction between saying resisting armed settlers is fine, but saying Arafat didn't do enough to rein in violence, that's really fucking retarded. Fuck you. Anyway, sorry. What do you think? Yeah.
I disagree with you that like settlers are completely fair game, and this isn't like.
Oh no, I don't think settlers are the people. I don't think the people are fair game at all. I mean, like the infrastructure, like the buildings.
Sure. Okay. Then that makes more sense. I think those that are fair game, again, any settlers that are actually taking part in violence, are fair game. And the one thing I think you'll disagree with me on is I think the soldiers are fair game. I think. look, you're under military occupation. You abide by different laws than Israeli citizens. You have to live under these like insane military orders, and you can get detained without charge for years, and you can get charged with the most ridiculous crimes. Like, I think some of the military orders are like decorative flowers, on how you have decorative flowers is a crime. So that's why I think any kind of action against military targets is we may not like it morally, but it's, I think, a protected act in my opinion.
So here's why I see here's why I see it as a little bit different to say the right to kill military occupiers in Ukraine, right? So I think the difference is that in Ukraine it's very black and white. It's you kill the occupying soldiers. Ideally, they leave and you reestablish the state and you reestablish the borders that were basically agreed upon by everyone. With Palestine and Israel, it's not quite that simple as you chase them all out, because they're also, like, unfortunately, the IDF in the West Bank are not just there to terrorize Palestinians. They're also there to protect their own civilians, like settlers and shit like that. And the problem is that I don't really see it's not just you kill the soldiers to the point that and hope they just eventually you do it enough that they fuck off, right? It's not quite that simple, because it's like it would be you kill enough soldiers to the point that you push the government to have a negotiation, that you agree on borders and land swaps and redeployments and like periods to move people out and maybe dismantle some settlers. It's a much more complicated like end goal. So
okay,
but also I would just want to know what's practically, what do you gain from that? Because I can understand the violence I advocate for against like settlement infrastructure. I can see it practical because it's like it's frustrating the process of settlement expansion. I don't really know what the practical benefit is of just like seeing an IDF soldier standing around and just stabbing him, right?
Well, okay, in that case, if Russia started building settlements where they started moving some of their civilian population in, does that make those Russian soldiers now, I guess, intargetable? Like now it's their too well established occupation for you to attack the soldiers. Is that what you're arguing?
Not that in and of itself. It's just that if the Russian occupation gets chased out, Ukraine just goes back to the way it was. Whereas with the West Bank especially with the West Bank, it's not just you chase the soldiers out, right? It's also that you have to negotiate borders and all that kind of stuff. Like Ukraine doesn't need to have a friendly conversation with Russia, right? Ever. They can just chase them out and that's it. At some point between killing the soldiers and getting the occupation out, there needs to be some kind of like relationship between Israeli and Palestinian leaders. And I think that's probably harder to achieve if you've just if you're the leader of people who have just killed a bunch of Israeli citizens.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I would argue that if, let's say, Ukraine had no military support from the rest of the world, they would not be able to push Russia out. And for us to say if they were incapable of pushing Russia out, they shouldn't be allowed to, like, let's say Russia built settlements, right? And Ukraine's military became almost non-existent and they had no support from the rest of the world militarily. For us to say that now Ukraine doesn't have the right to still attack those Russian soldiers.
I know it's not like it's not just the settler factor though. It's not just the settler factor, because it's also the fact that there's not really ever going to be a feasible situation where because there's never been a Palestinian state, we don't know if those settlers that are being protected by soldiers, or like if that land is one day going to be actually annexed and then there's going to be a land swap done in exchange, right? So I think the big thing I can think of for why it's different is that negotiation factor. That for Ukraine, it's still going to be the situation that if they get the soldiers out, then they just reestablish their government and that's it. Whereas with Palestinians, it's like there needs to be a negotiation because of all the different intricacies with like refugee settlement and borders and all that stuff. So I think when it's a bit more
I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand the delta. So then the delta between Ukraine and Palestine is the fact that Ukraine has already been established as a state.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the delta? And that's why
Yeah,
it's
because
different?
if you've already been established as a state and the borders are quite clear, then if you want to get rid of an occupation, literally all you need to do is chase them out, and that's it. You've got your state back. Whereas with Palestinians, yeah, there's a lot more that needs to be done before like Palestinian statehood is a thing. Like there still needs to be the negotiation. Yeah.
So I disagree with you on on that, but I mean we just disagree on what is fair game to Palestinian resistance. But based on what you just said, does Syria have fair game into the Golan Heights and killing soldiers there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering. Okay.
I mean, maybe. I don't know the complete data. There's maybe some detail about the Golan Heights that changes that. I'm pretty sure there's not, though. I mean, it depends. Like, is it Assad taking? I don't know. I'd probably say yeah for now. Subject to change.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see your viewpoint. I mean, I disagree. I still think, I don't think whether or not you were a recognized state by the entire world should matter in armed resistance. And I would even say, like, in the article that talks about armed resistance, I think in the very next paragraph it talks about Palestinians and another group of people. So, but I mean, we can just leave that there.
Yeah. Like I tend to try to make moral arguments rather than legal ones when I can. I guess
Sure.
the other thing is like it could be what you're saying would make sense to me if the Palestinian plan was to declare independence unilaterally and then just try and shake off the Israeli occupation, right? Like if they don't want to negotiate with Israel, they just want them gone, and it doesn't matter. Like Kosovo, basically. If that was what they were going for, is like they get the occupation out, but Israel doesn't recognize them, and it's just this kind of like frozen conflict or whatever. Yeah, maybe that would make more sense what you're advocating for. Yeah, but
Okay. Yeah, and when we say like kick them out, we don't mean like all of Israel. We're just talking 67 borders.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I see. So in your mind, the last 2 decades, the attacks by Palestinians are I guess the Palestinians' responsibility in terms of why there hasn't been 2 states. I would argue that Israel has just never wanted 2 states, especially in the last 20 years, and made it very clear and continued to demolish homes and take more land and annex more areas. So, I mean, there's nothing but to do than violence in the Palestinians' mindset. Obviously, like the way you carry out armed resistance, we can all. I can disagree with how they do it, but then again, like I'm not living there, so I don't know how I would do it. I don't know like what my reality would be if I've lived under occupation for 50 years. I don't know, how I would handle that, right? Living in checkpoints and all that terrible stuff. I don't think people really acknowledge. I'm not saying you, but just in general, like how brutal this occupation is, how kind of hopeless it is, and Israeli leaders have been very, very outspoken on, some of the goals being to kind of beat down that desire for a state and make the Palestinians feel almost hopeless. So I think in the last 20 years, the blame is solely on, if not solely, I would say 99% on Israel's lack of desire for a state. And I think that's kind of what got us to where we are today. I think Gaza is a little bit of a different topic we can talk about, but I think the root cause of everything is the occupation and the lack of Palestinian self-determination. And for those that disagree and think that Palestinians just inherently want to kill all Jewish people, I would point to the 1.6 million Palestinians that remained in Israel proper that seem to be doing fine. I say that with an asterisk because obviously there's still some harassment done to them, but I don't see terrorist attacks being done by, Arab Israeli citizens within Israel proper. So you can't just say they're inherently violent or they inherently don't want peace.
I don't think anyone would say
there's some pros.
As far as them being, if someone thinks they're inherently violent, it's fucking mental. But yeah, I guess people would probably say that Palestinians who live in Israel are very politically different from Palestinians who live in Gaza, right?
Yeah, I agree. But I think they're politically different for a reason.
Yeah.
I think they're politically different because they've never been occupied and they have their rights. I mean, the same pro-Zionist argument that all Arabs in that region were the same and there was no distinct Palestinian people.
Mm-hmm.
If you believe in that, then you see Egypt and Jordan was able to find peace with Israel, and they're no longer attacking Israel. So, Palestinians or Arabs don't just want to destroy Israel, right? They want self-determination, and you can't tell me that the Palestinians within Israel in 1949 or 1950 were different people than the Palestinians that were expelled to the West Bank and Gaza. It's the same people, and one side has resorted to violence, and the other side has let go of that idea. So I think there is an underlying problem, and it's a military occupation. I think if a military occupation like that was imposed on anybody in the world by any peoples, the reaction would be similar. And again, the onus is on Israel to say, look, yes, there's violence, but there's violence for a reason. It's not just people that want to kill all Jews. It's and those people exist, and I'm not gonna deny those exist, and those people are a problem. But the military occupation is just making those people's case stronger.
How much of the onus do you think is on people like Iran or Qatar who support Hamas?
So I don't really care about those players as much. I think that what is it? I don't know the details on how much Iran supports Hamas. I'm assuming they just give them weapons and they fund them militarily is my assumption. I don't think that changes things all that much. I think I would have to. I'm gonna be honest. I'd have to read more about Iran's involvement in recent history. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can educate me on what you think it is.
Oh well, they just give them a lot. Yeah, it's just a lot of funding and arms. Yeah, it's like the base, and also a lot of vocal support because Iran's all like death to Israel and shit. I do think, I feel like the Palestinian case gets stronger the more the rest of the Arab world is willing to make peace with Israel. It seems to be the case that, like, even now, I can very confidently say that Israel doesn't need to do this fucking iron wall shit into just forever, right? Like they don't have enemies in Jordan and Egypt anymore, like threatening to invade them, right? Now it's like the kind of militant action against Israel is taken from a lot more like fringe groups and a lot more niche groups in the international stage. And I feel like the less of that there is, then they can't appeal to that as part of their reasoning for why they don't want like a Palestinian state. Because to them, it's like the big argument they can make on the world stage to like Western partners, especially, is that we've got all these enemies in the Arab world. If we give them the West Bank and Gaza, we're not only creating one more potential enemy that's going to invade us, but also it's one that is on very strategically sensitive areas. Like the West Bank is a very strategically sensitive area that if there was a state there, just like on the 6-7 borders, then Israel's very vulnerable, right? So I think to that extent that the Middle East being able to make peace with Israel, I think is like a pretty big factor. But I guess, but right now it's Iran and Qatar is like the main ones. So I don't know. But I don't really see that changing anytime soon. I know that Iran almost had a liberal revolution with the fucking with the morality police stuff last year, but I mean, it probably was a long way away.
Yeah. I mean, I think Israel's claims of them feeling unsafe, I don't really think many countries buy that. Maybe some do. That's why I don't think more peace with Israel between Arab countries won't do much for the conflict. And I say that because of here. I'm going to send you and I'm like almost certain you've seen this a million times, but this is what I'm talking about. This is the yearly vote that happens, right?
This is 242.
Most of the world already. No, this 242. This is. I think this is just 242. I think this is the essentially reestablishment of almost every single security resolution that has passed in the past, including 242. This is what Finkelstein and a lot of people reference when they say the Palestine question. The whole world votes on this every single year, and it's always like very one-sided, including the UK, including some European countries, right? It's not just Arab and African countries and Latin American countries agree that, you know, there's a solution. This solution needs to be implemented, and until that's implemented, I think, and Israel has showed no interest in ever since '67 in establishing a Palestine within these parameters, and every single Arab country has agreed to these parameters and agreed to give peace to Israel and all that stuff based on what the world has agreed on, what international law has agreed on.
Iran
and that's
agreed
why
to
I'm
give
so,
peace to Israel in exchange for these parameters?
I don't think Iran is part of the Arab League. This is
No.
specifically the Arab League that has agreed, but it's very hard to find the exact countries that vote on this. I can just see the vote results, like 150 something to 153 to 9 against.
Yeah,
I'm
I think the
curious
problem is
which
as well
side
is like
Iran is on.
it's also how people interpret Resolution 194 is probably a big thing, right? Because some people talk about recognizing it in principle, some talk about recognizing it literally, which probably means Israel goes bye-bye. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
So okay, no, I see what you're saying. So 194, I think even the Arab League and the Arab peace like offer that was made in 2003 and renewed in 2007 and renewed in 2017 acknowledged that a full right of return is not tangible and a just resolution is more tangible. And you can look through all of those peace offerings.
Yeah, it says
that were made
negotiate
by
settlement between Israel and Palestinians.
yeah, it's not just outright complete right of return. And I think the fact that even like Arab countries have acknowledged this, it kind of takes away all of Israel's argument of they want to kill us because
If they here's a question. I don't know the answer to this. If they acknowledge that, why don't they give citizenship to refugees in their own countries? If they know they're not going to go back anyway.
I think Lebanon hasn't. I think their argument would be, and I think they should personally, but I think their argument would be that if they give citizenship, then the refugee question as a whole is kind of dismantled because now, like, it's not even on the table to negotiate any kind of compensation or settlement for the things that those Palestinians have lost. But again, this is just an opinion. I don't know 100% the reason. I know Lebanon treats the Palestinian refugees like trash. Jordan. So I'm a Jordanian citizen. I was born in Jordan. I think there's maybe some things that I can't do as a Palestinian that, like maybe some government jobs I can't technically work. I do think there was also a point in time where Jordan stopped giving citizenships to Palestinians. I don't know when exactly that was, but I know the majority of Jordan, like 60% or 70%, have citizenship, Jordanian citizenship at least. But they're still, I believe, considered. Like I think my name is even on some like UN, like I don't know, refugee list.
Like
I don't
UNRWA,
feel like a refugee, but yeah. So I think as a part of the descendants. Yeah. So I mean, I think citizenships should be given. I think their argument is if we give them citizenships, then we're essentially giving Israel a concession without receiving nothing in return. I think that's what their argument would be. But I think if there is a resolution, then those living in those countries should be settled in those countries, barring whatever the agreement is to the settlement. Whether it's compensation, whether it's what the Taba Summit had suggested, like 100,000 or so returning, whether it's, I don't know. In an ideal world, my solution would be 2 states with the eventuality of becoming 1 state, with some kind of special protections for Jewish people living in that state. But I realize it's kind of a fantasy world, so I'm being
one thing
realistic
at a
and
time,
just
eh? Yeah.
yeah,
Would you
let's stop the war. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just going to ask this. You don't have to answer. Would you? Because I've heard people give different opinions. Do you feel like a second-class citizen in Jordan with that kind of difference?
So I lived in Jordan for 5 years. I didn't live there for a very long time. I lived there. I visit every year, including I go through Israel. I go to the West Bank. Second class maybe, but it's like such a small difference. Very small. It's like, maybe I can't run for some seat in government, right? I can still work. I can still live basically wherever I want. At least I think. I'm not like super up to date on Jordanian law, but it didn't feel really different because when you say second class citizen, but 70% of the people make up that population, you don't feel it as much. Maybe, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and those are still part of the like 6 million that they're kind of listed as Palestinian refugees, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at the end of the day, they were kicked out of their homes, right? They all walked across the Jordan River, or, the border into Jordan, and essentially with nothing. I know. So my parents had left in the '67 war, and during that time, I think it was just like really stories that spread that were happening throughout villages and the Israeli military just telling people like just get out. Maybe there wasn't like an official policy in terms of kicking people out, but yeah, that's
close enough. Yeah,
close enough. Exactly. But yeah, I appreciate the talk. You've given me some things that I want to follow up on before speaking to Destiny. I think Destiny is just so like I don't know how he's come to the conclusions he has. It feels like, and you know him better than I do, it feels like he's just started from a point and is really stuck on that point. I don't know what it is. I think it's probably because of all the maybe what he sees as virtue signaling and he just wants to fight it. But I think some of the things he said are just demonstrably false.
like
Arabs just walking away over and over, I don't think is based in reality.
Yeah, I kind of have I don't like painting it that simple. But I mean, I guess he is just giving like what's the mainstream like narrative, at least from the Western side, right? Like even pretty mainstream figures like Benny Morris pushes that line basically, right? That it's rejectionism. I mean, even at least even when I've heard Benny Morris say, he'll be like, well, yeah, I can understand why, because it's like, why should we give up 22% of the land of Palestine? Yeah, but yeah, I guess that's where it's coming from. Like it's very much like a mainstream narrative, at least in this neck of the woods.
Sure. Yeah, and I would just
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Have you read any of Jeremy Pressman's articles on that period, Camp David and the peace process?
I have not, and I can tell you what I read. I try to avoid like narrativized books and articles. I try to seek out like actual, the actual documents themselves and come up with my own opinion. Like when Clinton says that the Arabs rejected, okay, what did the Arabs actually say? When he says that Israel's accepted within the parameters, okay, what was that? What did that letter look like? What did it actually say? So I have not read, outside of that, I haven't read Finkelstein. I've read a little bit of Benny Morris, but not too much. But a lot of the sources usually also include some of their writings, the new historians.
Yeah, because I'd be interested to see the alternative narrative about Arafat, like that shows him engaging in negotiating in good faith. because the narrative I always get of Arafat, at least during Camp David, is that basically starts with an offer, or starts with what he wants, gets it, and then ups the offer basically, and just keeps on asking for more and more and more.
Okay, I believe
that's
that.
the kind of narrative I keep getting. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I believe that happened, but this is what I would say to that. Okay, I think at that point, Arafat was so desperately wanting to get something, right, and show that he's able to get something, that he proposed a very stupid offer that no Palestinian should have accepted. And then once he realized he was getting no support for that offer from a lot of Palestinians, he started to up it. I don't disagree with that, but I would counter that with any goalpost shift that Arafat did was still within the 242 parameters. That's my argument. If they were able to break Arafat down so much that he was willing to accept 91% or something, and then he increased it to 93, I would say it was within his right to do so. You can say that that's bad faith. That's fine. And I would just push back and saying look, let me actually try to find it, but I think the actual Oslo Accords that was signed by Russia, the US, Palestinians, and the Israelis in Article 1 under aim of the negotiations specifically calls out, and I can send this to you, but the aim of the Israeli-Palestinian negotiations within current Middle East peace process is, among other things, to establish a Palestinian interim self-government authority, the elected council for the Palestinian people in the West Bank and Gaza Strip for a transitional period not exceeding 5 years, leading to a permanent settlement based on Security Resolution 242 and 338. So that's the basis that everyone agreed on. So anything that Arafat asked for was within that basis.
Isn't it the problem that so I guess the counter argument people would make to that is that 242 was put in place in 67, and it used kind of slightly ambiguous verbiage, especially with, or not ambiguous, but at least open to negotiation verbiage, like withdrawal of armed forces from territories occupied, not from the territories occupied, which means that Israel had a bit of discretion there with what would change. And then same thing with just settlement to the refugee problem. Well, who decides what's a just settlement? I guess that's the argument they would make, but
I think that's fair.
I've never really looked that hard into the 242 argument, but
yeah. No, I think that's a fair take, because I think people have also pointed out, which is true, that 242 never even calls for a Palestinian state, right? Technically, it says give back the land to essentially Jordan and Egypt. But I think what clears up that ambiguity is the other resolution that gets voted on every year, peaceful settlement of the Palestine question, right? Now you're talking about 242 in the context of Palestine, not Jordan, not Egypt. Refugees are still certainly up to debate that what the resolution should be there. I don't think a full right of return to Israel proper is viable. I don't think anybody would accept outside of maybe Arab states. I think it's kind of a non-starter. But in terms of the borders, I think what made this also crystal clear was the ICJ ruling of saying look, occupied territories, West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza are considered occupied territories. Therefore, Israel's wall that they're building, that they're arguing is against terrorist attacks, they lose their justification because it's within an occupied territory, right? That's the ICJ. That's not the UN. That's not the General Assembly Security Council. That's what they ruled. So it's clearly considered an occupied territory. I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah. I'll probably have to look more into the exact thing, because I started doing a lot in Camp David, then I stopped again. But yeah, I'll maybe send you those Pressman articles that I got on it, because that was definitely quite interesting, and it definitely shows it's quite fair. It does show some of the failures on Arafat's side as well, but it definitely doesn't make the take that it's not quite as simple as just walked away when it's starting Intifada. It's definitely more nuanced than that.
Yeah, I agree. And I I'm gonna be honest. My take is 100% biased. I try my best not to be. But but it's kind of hard. So I always recommend you and anyone that listens to go do their own research. This is the conclusion I've came up with based on ICJ rulings, based on what Red Cross says, based on General Assemblies, based on Human Rights Council, what they've said. Essentially, every respectable or reputable international organization has agreed to this solution, except Israel. But at the same time, I am biased towards one side, so I yeah.
Okay.
Encourage people to do their own research.
Oh well, tell you what. I'll probably do more reading on all the history quite soon anyway, because I've already started doing like a start to finish just to see if it fills out any gaps. So I'll probably do like a whole sweep of everything and then see if we come back with any different takes from when I started.
Yeah. Sounds good. I appreciate I just saw these links. Appreciate it. I'm gonna keep digging some more before speaking to Dusty again, and we can always talk more after your readings.
Yeah, cool. All right. Well, it was nice chatting.
All right, take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
What an interesting conversation. Wow. I have to talk so softly because my voice is hurting. Oh, God. I think this was the interview that someone wants me to watch, is this fucking Saudi prince. This Saudi prince explaining why Arafat was a bad dude in the negotiations. So the impression I get from people like Arafat, the impression I get from the mainstream, I guess, like liberal narrative that I hear about Arafat is that he kept on asking for things that he knew Israel wouldn't concede on. Maybe it was all in line with 242, but it wasn't things Israel would concede on. So he just keeps on upping it because he wants to basically fudge the process and with a more not because he's like a piece of shit or anything, but because he believed well, he might be incidentally, but because he believed that fundamentally in the idea of winning Palestinian freedom through violence, and that was why the Intifada route was like more suited to what he wanted. But yeah. People in the chat are parasocially obsessed, both for and against Destiny. Yeah, agreed. I don't know though. It's like 1948 and the peace process. God, you could just read so much about it. Fuck. Like people write whole books about each of those topics. Ugh. Multiple books. Billions of books. Book. I learned it because it's in a book. Hey guys, I'm almost on a... If there was a bar, there's not a bar because I don't like the bars, but the bar is £8 away from 100. 8. That's like $10 or some shit. I'm booking out. Did Vosh stop streaming already? What the fuck? Where is he? What? Vaush? Did he stop streaming already?
We did the most Western hegemony thing ever. After Kuwait, we basically just deleted the Iraqi military. In like 2 weeks, the coalition of Western powers swept the entire country. Why? Why would you try this? Oh my God.
Yeah. He's so much more high energy than me. What the fuck?
Venezuela is also saying that Guyana asking for U.S. help against an invasion is warlike. Of course they are.
Uh-oh.
Of course they are, obviously.
We're coming out with the anti-fucking Venezuela arc. Oh no. Vosh imperialist.
The current commander of the CEO...
Isn't Guyana like run by the French? Or is there French Guyana and normal Guyana? I think it's the latter. Guyana is its own baby. But there's also a French Guyana. And it's not even next to Guyana. It's next to Suriname. Look at that. You got Guyana, you got Suriname, and you got French Guyana. That's weird. The fuck? And we got Venezuelan. Look how small it is. They're turning into fucking Togo. That tiny little African country. Or Benin. Hey, Kendrick, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. What the hell? So, apparently, WoW Season of Discovery. What happens? Hang on. Caleb, for the $4.99, what's the worst and best thing Kissinger did with foreign policy? I think the worst thing he did was Cambodia, and the best thing he did was die. That's where I am. What is this Season of Discovery bullshit? What happens? You can clip that. Clip and ship it. Based. Why is it not? Why is there no fucking... I thought it was supposed to be one of these, isn't it? Like seasonal. Do I need to install it? I don't want to play hardcore. No. Is there not like a seasonal server? Thought there was supposed to be a seasonal server. That's why I saw on the website. It's not out for another hour. Oh. Where did it go? So will it show up? Let me see. How to play Season of Discovery.
You smarmy
Cuck bastard. Download classic. I did that. Change realm, choose seasonal. Oh, so I guess seasonal hasn't showed up yet. Is that it? Do I just have to wait for seasonal to show up?
You smarmy
Cuck bastard. Is that all I have to do? I have to just wait for seasonal to show up. Must be. Wowhead client. What the fuck? I don't want that. What? Data. Fuck off. Okay. Maybe I'll play it. Who knows? Maybe I'll be a video game streamer. I could even watch that Saudi prince talking while I do it. But not right now. Right now, we're giving the old chords a rest. Oh, by the way, chat, I set advertising to aggressive today. Did you like it? Was it fun? Can you guys tell me if it was fun that the advertising was set to aggressive? Aggro mode. I just wanted to see if it's worth it. If it's worth bullying you guys for money. Oh yeah, like the stream, of course, yeah. Is it? Did we... It's not that bad. Damn! Why can't I do more? I want to go harder. What? Look, this is what you do. You choose... Let it insert mid-rolls for you. YouTube will determine which ad formats are best, blah, 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 blah. You go conservative. Well, I'm not conservative. You can't be balanced. Well, I'm not balanced. I'm communist, all right? And then aggressive. Higher earnings potential. More interrupted view. Yes. Fuck you. Is it a notable gain in income? I don't know. I'll find out later. I need unhinged mode. That's what I need. God damn it. All right. Wait, why? How is Lycan playing Season of Discovery? How's he doing that? What? Why is it out for him but not for me? Eh? Let me see. Is he installing it or what? Oh. Let me find him. Piece of shit. Lycan. Why is it double ringing? Okay, he's not hearing me. Fuck him.
I don't need to do two, do I?
He's too busy. He's on silent. What class will you play as? I always play as a rogue. I don't know if I should play as a rogue, but I always play as a rogue. What else could I play as? What's a new and exciting class? What should I... What happens in Season of Discovery? Maybe I should actually figure that out. Hang on. I want to learn now. Come on. It launches at 1 p.m. Pacific. That's in an hour. Okay. If you're new and you're not sure how to start playing, here's the Okay. Download Classic. Okay. If you're automatically sent to a realm, select Change Realm. Okay. Go to the Seasonal tab. That's it. Okay. I want to learn about Season of Discovery, though. Give us the overview. New leveling phases with level caps. 25. Oh, you can have phases of... Oh my God. That's so cool. So its max level is 25 to begin with. Oh. BFD is a raid. Oh! New gear. Blah! Phase 1 Ashenvale. Oh yeah, because it's like when you started playing, because when I was 13 and I started playing, Ashenvale was like that. You spent so long in Ashenvale at level 20 to 25 doing world PvP. That's what everyone did. That took a fucking month. That's so cool. But that's a phase. Lycan.
What up, buddy?
What's this Season of Discovery shit? What happens?
World of Warcraft, man. So it's like WoW Classic, but it only goes to 25 right now, and there are like all kinds of things you can do, like change your class. I haven't read too much in it. I just saw the announcements, but like you can make warlocks tank, and do all kinds of crazy shit. So
wow, yeah, I can see rogue tank, shaman tank, mage healer.
Yeah.
Do you know in the very first beta, mages could wear leather?
And warlocks could wear mail. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. So it starts in an hour. Do you have to do like an update, or does the realm just show up in an hour?
They just did realm maintenance. I don't know if it's done yet. It's supposed to be done like 6 minutes ago, but yeah, in 54 minutes, it's supposed to go live.
Yeah, because I can't see the seasonal servers list right now. Will that just show up?
Yep. Yeah. Once they're done with whatever shit they're doing, that should show up.
Well, you're on an American server, though. I won't be able to find you.
Are you not allowed to? Do they not allow Europeans to play on American servers?
I can see Russian, classic, and hardcore on mine. So I'm guessing these are all European.
Oh, that's weird. Hold on. Let me check. Can Europeans play on NA servers? Wow. I don't want to transfer. Yeah. Oh, you've got to change your battle.net settings. If you want to do that, you go I think you click the top left. And there's a change region thing. Hold on. Oh, wait. Settings. Options. Let me see how did you do that. Change region.
Though? Is it a good idea?
Battle.net. I mean, you an old WoW player?
Yeah. Since I was 13. Since 2004, baby. Yeah.
You can change your country region on your battle.net account by using our country change self service. Huh, what the fuck is this? How to play on North America. Oh, wait, hold on. Change realm. I've never had to do this. Like StarCraft, there was some way to change it in game. I don't know how to do it here though. When you go to do you have your WoW open?
Yeah.
If you go to classic and sort by realm name alphabetically, like do you have anathema at the top? Anathema?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm freezing up here. Do I have anathema? No, I have Amninar and Ashbringer and Oberdeen. That's the 3 A's.
All right, let me see if I can find this out for you. North America, World of Warcraft.
What class are you going to play?
I am still trying to figure that out.
I always play rogue. I'd never stop playing rogue. I just can't stop. You gonna be alliance or horde?
Alliance. I'm gonna try to weasel my way into one of the streamer guilds.
Oh really?
Yeah. So I'm stuck between rogue, warlock, and paladin. What's been your main, or would you switch through as you went through?
Always rogue. Always.
Hell
I would
yeah,
sometimes play priest, but no, I was always rogue. Always. And I think I'm probably gonna go. I don't know if I'm gonna go human rogue or undead though.
I mean, undead rogue I always liked because of World of Roguecraft.
Yeah.
That's the first time I ever switched to horde was because of that video. So I don't know. What do you do like progression rating? Were you a PvPer?
I did both. I did a lot of arena when I was a teenager. I got Vengeful Gladiator once. That was quite cool.
That's sick.
Yeah, I got the little dragon and everything. But did quite a bit of raiding as well, but never as good. When I was 16, I almost got into Method.
It
was down to me and one other dude, and the other dude got it because he was like older and shit, and I had exams. Yeah. And I was very mad. Life could have been so different.
Hold on one second. Common problems. I am in the US and want to play on EU. World of Warcraft accounts cannot be transferred between regions. However, your Battle.net account can have multiple World of Warcraft accounts in multiple regions at the same time. It sounds like you'd have to create a new account.
Fuck it. I'll go Europe, whatever. But I think I'll probably go undead because I've never done that before. I've always been night elf or human rogue. Okay.
Yeah, I mean undead's fun, man. Like you go stealth, you're already hunched over. It looks cool.
Yeah. Good animation. I do like my favorite starting place is still night elf, but it's kind of difficult because like you don't really get class benefits or race benefits being a night elf rogue. Like Shadow Melder's shit unless you're doing arena.
Nah, human's great, especially for classic because of I don't know how important this will be here for whatever you end up doing with the season of discovery crap, but I mean sword rogue, right?
Yeah,
Get that sword spec and all that.
Yeah.
So that's nice. Only thing I actually hate for the most part all undead races when it comes to armor, except for Tauren. And the only thing I hate about Tauren is they're massive. But I hate undead, like you get all this cool armor and it just looks like ass. It's all torn up. Boots don't matter because you don't have shoes.
Yeah.
They should have changed that. Like the way you can turn your helm on and off. I should have been able to have boots.
Oh. Yeah, well, old game, eh? Room for improvement.
Hashtag no changes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, maybe, so it's coming in 50 minutes. Okay.
50 minutes, baby.
Well, I guess we'll see how it goes.
Yes, sir. Well, if you ever change your mind and end up playing on NA, let me know.
Yeah, we'll do. All right.
All right. Later, buddy.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So what I should do is I'll do a separate stream. We'll do a video game stream, okay? Excuse me. Does Discovery come out today? It sure does, yeah. But if I'm doing a video game stream, I'll do it separately. Vosh just said you should message him. Oh, okay. All right. All right, I'll do that when I raid out. Okay. Vouch. He's down to join you in season. I can't. I'm not making a separate account. I'm not spending another £10 just to play with fucking 5 hours behind. Oh god. Yeah. Hmm. Not sure. Go NA. No, fuck off. I know all my friends are North American. I know. Donos would fund if offered. What, to make a new account in 50 minutes? Really? Am I gonna? Oh god. How do I even do it? Like, I'd have to, like, make a new BattleNet account? Why can't you just fire into a North American server, like a GigaChat? Can you VPN to North America? I don't think so. Because I used to VPN. DPRK. Think it's a bit smarter than that. Can I just get game accounts? I can make a new game account? Can I do a starter account? No, you can't make a new... You have to make a completely new BattleNet account. No, wait, do you? Where? I can't show this because I got my fucking name on it, but it's... I can see game accounts, but I can't see the option to make a new game account. Where's that? I can see create a starter account and a PTR account. I can't see create a new game account. Just move to North America. Yeah, just fly to... Oh, God. All right, wait, hang on. How to make a new World of Warcraft account. Ah, okay. Creating a new account. BattleNet. Let's go. Log into the desktop app. Log into the app. Choose World of Warcraft in the panel on the left. Well, I got that. Over the play button, use version and account. Oh, nope. Version and account drop-down menus. Select your preferred region. But there is no region. What the fuck? Apparently it's supposed to be here? But how do I get the license? How? Do I do it here? Like, it's not here. Where is it? Check for updates. Buy from the North American store.
Smarmy
punk
bastard.
Worst British food?
Oh, okay. Open BattleNet and then change your region. Oh, can you change the region here, though? Is it here or is it in the browser? Where do you change region? Hang on. Oh, God. Press the gear icon. The gear icon ain't giving me shit. Look at the gear icon. Look. Game settings. Is it one of these? Oh, maybe. Text language, spoken language. Ugh. Hang on. Downloads? No. App? Nope. Ugh. Shit. I don't even. Okay, wait. How to make All right, hang on. Fuck. Visit the games and subscriptions part of your account. Okay, this is actually going to tell me. Okay. So, if I go into my account, games and subscriptions. Okay. Under starter editions and public test regions, click create starter account. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, America. Okay. Create account. Account created. Okay, I've got an American account. Let's go. Add subscription. USA, 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 USA. $12 a month. Okay. No, $14.99 a month because monthly. Okay, yeah. Okay. Everyone got $14.99 in the chat. Let's see. Subscribe now. Let's go. Get it. Subscribe now. PayPal. Sure, why not? Password. Please work. Please just don't have changed password and not updated the thing. Please. Hey, Calris, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Hey, we got an account. Okay. Now what? How do we get started here? Okay. Wow, US. Okay. Okay. Sent voucher message to you guys. All right, take care. Fuck. But I think the problem is I don't like instigating conversations. That's the big problem with me. I don't like being the instigator. Okay. Let's see what Lycan's saying. I got a US account. Whoop. All right, fuck it. I'm gonna fuck off now, though. I'm gonna raid you guys out. That's what we're gonna do now. I'll come back in an hour after I've had my dinner, but I'm just gonna raid out and we'll start a new stream for it. Okay. Maybe we'll just come back to Twitch. Who knows? All right. Oh, wait. I missed the dono. Fuck. Vosh seemed annoyed. Okay. Sosa, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. Worst British food. Oh. What's the worst British food? Toast. I don't know. Isn't there that one that's the F slur? That's probably quite shit. That food that's the F slur? That's not good. I don't like that. Anyway. Like the pie. The pastry thing. Alright. Cigarettes. Yeah. Cigarettes and a pint of watered down lager. Alright. Vosh did not seem annoyed. Damn. Dissension in the chat. Conflict. Alright, well, we're raiding Vosh, so go have fun, guys, alright? Take care. Bye-bye.